Good morning. How y'all doing? It's Monday. Happy Monday. We're getting ready for day 3. Are you excited? We had a little 3-day weekend from the trial, but we are back. Today is day 3. We're picking it up with Detective Neater. Okay. So this is going to be super, super interesting. Just want to give you guys a quick update before we get started because I am going to turn my mic down. I take feedback seriously. All right. I'm going to turn my mic down for the remainder of the episode. However, real quick, just wanted to let you guys know what the week looks like since it's Monday, right? So we have confirmed from Law and Crime that there's no court on Friday. So Friday's off. I have to get a little creative with the schedule this week. So today's going to be a regular full day. Tomorrow, I need to travel to the city. And Wednesday night, I'm hosting a TV show because, I mean, your girl's doing big things. Okay. So I'm going to probably stop the stream on Wednesday at 4. Okay. So we're just going to shave an hour off, but we'll make up for the last hour on Thursday. Then tomorrow it's going to be different because you're going to see me in a different setting because I do need to go into the city for that taping. So just letting you guys know everything that's going on. That's how it's all working out. And real quick, before we get started, shout out to Steel Evolve. Is this Tracy? Tracy gifted 30 memberships before. I've been on for 1 minute and she gifted 30 memberships. So could y'all do me a huge favor and type, I don't know if she wants to go by Steel Evolve now, but if y'all could, thank her for receiving a membership if you got one. But type Tracy in the chat. We love Tracy over here. She is amazing. She has been, I think, what was it, last year around, I started noticing her around the Karen Reed times, and she was gifting a bunch of memberships. I could not believe it. I'm like, wow, we're getting a lot of memberships. So thank you so much, Tracy, for gifting those memberships. And look who's popping in. Full drinking and half tinking. He's gifting 10. We just started. Y'all already gifted memberships. Like, it is raining memberships. If you're receiving one from Full Drinking and Half Thinking or Tracy, please say thank you to them. They do not have to do that. And you guys know we have a great trial streaming community over here. A lot of channels had some problems last week because I don't know why, but some of these streams were taken down. I believe it's because of what had happened or what was said in opening statements. Like they clipped a lot of our favorite creators, but luckily this channel, we persevered. So really, really good stuff. All right, as you guys are coming on in, do me a favor, hit the like button. I am going to bring us into the courtroom, turn my mic down, turn the court volume up, and we are hanging out all day. I got my snacks loaded, all of that stuff. We're getting ready for day 3 of the Julio Foolio trial. If you are joining us, Detective Neater is on the stand. He is from Jacksonville Police. Now, he was on cross-examination. That's where we left off on Thursday. And Rashad Murphy's attorney he was doing a cross-examination, but he was up there for a really long time. Like, I think we went way past 6 o'clock. So I'm just happy that we're all charged up again because that was a long Thursday. That was our Friday, but it was a long Thursday. Wow, all the love today. Did y'all get paid? Like, everybody's coming in showing love. Petty Pendergrass gifting 5 memberships as well. Full Drinking and Half Thinking saying, good to see you. Good to see you too, brother. Y'all check out that channel. Really fantastic stuff happening over there. But y'all must have just got paid over the weekend or something. I mean, damn. But anywho, let's jump on into the courtroom. I think I saw Rashad's attorney up at the podium. So we are just a few minutes behind.
It's all right. Don't get too excited. It's a leftover of someone's dorm room. So proceed with caution.
Okay. Yo, her mic is always funny. Okay, I'm turning my mic down and the courtroom volume up. Let us get into it.
Your Honor, when the court's ready, I'd like to be heard just briefly.
Yep, I'm ready.
Judge, a couple of things. Number one is, as the court recalls, there are still portions of the defendant's motion in limine number 7 that we set aside until.
Guys, it is Here Comes Drama's birthday. So we do need to stop the show because she's like my favorite mod. Can y'all type happy birthday to Miss Here Comes Drama? It is her birthday, all right? Like, type happy birthday for our girl.
It's more appropriate. And if, in fact, Detective Ramos is going to take the stand this afternoon, I just wanted to reiterate to the court that we would need to discuss those items that appear in State's Exhibit 101 and State's Exhibit 88, which are part and parcel of the motion.
Okay.
Although the motion would say State's Exhibit 65, but it's later in the exhibit list changed to 101.
Okay.
And then secondly, I do have some objections to some of the images that are going to be coming in. It wasn't in written form because I didn't know until after the motion's been done. In State's exhibit involving the victim's Instagram account, there's some images there that I want to have some discussion about before Detective Ramos, because he would be the one, I'm presuming, entering that evidence.
Okay.
And then finally, Judge, after we're done with Detective Dieter and before Detective Carter takes the stand, there is one exhibit I would like to enter through Detective Carter, and we may not have to have a discussion about
State
that.
Object.
State is objective.
Let me see what it is. Is Carter up after Dieter?
Yes, Judge.
Let me see it.
Well, I think.
Is that it?
Maybe witness in between. Sorry.
So what am I looking at?
Judge, this is a screenshot of a text message that appears in the extraction of the jointly owned phone or jointly possessed phone of Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger. That exchange, text message exchange, you can see has an 813 phone number. Detective Ramos, upon seeing that text message, did some investigation and determined the subscriber and the owner of that phone number. And that individual turns out to be someone who is incarcerated with Rashad Murphy's brother at Martin Correctional Institute.
So what's it relevant to?
Judge, it essentially provides context and completeness to what I originally asked the court to redact in an exhibit that the state is going to admit. That exhibit was, the court will remember, a floorboard with a boot and a leg, and then a bag of items as well.
And is that coming in through Ramos, that photo?
Judge, that is coming in through the Georgia witnesses, but we did redact, like the only reason we agreed to redact it. So why does it need context? We just wanted the photograph in to show the boot because it is similar to what the person is wearing. But as far as the burner phones and all of that, we are not going into that per defense motion, and we've instructed witnesses accordingly.
Judge, with that in mind, what I would tell the court is, as I have thought this through, as sometimes you do during the course of preparation, Although I originally asked the court to force the state to redact those items, the reason I did that is because Detective Ramos at one time was theorizing that Mr. Murphy had bought that phone as a burner phone to keep him from being noticed in Tampa. But he later found out and later determined through his investigation that that was a phone and those items were items that were to be delivered to the jail.
So then, but no one's going to talk about the burner phone, correct?
Correct.
So then why would we need context for a topic that's not even going to go before the jury?
Well, Judge, I would be suggesting to the court that I am no longer seeking that those items be segregated or be not inclusive of that picture.
So anyway, I tell you what, let's see how the testimony comes out, and we'll revisit.
Yes,
Okay?
Judge.
Yeah, because nobody knows what the hell he's talking about. It is currently raining memberships in the chat right now. First, here comes drama on her birthday is gifted 10. I was going to write them down. But then Tracy just came through and hit us with 50. Okay, 50. 50. And she's already gifted 20 and an additional 10. Tracy came through and literally it's still raining in chat right now. 80 memberships. 80 memberships. If you are receiving one of these 80 memberships, please say thank you to Tracy. We have not started court yet, but membership has its privileges. Whenever I have, guests on and things like that, you guys are the ones that help me come up with the interview questions. So it is remarkable that 80 memberships. Tracy is your stream sponsor. Y'all better say thank you to Tracy. You better do it. There is also a poll right now in the chat as well. And that poll reads, who is the most cooked? I'm going to poll you guys every single day. Okay. Out of the choices, we have Isaiah, one of the defendants. Sean is leading with 51% right now. Rashad is at 17% and Davion is still low at 12%. I'm going to be polling you guys every single day. And again, you guys are just an amazing community for, all of these memberships to be distributed. And we're like 10 minutes into the stream is amazing. And thank you guys for showing Here Comes Drama love, because she does not have to take time out of her day to mod, but she does. And I really hope she has a wonderful birthday. And thank you guys for saying happy birthday to her. All right, let's go back on in.
Let me hand you back your exhibit. All right. Yep.
Judge, when we get to cross, I just want to make sure our order is correct, and I think we have it.
What is the order?
Well, we're going to try to work it out.
Okay. So someone needs to let me know after Mr. Gonzalez.
I think what we discussed about it into the vote in the middle of his cross, and then I will go, then read it, and then.
Are you fine with that?
Yes, Judge, that's
Okay.
what I wanted to clarify. Didn't I?
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. You ready to go? Right. Let's get Detective Nieder on the stand. And just for planning purposes for next Monday, just so you all know, we're gonna work from noon to 6. I have a conflict in the morning that is unavoidable. So on Monday, we're not gonna take a lunch break. We're gonna work straight from noon until 6 in the evening. Okay, so we'll lose about an hour, but we should be fine.
I'm sorry, Judge, a week from today, Monday.
Correct. Yeah, not today, obviously. Okay. Okay. All right, very good. Let's get Detective Nieder on the stand, then we'll get our jury in and get going.
Yes.
All right. Detective Nieder is
Mr.
coming.
Gonzalez, we will address the remaining issues in your 7th motion limiting before Ramos takes the stand.
Yes, Judge.
I was also going to say, we're probably going to anticipate a lot of detectives today, maybe just 2. Because if Ramos takes the stand, that's going to take all day.
Okay, bring in the jury.
He needs to comb his hair. I just want to run a comb through it.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. While we were in our weekend recess, did anybody read, watch, listen to any news accounts or social media posts related to this case? Did you talk to anybody about this case or do any independent investigation on your own about this case? Okay, see no hands. I take that as a no. All right, we're ready to resume the cross-examination of Detective Nieder. Detective, you remain under oath from your previous visit, and you may proceed, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Nieder.
Good morning.
So, Detective, obviously we've had some lapse of time here, Thursday till this morning. And to that extent, on Thursday, you testified during the state's direct examination about the murder of Joe Rod Adams in 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a witness in this case, Robert Howard, known as Kenny Capps, pled guilty to that murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also testified about the town center murder also in 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is an unsolved murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Reminding you again and making sure I'm correct, you also testified about Adrian Gaynor, the murder that took place in 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gaynor was killed by a gentleman by the name of Hakeem Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Adrian Gaynor was not a documented gang member, correct?
I'm not sure of his status.
He was a close friend of Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, correct?
I'm still not sure. If he was a member or an associate of 6 Block, that would be a better question for the 6 Block detective.
Okay. Are you able to testify under oath that he was a close friend of Charles Jones?
Yes, sir. I'll do it. Yes, sir.
And you and I discussed your interpretation of the rap videos, the drill rap videos that were projected and discussed by the state on direct examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during the course of that testimony, you gave your interpretation or your opinion as to what certain portions of it meant to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
The video, Who I Smoke, was performed by Young and Ace, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was, for the music side, that's 187, right? 187 is the music side of Young and Ace's group, correct?
No, sir. That's not. 187 is associated to 1200 Young and Aces ATK.
I'm sorry, I made a mistake in my individuals. So that would be Spinabens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so 187 is the music side or the rap side, the production of music for Spinabens group, correct?
I'm not exactly sure what their record production label would be.
Okay. And also in that particular video performing was Wappa with the Choppa, correct?
Yes, sir.
And also Fast Money Goon.
Yes, sir.
And that was released in 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
In providing your opinion on Thursday, you stated that there is a lyrical reference to Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, being shot in Houston in the song, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is, as I understand it, an unsolved murder. Excuse me, an unsolved shooting.
I believe so. I'm not exactly sure about
Okay.
Houston.
You're not aware of anybody having been arrested. You would probably know that. It would trickle down to you in terms of your investigation, correct? If
Yes,
someone
sir.
had been arrested.
Hopefully it would.
You're not aware of anybody being arrested and prosecuted in Houston, correct?
I'm not.
And you make also a reference in that song to Trey D, correct?
Yes, sir, they do.
And you don't know whether or not Trey D is a documented gang member, do you?
I'm not sure of his documentation status. I just know that he's an associate of 6 Block.
And it is an unsolved murder, correct?
I believe so.
I believe that you then talked, or excuse me, testified on direct examination about another rap video, When I See You, correct?
Yes, sir.
And its lyrics as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
That is a video produced and performed by Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was also in 2021, approximately 3 years prior to his murder. You would agree with me?
Yes, sir.
In discussing your opinion about that video, you stated that there was a reference to a murder at the town center way back in 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that particular murder is unsolved as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's also a reference to the murder of Avery McKnight. He's also known as Suge in 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that reference is relating, I think you testified, to him being on a bike, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detective, in fact, Avery McKnight was killed on the porch of a house, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he wasn't on a bike, right?
No, sir. I don't believe so.
And this would have happened on Odessa and Franklin, that porch, correct? Not a bike.
Yes, sir.
You know where Odessa and Franklin is, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also testified, Detective, about murders after 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
You spoke about Jaquan Pickens, whose name is Jake Jitt, that was shot on the interstate in 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is also an unsolved murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked about the shooting, not the murder, but the shooting of Jacoby Beals, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is an unsolved murder, correct?
Attempted murder. Yes, sir.
Attempted murder, okay. I think you go on in your direct testimony to talk about a couple of others. One would have been of Antonio Tilley in October of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were part of that. You were called to the scene by Detective Anderson, who was the homicide detective in that case, correct?
Yes, sir.
In that particular case, a man by the name of Jaquan Mills confessed to that murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, Jaquan Mills is not a gang member, is he?
Not to my knowledge.
Truth is that this was a contract killing for $20,000 put up by a guy by the name of Paul Nuke Anderson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Anderson is in prison for 25 years as a drug trafficker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detective, the gangs and the videos that we're talking about, the subject matter, I think you've testified to, amounts to what you call trolling, correct?
Yes, sir.
And disrespecting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even at times celebrating, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked about also shortly after that murder was the murder of Tilley, correct? Antonio Tilley?
Sure. I'm sorry. I don't understand the question.
So I'm sorry, you don't understand it because I already asked you that. Very soon after Tilly's death, Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, was shot at, got hit in the foot, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that was the consequence, or that was the chronology. Mr. Tilley was killed, and then Mr. Jones was shot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this also is an unsolved shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me, Detective, that it's no secret, and in fact, your investigations would indicate that of enemies based on his 6-block prominence and his disrespect for people that are dead, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Additionally, Detective, drill rapping about a death doesn't mean that you committed a murder, does it?
That's correct.
And being in the production of a drill rap doesn't mean that you had anything to do with a murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
What it is accomplishing is disrespect to that person or the people that care about that person, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or disrespect to the group or the neighborhood for which that person hung around or grew up in, correct?
Yes, sir.
It also is an attempt to antagonize those people who cared about that person, correct?
Yes, sir.
In essence, it is Young and Ace, the rapper, trolling Julio Foolio, the rapper, or Wappa with the Choppa, the rapper, trolling or antagonizing Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is done
Why does it take him so long to say sentences? Like, I don't understand.
for a number of reasons. It's done for clicks, correct? And
Yes.
viewership.
Yes, sir.
And it's also done for the expansion of notoriety for a brand or a person who is a thriving or established rapper, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to further that person's musical fame, even though certain people wouldn't want to derive that type of fame. That is the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And all of this talk and all of this disrespect, what most people do like is potentially the money and the revenue that is derived from it. You would agree with me?
Yes, sir.
How many gangs are there in Jacksonville?
Approximately 30.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Detective.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know what that was all about.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Who's
I
up next?
represent Sean Gathright.
Ooh,
Detective,
Okay.
you talked today and last week about you're more focused with the ATK gang, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in your work and investigation into that gang, you never heard Mr.Gathright's name, did you?
That's correct.
Okay. And through your investigations and your work, you are familiar with 1200, which is an alliance, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Gathright's name was not involved in that gang.
Not to my knowledge.
And you also have knowledge of other gangs, specifically 6-block, at a maybe peripheral level,
Yes.
based
Yes,
on what
ma'am.
you do. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Gathright wasn't involved in that gang, to your knowledge.
No, ma'am.
And you just mentioned to Mr. Gonzalez that there's approximately, and we won't hold you to the number, 30 gangs in Jacksonville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And as far as your work in the gang unit and working with gangs in Jacksonville, you had never heard of Sean Gathright.
That's correct.
You talked last week about there being statutory criteria, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some of those criteria put somebody as either a member, right,
Yes, ma'am.
or an associate.
That's correct.
Okay, and Mr. Gathright was on neither of those lists, was he?
Not at the time of this incident.
Until the time of this incident and the investigation from Tampa, you had never heard the name Sean Gathright.
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Petridis?
Morning, Detective.
Good morning.
I think you mentioned earlier that the bulk of your knowledge from ATK comes from going through the files of your predecessor.
Yes, sir.
And social media gives you a lot of information, but I would assume you need to be careful because it doesn't have to be all factual information.
Correct.
In these gangs we're talking about, ATK, 6 Block, 1200, there's no real hierarchy in these gangs. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And there's no general rules or regulations of these gangs.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Are you aware that ATK is a record label as well?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You know, so they may or may not be, to your knowledge, they may or may not be a record label, have an LLC for their music.
Yes, sir. They could. I'm not aware of that.
Do you know when Charles Jones was documented as a gang member?
I do not.
Do you have any idea, any years, months?
Incident, but I don't know the exact year, time, or anything.
Do you know the town center shooting was a long time ago, about
Yeah.
8 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Charles
2018.
Jones would have been around 18 at that age. Do you know if he was a gang member around that time?
No, sir. I would imagine, based on my knowledge, he would have at least been an associate and he represented 6 Block. But I'm not sure of his member status and when he actually became a member of the gang.
Were you aware of him prior to going into the gang unit?
Yes, sir.
And When I See You and Who I Smoke are both from 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're not, in those songs, they're making fun of people, but they're not specifically taking credit for those murders. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Would you also agree that when they're making fun of someone or dissing someone for those murders, they're mainly dissing the fact that person is dead, so that the way they died isn't as important?
Yes, sir.
So if they had died, for instance, I know they mentioned Rod K or Spaz in a car crash, they may still be the subject of one of those songs.
Yes, sir. They're just making fun of the fact that they're deceased.
And a lot of these, you mentioned, or would you agree that a lot of these shootings that occur in Jacksonville that are involving the gangs are both retaliation and for other reasons?
Yes, sir.
Charles McCormick was shot because of a song, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we saw the Do It video last Thursday. Young and Ace, you were able to see that he's wearing the ATK chain, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that something he wears frequently?
Yes, sir.
And that's obviously in reference to what you believe to be the gang ATK?
Yes, sir.
A lot of these, the murders we're talking about here today and Thursday happened years ago. Were you aware, and before you were a gang detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of any of these murders?
Yes, sir.
You didn't have any involvement besides the one we've talked about, correct? The ones, plural,
Yeah, the ones mentioned before.
correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And is it fair to say in a lot of these cases, the witnesses are just uncooperative?
Generally, it's like a 50-50 shot.
And for instance, in Charles Jones, when he was shot in the foot in October of 23, he was uncooperative with police, correct?
To a certain extent.
And is that a main reason why a lot of these remain unsolved?
That and just like lack of evidence.
lot of the social media and speculation on these songs is a way you were able to claim that these murders are involved in the gang war, correct?
Yes, sir.
In the 3 deaths that Mr. Jones references in When I See You, that was specifically referring to June 5th of 2018, the town center shooting.
Yes, sir.
And we don't know, obviously, how he got that information of why he's claiming that or how he knows who shot them or anything like that, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Sorry, bad question. Obviously, we don't know how Mr. Jones found out about that shooting or what information he has about that shooting, correct?
That's correct.
And the main reason was, again, just them as rival gang members, correct?
Yes, sir.
And all the videos, the drill rap videos we talked about, Isaiah Chance isn't in any of those videos, correct? That
The
we've
ones
seen
we
here?
talked about, no, sir, he's not in them.
Okay. He's not mentioned in the ones we've talked about.
No, sir, he's not.
And he is, in fact, his own artist, correct?
Yes, he is.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, very good. Mr. Sonardi?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Those are good questions, actually. We'll talk about it in a second.
Morning, Detective.
Good morning.
When did you become a member of the gang unit with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
It'd be the fall of 2022.
22?
Yes, sir.
So these homicides that you've identified, that is, they're identifying it as Gerard Adams, the town center murders, Adrian, I think Gaines, also known as Bibby, Adrian McKnight, I think is Shug, and Antonio Tilley, I believe goes by Tilley. Those all occurred. Is that prior to you becoming a part of a gang unit?
Some of them did, yes, sir, and some of them have not.
Okay. And so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are clear, there's no evidence whatsoever or suspicion that Davion Murphy was involved in any of those, correct?
No, sir.
And I'm to just say that there are at least 30 gangs in Jacksonville.
Yes, sir, approximately 30.
How many of them are you assigned to?
Just the one.
12?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so some of the other ones are assigned to some of these other gangs that of the remaining 27, I guess, that you're referencing, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'm trying to understand how it was that the drill rap videos that we heard, I believe it was Who I Smoke, Do It, and there was a third one. Correct? The 3 videos that we listened to?
Yes, sir.
When I See You, I apologize. Who I Smoke, When I See You, and Do It, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, what was your job as a gang member in identifying those videos?
So generally, like, how do I break down the video? Is that your question?
Yeah. Well, no, let's start with, how do you know what videos that you want to listen to?
The artist?
Just by the artist?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how many rap videos do you think are on YouTube and some of the other social medias?
A lot.
Thousands?
Probably more than that.
More than that, okay. And through those more than thousands of rap videos, how do you identify them by how? How do you identify those that you want to listen to?
By the artist.
By the artist? And
Yes,
that
sir.
I would presume that artists you believe are from the Jacksonville area?
I generally listen to the songs that are related to gang members from Jacksonville. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what is your musical background, Detective?
I don't have a musical background.
You play an instrument?
No, sir.
All right. But you were assigned to listen to these drill rap videos to try to interpret allegedly what they represent or what they say. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. That's part of my daily job.
All right. But with no musical background whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
You play any musical instrument?
No, sir.
Can you read music?
No, sir.
All right. Now, did you use anything to assist you in attempting to interpret what you believe to be these rap videos were depicting?
Yes, sir. I'll use Google or Apple Music.
All right.
The lyrics are posted on there.
If you would explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you say you use Google, how did you use Google?
So if you go on to Google and you type in that the song is like recorded and it's well known, the lyrics will appear on Google. And then instead of trying to listen to it, you can read the lyrics while they sing it.
All right. And is it fair to say, Detective, that if Google did not interpret the lyrics the way you believe they were being sung or rapped, you would change what Google told you, what Google indicated?
No, sir. I wouldn't change Google.
You didn't change Google?
I would not.
Well, would you amend Google?
No, sir. I'm not sure how to do that.
No, what I'm saying is what the interpretation of what Google gave you for that particular drill rap video, did you then change or make amendments to what Google was saying was being rapped?
No, sir. I don't think we're on the same page with this. I just read the lyrics and interpret them myself. Google doesn't tell me what the incidents mean. It just gives me the physical lyrics.
Does Google not interpret what the lyrics, what is being said on the rap video?
No, sir. That's for me to do myself, to interpret what each lyric means.
All right. All right. So it's you and not Google. And Google was for what purpose then?
Google just gives me the lyrics. They don't tell me what they mean.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe we're having a miscommunication here. When you run these rap videos through Google,
Yes, sir.
Google prints out what Google believes the lyrics are saying. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It prints out what they believe that the artist is saying through like closed captions, or if they're posted by the artist on Google.
And my question to you is that when you listen to those rap videos and your hearing is not consistent with Google, did you change what you believe to be on those rap videos?
No, sir.
You didn't do that.
No, sir.
I'm going to refer you to your deposition of September 24th, 2025, page 108, starting at line 7. Well, starting at line 4, I apologize. So these lyrics,
Object, Your Honor, for improper impeachment.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain the objection as
Uh-oh.
a form.
Come on,
Do
Grandpa.
you recall that deposition, Detective?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall this question? Page 108, line 4. Okay. So these
For improper impeachment.
So these lyrics as written, they're not what Google says they are. They're amended to what you say they are. Answer line 7. What? They're amended to what I heard and what Google has. Question. Well, Google has something, you print it, then you listen to it. Yes. Question. And you make changes to Google Translation? Answer line 14, but maybe not to the song, but it might be to other songs. I don't know exactly what I did for each
Okay, this is Davion's lawyer. We'll talk about it in a second, but this is funny.
song. You changed it? Answer line 19, I would change it, yes. Do you recall those questions and answers as to your amending the lyrics by Google?
I don't think I'm amending the lyrics by Google.
So your testimony back in September is that you did, and your testimony today is that you did not. Is that accurate?
I think I'm confused on your question today.
Now, Now, the rap video "Do It" that was done by Youngin Ace, is that how he pronounces it, Youngin?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done immediately following the homicide of Charles Jones, correct?
It was released right after the homicide. Yes, sir.
Within a day or so.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that in that rap video that are there claims to the killing of Charles Jones?
Not to my knowledge. I don't, without having the lyrics right in front of me.
Well, was Youngstown Ace ever a suspect initially because of that rap video for the death of Charles
Not Young's an ace.
Jones?
I'm not sure of that answer.
Prior to Mr. Davion Murphy being taken into custody, you'd had no prior contact with Davion Murphy, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, reader right?
Please, Rob. Detective, I first want to ask you the questions about Google that you were just asked by Mr. Sonardi. Okay, so let's start there a little bit.
Okay.
When you are interpreting the lyrics from a song, do you listen to the song first and try to articulate what the lyrics in the song mean?
Yes.
Then do you have an opportunity to look at Google and see what, if anything, the translation is that's provided, and more so really Apple Music? So whatever lyrics have been input for the specific artist on Apple Music.
Yes.
Do you, as a detective or just as a civilian, have the power or ability to change anything that's on Google or Apple Music?
No.
Is that, as you understood Mr. Sonardi's question, as to whether you edited Google or Apple Music for the lyrics?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I thought he was asking me.
And had you ever edited the lyrics on those platforms when they were incorrect as to whatever the drill raps were actually conveying?
No, ma'am. I've never edited Google or Apple.
Now, in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to provide the specific lyrics that you had written out for each of the songs to the defense?
Yes.
And during the course of your deposition, were you confronted about those specific lyrics that you had typed out for these songs?
Yes, ma'am.
If Google had misinterpreted or AI had mistranslated whatever that lyric was when it put it on Google or Apple or whatever it was, did you actually articulate what the correct lyric was for the defense in providing those?
To my knowledge, yes.
Is that the only alteration or update that you made to music lyrics as you were describing to us a few moments ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing as it would have related to actually changing anything on Google or Apple Music?
That's correct.
Now, on some of the bigger songs or the bigger artists like Young and Ace, for example, are those songs uploaded and Apple Music also applying lyrics to those bigger songs?
Yes, they do.
For the smaller songs, we heard Mr. Isaiah Chance, or Gathright as a musical artist of his own. Are his songs those which are of the, I guess, volume or popularity that they also get Apple Music that does a translation and all of those things?
I don't believe his songs get translation from Apple.
When you don't have a translation, you do the same process of listening to the song yourself and sitting down and writing down the lyrics word for word?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't have the ability then to cross-reference those lyrics to whatever would have been provided by Apple. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. What about the questions that were asked of you as to whether you studied music? Can you identify a musical key like C or G or something like that?
No, I
Pitch
can't.
of a musical key?
No, ma'am.
Can you read or hear when you're reviewing these music videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that are those the skills that you're utilizing along with the knowledge that you've gained in your position in Jacksonville to translate these songs?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there another detective in your gang unit that would be better suited to tell us the date during which, or the date on which, Charles Jones is actually a documented gang member?
Yes, there is.
And who is that?
Detective McCullough.
Is he specifically assigned to a particular group?
He's assigned to 6 block and the subsets of 6 block.
And does 6 block include Charles Jones?
It does.
You were also asked about social media, and you're seeing the individuals that you are observing on social media do something called going live.
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury what that means?
So going live is you go on your social media, and it's an option that you can click, and it shows live feed of what is going on at that time from your either front camera or back camera of your cell phone.
So it's a video recording in real time of the person.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to observe ATK members going live from social media?
Yes.
And during those live sessions or those videos of those members, are you able to see their face?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your prior experience with ATK, are you able to identify them?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you watch these social media feeds or these social media posts, are you documenting either admissions or statements about this gang war that those members are making?
Yes, ma'am.
It is not all just social media posts like a photo that would be uploaded to the Facebook account or Instagram account of a particular member.
Correct.
But that is included in some of the things that you will see on social media. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about some of the prior cases that we identified last week having arise out of Jacksonville. Are those the extent of the homicides that have happened in the gang war back and forth between ATK and 1200 and 6 Block?
No, ma'am. There's many more.
When you were asked about the killing of Joe Rod Adams, or Spaz, the one that occurred at Rains High School, Robert Howard, one of the witnesses in this case, was in fact convicted in that case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were asked about the shooting of, and in that particular case, Mr. Howard is 6 Block, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Spaz is either documented or affiliated to 1200.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the homicide of Adrian Bibby Gaynor, was Mr. Gaynor present with Mr. Howard when the shooting happened at Rains High School?
Yes, ma'am.
And although Mr. Howard, the witness in this case, was arrested a few days later, was Mr. Gaynor arrested
No, ma'am.
in connection with that case at all?
No, ma'am.
A few months later, when Mr. Gaynor is killed, are you able to identify the person who is ultimately convicted for that homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Hakeem Robinson, goes by Queso.
And what gang is Hakeem Robinson a documented member of?
ATK.
You were asked about Trey D and Bibby and whether they were actually documented members of 6 Block because they were also killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that also a question that we should be inquiring of the 6 Block expert, Mr. McCullough?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about the killing of Avery McKnight, or Shug, and whether it occurred off of his bicycle. Are you familiar with the circumstances of that homicide? How it happened?
I don't know the exact details of it.
Are you aware that it was a drive-by shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the facts and circumstances surrounding it were gunshots from a moving vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And were there victims present outside of that vehicle that were running around?
I'm not sure.
Ultimately, do you learn that the final resting place,
Yeah, you're leading.
where is Avery McKnight's body found from that homicide?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You testified with Mr. Gonzalez on direct that he was on a porch. On cross, that he was on a porch. Is that accurate?
Yes.
But do you know where he was when he actually got shot?
No, ma'am.
Do you know any of the facts of that?
No, ma'am.
Would that have actually been before you came to the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that one of the two offenses we spoke about last week that you did not actually respond to?
Correct.
You were asked about the death of Charles McCormick. Do you have the nickname for that individual?
Little Buck.
And was Mr. McCormick a documented 6 Block member?
Once again, I'm not sure about his membership or associate status, but he was definitely an affiliate of 6 Block.
Who was convicted of Mr. McCormick's murder?
Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, Dominique Barner,
And were those individuals aligned to a certain gang?
ATK.
You're also asked about the homicide of Antonio Tilley that occurred in 2023, the fall of 2023.
Shout out to Michael Love, who's right. Y'all got my likes way off. Can y'all get me to 500,000 people in here? You can do your girl a favor, hit the like button.
How many individuals have been arrested thus far for that homicide?
2,
And in the recent months, are there, or is that investigation ongoing?
it is.
Can you exclude the involvement of 6 Block with that murder?
No.
You testified about the attempted murder of Charles Jones, to which you responded to.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gonzalez asked you if that offense was unsolved. Are there any individuals who were arrested for that offense?
Nobody's been arrested.
Have you received information that that offense was forensically linked to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that through the firearms or the ballistics evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
You were,
Yes, ma'am.
are all of the members that you have documented, or all of the members that you have knowledge of that are documented ATK members, also rappers?
Not all of them.
Some of them are, to be fair. Is that correct?
Yes.
But not everyone repping ATK or wearing an ATK chain can you say you have knowledge of being a musical artist?
That's fair to say.
You were asked about the timing of documenting gang members as well. When is it that you learn of the information necessary to actually document a particular gang member? Is it before or after offenses occur?
It would just depend.
On the circumstances?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you were asked a lot about trolling or these music videos, these drill raps just being words. Based on your investigation and your involvement as a gang detective, do these music videos ultimately also result in shootings?
Yes, ma'am.
So in your investigation, there are real life murders that actually occur on the other side of those music videos being posted.
Correct.
And as you've testified, are those murders also linked to the war between 1200 and ATK and 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding we've only talked about several incidents that occurred in Jacksonville based on the time that you've been with the agency or the information that you've obtained with the agency in your role as a gang detective. Have there been at least dozens, if not hundreds, of shootings or murders back and forth during this war?
Yes, ma'am. There's a lot.
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
There's a lot. Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. May this witness be excused, subject to being recalled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, detective. You're
Thank you.
excused for now.
All right.
All right. State who's your next witness?
Judge, I believe our next witness is Mr. Vega. I think Mr. Herman went outside just to confirm he's here. I do believe he's here.
We'll be moving on to witness 16. So ChatGPT just came up for redirect and cleaned a lot of that stuff up. Let's see if I can skip ahead here. All right, yeah, they found whoever this next witness is. Here he comes. Mr. Harmon is up for the state.
Thank you. Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name?
J.L. Mahamundi.
Okay. And can you spell that, please, for the court reporter?
Sure. First name Jael, last name Bahamundi.
How are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed as a police officer in the city of Lawrenceville Police Department.
Is Lawrenceville contained within the county of Gwinnett?
Yes, sir.
And is that in Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Where does that sit in Georgia in relation to the city of Atlanta?
Probably 40 minutes northeast of Atlanta.
Okay, I think I know what's going on. This is the Georgia stuff is in relation to Davion and Rashad. So the fact that they are bringing, police officers down from Georgia, it's definitely going to be connected to them.
Would it be fair to describe it as a suburban area that is associated to Atlanta?
Yes,
And Atlanta is a different county?
it would be Fulton County.
And what is your position with Lawrenceville PD?
My position currently is patrol officer.
And officer, are you certified under state of Georgia guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
Have you attended a police academy?
Yes, sir.
And do you maintain annual certification, qualifications, and training?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to call your attention back to the summer of 2024. Were you employed at that time by a different law enforcement agency?
Yes, sir.
What agency was that?
The Gwinnett County Police Department.
Okay, so Gwinnett County Police Department, would that be a county agency?
Yes, sir.
And Lawrenceville is a city that is contained within that county?
Yes, sir.
When you were working specifically in June of 2020,
Position with that agency, I was assigned to West Precinct Uniform Division as a regular patrol officer.
so I'm going to call your attention to June 26th of 2024. Were you on duty with Gwinnett County PD in the early morning hours, approximately 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir.
And what part of Gwinnett County were you patrolling in?
Okay, so this is probably Rashad's arrest, so we might see the arrest footage. This did come up in Alicia's case
I patrolled unincorporated Norcross.
because he does look familiar. I feel like that's probably where we're going next.
Was that in the West Precinct of the agency?
Yes, sir.
And Norcross, is that also a city that's contained within Gwinnett County?
Yes, sir.
Around that time, did you become involved in this case?
Yes, sir.
Did Gwinnett County have a contract or some kind of an association with Flock license plate recognition or reader system?
Yes, sir.
And was there a Flock system installed in Gwinnett County?
Yes, sir.
Did that system have multiple cameras that were mounted at different locations throughout the county?
Yes, sir.
Did that include the Norcross area?
Yes, sir.
Did it include the area you were patrolling that early morning?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did either you or someone in your squad that you were patrolling with receive some type of an alert that drew your attention?
Yes, sir.
What kind of an alert did you receive, or did someone else receive?
We received an alert on the Flock system of a stolen vehicle. It turns out when we ran it through GCIC and CIC, it was a felony vehicle out of, I believe, Tampa Police Department.
Okay, so it wasn't stolen, it was actually what was described as a felony vehicle?
Yes, sir. The system, I guess, just put it out as a stolen vehicle to give us alert at first.
Right.
And then GCIC and CIC determined it was a felony vehicle.
So once you get the alert, do you then do a confirmation, or did someone else, another officer, do some type of a confirmatory search through NCIC?
Yes, sir.
And that's a national database?
Yes, sir.
And is that when you located an alert that had been placed by another law enforcement agency?
Yes, sir.
Was that the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And was that for well, you said Flock had described it as a felony vehicle?
So Flock described it as a stolen vehicle with the picture, but the NCIC, GCIC hit was felony vehicle.
Okay. And the vehicle, was it a silver in color Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
And the Flock system, does it access those same databases, NCIC, and in this case, GCIC, which would be a Georgia database?
Yes, sir.
In your patrol that evening or that early morning, did you have a supervisor that was patrolling in the area with you?
I did.
Who was that?
His name is Lieutenant Cheek.
And were you patrolling in a marked patrol cruiser?
Yes, sir. I had a marked Gwinnett County Police Department Ford Taurus with a light bar and siren.
Those were your emergency lights?
Yes, sir.
And were you in that vehicle by yourself, or did you have a partner with you?
I was alone in that vehicle.
So Lieutenant Cheek, was he in his own vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And was there another officer that became involved in this investigation that began this early morning?
Yes, sir. It was Officer Walters.
And could you communicate with them through inner radio systems between your cars without having to go through dispatch?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir.
How were you uniformed that early morning?
I was wearing a uniform of the day. It was a French blue uniform with Gwinnett County Police Department patches on both sides and a badge and a police belt.
Okay. And on your police belt, did you have a duty weapon, a service weapon?
Yes, sir.
Was that a pistol?
Yes, sir.
Did you also have non-lethal weapons such as a taser or an asp?
Yes, sir. I had a Taser 7 at the time and a baton.
And when I said an ASP for the court reporter, that's ASP. Are you familiar with that type of baton?
Yes, sir.
So this would be a standard patrol uniform you were wearing
Yes, sir.
with insignia and a badge.
Yes, sir.
Were you also equipped with a body camera or body worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And where was that mounted on your person?
So for the Gwinnett County Police Department, we had camera mounted on our shoulder with a recording box on our belt.
Do some agencies mount the camera center chest?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you all checked NCIC and GCIC after that flock alert, was that also to make sure this wasn't some type of a misread by the flock system
Correct.
before you start searching for the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did either you or the other officers attempt to contact the Tampa Police Department
Lieutenant Cheek ultimately made contact with the Tampa.
concerning who may possibly be driving that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Were you at some point provided a photograph of an individual?
At the course of investigation, yes. I believe at one point I was.
Okay. And was that Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
Did you and the other officers then begin to search for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
And where did you search generally?
So based on the last flock hit, we ended up getting on 85 north all the way up to 316. And then we got into, I believe, unincorporated city of Duluth, correction, unincorporated Duluth. And we just had no luck in those general areas.
Did you at some point come back down I-85? Let me ask you real quick, for those of us that don't know. Interstate 85, is that a main or major interstate in Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Does it, is its direction of its placement, if you're leaving Georgia heading north, would it be northeast?
So, yeah, if you take 85 north, it'll go all the way north of Georgia. At one point, it'll split into 316 to go to parts of Duluth, to the city of Lawrenceville, and I believe at one point, if you take it far enough, you'll go to Athens.
Did your search bring you back down to a highway that is named Jimmy Carter Highway at some point?
Yes, sir. Jimmy Carter Boulevard.
Jimmy Carter Boulevard, excuse me. During this time period, was at least one of you continuing to monitor flock for additional hits on flock?
Yes, sir. I believe we all were.
And when I say hits, is that where the flock system is picking up the vehicle's tag as it's traveling through the view of one of the flock cameras?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did either you or the other officers find information that associated the vehicle to a hotel?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the name of the hotel?
I believe it was the Baymont Hotel.
And where was that located?
5945 Oakbrook Parkway.
Okay. And that parkway, is that a parkway that runs near I-85?
Yes, sir.
Is it for lack of a better term, an access road or some kind of a parallel running road, a service road, I believe it may be called.
It's basically just a parallel road. Oak Grove Parkway has, the Baymont Hotel is one of 3 hotels on that stretch, and just business complex that'll attach, the road will attach you to Jimmy Carter Boulevard, and if I remember correctly, Indian Trail, Wilburn Road.
So after receiving that flock information that associated the silver Chevy Cruze to that hotel, did you and the other officers then travel somewhere?
Yes, we ended up traveling to the Baymont Hotel, 5945 Oak Grove Parkway.
And when you arrived there, did Lieutenant Cheek or the other officer, did they actually go inside the hotel?
Yes, Officer Walters and Lieutenant Cheek went inside the hotel and made contact with the lady at the desk.
Okay. And where were you during that time period?
I was on my way to the hotel.
Did you ever go inside yourself at that time?
When they made contact with the initial contact with the lady, no, I came while they were talking to her.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Cheek, without telling me what information he relayed to you, but did he relay to you any information he may have learned from the hotel clerk?
Yes.
Now, where did you all go after being at the hotel? What'd you do next?
We left the hotel and we went to a nearby business warehouse complex parking lot.
Okay. And what did you do there?
We waited to gather more resources and to potentially see if the vehicle was going to come back at the direction of the hotel.
So going forward into the morning to approximately 6:30 in the morning, was there more activity on the flock system?
Yes, sir.
And did that activity indicate that the vehicle had been spotted by a flock camera somewhere that made you believe it may be traveling towards the Baymont Hotel?
Yes, sir.
Based on that information, did you and Lieutenant Cheek and Officer Walters, did you respond to the Baymont Hotel?
Yes, sir.
When you and Lieutenant Cheek arrived at the, well, let me ask you first of all, who's in front of who here?
So at this point, getting the alerts from Flock and Lieutenant Cheek seeing the vehicle pass in front of him, I believe Lieutenant Cheek was in front of me in his patrol vehicle. Correction. I was behind Officer Walters, so it would have been Lieutenant Cheek, Officer Walters, and then me.
Okay. Ultimately, you arrive at the Baymont Hotel,
Yes, sir.
and does Lieutenant Cheek enter the parking lot?
Yes, he enters the farther.
Parking lot.
Yes, sir.
When you drive into the parking lot, do you see something that draws your attention?
Yes, sir.
And let me back up a little. So we're now 6:40, about 6:40,
Around there.
6:35, 6:40 in the morning. And this is in June. Is the sun up at this point, or is it light outside?
The sun is up. Yes, sir.
And what did you see that drew your attention?
I saw the vehicle of interest bearing the Florida tag that we were looking for.
The silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
And where did you see it?
I saw it pull into the Baymont and go into a parking spot.
What did you do?
At that point, I got behind the vehicle and I activated my emergency equipment, my lights. And from there, I just got behind it.
You got behind it? All right. So the spot that it's pulling into, is this a spot that's near the building itself of the hotel?
Yes, sir. It's that parking spot runs parallel with the hotel.
And when the person pulls into the spot, when the Chevy Cruze pulls into that spot, do they actually make it in and park?
Yes, sir.
So what is in front of that car at that point?
Sidewalk and the hotel building itself.
And do you pull in behind the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And do you pull in such a way as to block the vehicle from being able to exit the parking space?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to talk to you about your body worn camera. Was your body worn camera activated at some point?
Yes, sir.
Did it activate in unison with the emergency lights, or did you press it to activate it? I'm sorry, you had it mounted on your shoulder, you said. How was it activated?
So the box sits on my belt. The camera is on my shoulder. I activated it way prior turning my lights on. So I believe, if I remember correctly, I activated it either on the road going to the Baymont or in the parking lot.
So the camera would have picked up and recorded part of your route to the hotel?
Yes, sir.
Would it have picked up you pulling into the hotel
Yes, sir.
and then driving through the parking lot to this vehicle where it's parked?
If I remember correctly, correct.
Y'all get me to 500 likes. We almost there. Just a few. I know sometimes you forget, but it definitely helps put this in your algorithm. It personalizes it, right? So that's why I constantly ask you guys to do that. But during the day, we just like to be at 50% of the likes. So we're almost there. Get me to 500, por favor.
And you've seen that, that part of the recording from your body worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Did you have your siren on?
I believe not.
So you pull up behind this car. Tell the jury what happens next.
So once I pulled up behind the vehicle, I saw a male step out of the driver's side door. I pulled my department issued pistol out at the time and gave verbal commands, at which point the male decided to flee, which then prompted me to pull my Taser 7 out and deploy it towards the male.
Okay. So let me back that up a little bit and kind of go through in a little more detail. So you see that person exiting the driver's side or the driver's seat,
Yes, sir.
driver's door.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you parked in such a way that your driver's door would be, I guess if the two cars were parked in unison back to back, you would be on the same side as his driver's door?
Yes, sir.
When you see him exiting, are you already in the process of exiting, or do you start to exit after you see him exiting his car?
I believe we exited our vehicles at the same time.
All right. And when you exit your vehicle, in light of this investigation and the nature of it, do you draw some weapon?
Yes, sir.
You said you drew your service pistol.
Yes, sir.
And can you show the jurors how you drew it?
You want me to stand up? Or?
You can, yeah, that's fine. Is that okay, Your Honor, if he stands to show the jury? Yes, sir, go ahead.
So I sat on my hip, obviously like normal patrol, pulled it out with one hand and grabbed both, pulled the gun, grabbed it with both hands essentially.
Okay, and are you pointing it at him?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And at some point while you're doing that, you said you're giving him verbal commands?
Yes, sir.
And what are the verbal commands?
I believe I told him to show me his hands. I don't remember the other verbal commands.
Okay. And did he show you his hands?
He did not put him up or any, well, correction. I can't remember if he put him up or anything, but no movement significantly to go all the way up was made.
And was he looking at you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you describe him for the jury, please?
Yes, he is sitting to the right in the black suit with the dreads.
Okay. To my left, right over here?
Yes.
Okay. So he would be the third person down? Is that right?
Yes.
You can see, okay, can you see?
No, I can't see that person
Okay,
right there.
all right.
But yes, it'll be the third person to your left.
Okay. And he has on a black suit,
Yes, sir.
black shirt.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness is identified defendant Rashad Murphy.
The record shows so.
And after giving him those commands, you said that he turned and ran?
Yes, sir.
So when he ran, is he running in a direction that is opposite of you?
Yes,
Okay. So he's not running past you or anything like that?
correct. He is not running
All right.
past me. He was running away from me.
So when he runs, you had mentioned that there is a curb, a sidewalk maybe, and some grass, and then the building. Where does he run in relation to the hotel itself?
So he started running from the side of the hotel towards the back of the hotel.
So this spot that he is parked in, you said that it is on the side of the hotel.
Yes, sir.
All right. So these are spots that would be perpendicular to the wall of the hotel, facing the hotel?
Yes, sir.
When he takes off on foot, what do you do?
I gave chased him as well.
On foot?
Yes, sir.
And you said at some point you deployed your taser.
Yes, sir.
Now, where was your taser at that time? Where was it mounted?
At the initial contact, it was still holstered, crossbody style on my belt. And once I deployed it I unholstered it with my left hand at that point to deploy it.
Okay. So when you indicate crossbody, you're right-handed?
Yes, sir.
your pistol is on your right hip.
Yes, sir.
So to be crossbody, would the taser be somewhere over here
Yes, sir. It would be on my left hip.
on your left hip, on the opposite side of your firearm?
Yes.
So to draw it, do you have to, is the handle facing forward? Do you have to grab it with your right hand?
Yes, that is the preferred method to grab it with the right hand, crossbody style. But given the situation, I successfully could draw it with my left hand facing outward.
Is that what you did?
Yes, sir.
And while you were drawing the taser, what did you do with your pistol?
I was trying to holster it simultaneously.
Okay. And are you continuing while you're chasing him on foot to give him verbal commands?
If I remember correctly, yes.
What were the verbal commands?
Probably stop running. I just can't remember off the top of my head right now.
Okay. And when you're giving these commands, are you giving them in a tone of voice that to assure yourself that he can hear you?
Yes.
So you're yelling?
Yes.
That be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And at some point you said you deployed the taser.
Yes, sir.
So I want to talk to you about a taser. You said you had a Taser 7.
Yes, sir.
Is that a model number?
Yes, sir.
Is Taser a company that makes a taser?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you receive, or did you receive at that time through Gwinnett County PD, did you receive annual qualification or training in the use of the taser?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to have that training before you could carry it?
Yes, sir.
And through that training, did you learn how the taser operates and how to use it to try to get effect through that taser?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, by use of the taser, what is it that you are trying to do with the taser?
So with the taser, we were taught to split the belt line to get good connection from either the stomach area to a leg in order to achieve neuromuscular incapacitation.
All right. So I'll come back to the splitting part of it. Are there cartridges that are associated to the taser?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that?
So the cartridges hold the wire and probes that are connected to the taser. Upon deployment, they just separate and go towards the person.
And are they propelled by some small charge of some kind?
I would believe so.
Okay. And you mentioned probes and you mentioned wires. So the cartridges, do they each, since you were talking about split the belt line, are you talking about 2 probes that are being fired?
Yes, sir. Each cartridge has 2 probes connected with wires to the taser itself.
Okay. So the probes are connected, and as they travel, the wire travels with it, but it stays connected to the taser?
Yes.
The taser receiver itself, does it have a handle similar to a gun or a pistol?
Yes, sir.
Does it have a trigger?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you fired 1 cartridge or activated or deployed 1 cartridge with its associated prongs towards Mr. Murphy
Yes, sir.
as he was running.
Yes, sir.
Now, that first deployment, do you believe that the probes made contact?
I believe probably one of them did. The other one, if I remember correctly, it probably bounced off or hit something else.
To be effective, does the taser have to have both probes make contact with the body?
Yes, sir.
Are the probes designed to lodge in the human skin?
Yes, sir.
Right. Are they designed to go any further than that?
No, sir.
Just to lodge in the skin?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned splitting the belt, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that so that you can establish an electrical circuit through the body?
Yes, sir.
So without the second prong hitting, you're not going to be able to establish that circuit?
Correct.
And you wouldn't be able to establish neuromuscular incapacitation?
Correct.
Okay. So did you continue to chase the suspect as he ran, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, sir.
Did he at some point fall?
Yes, sir.
And when he fell, and did he fall on grass or concrete, or do you remember, or asphalt?
When he fell, it was initially on the sidewalk going to the blacktop of the parking lot.
Okay. So you had said he ran down kind of around the corner of the building, and now is he running down the back side of the building?
Yes, sir.
And on the back side of the building, are there parking spaces?
Yes, sir.
Are they situated in the similar fashion as the one that he had parked in,
Yes, sir.
where they're facing towards the back of the hotel perpendicular?
Yes, sir. It had spots lining up against the hotel and then spots lighting up the fence wall.
When he fell, once he was on the ground, did you see him doing something that drew your attention?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
It appeared that he was trying to plant his arms to get back up and try to run again.
When you saw that, what did you do?
I deployed my second cartridge of probes.
And did the probes make contact with Mr. Murphy?
They did.
And how does the electrical impulse work? Do you have to wait for them to contact and then do a second stage where you actually send that electrical impulse, or is that some kind of automatic function?
It's an automatic function. It gives a, I believe, correction. It gives a 5-second runtime on the deployment.
And in this case, when you deployed the second cartridge and the probes made contact, did it in fact give that electrical impulse?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to have effect?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to catch up to Mr. Murphy?
Yes, sir.
And around that time or shortly thereafter, within seconds, did other officers come to the scene to aid and assist you?
Yes, sir.
Would that have included Lieutenant Cheek?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Walters, was he also there?
Yes, sir.
At some point, were you trying to establish control of Mr. Murphy?
The officers, yes. The Lieutenant Cheek and Walters were trying to place Mr. Murphy in handcuffs. Of course, I had my taser out and I still had to successfully finish holstering. But
Okay.
yes, they were trying to place Mr. Murphy in handcuffs.
While they were doing that, were they giving verbal commands to him?
Yes, sir.
And at one point, did Lieutenant Cheek actually place his gun to Mr. Murphy's head,
Yes, sir.
the muzzle end of his gun, to try to gain compliance?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear that Mr. Murphy was struggling?
I couldn't necessarily tell you completely, as they were trying to place him under arrest. I didn't physically place my hands on Mr. Murphy. I just,
Okay, that did not come out in Alicia's trial. They put a gun to Rashad's head.
still had my taser out while they were trying to put him in handcuffs.
So at some point, were they able to get handcuffs on Mr. Murphy?
Yes, sir.
Where did they handcuff him?
With his hands
Was it behind his back or in front of his body?
behind his back.
And was he at some point lifted up to his feet?
Yes, sir.
And was he walked somewhere?
Yes, sir. He was walked to a patrol vehicle.
Was he searched?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Now, did it come to your attention that one of your prongs that you had fired at him had actually struck part of his genitals?
Yes, sir.
And later was Mr. Murphy transported to a local hospital to deal with that?
Yes, sir.
They tried to fry this boy's nuts off. I mean, wow. So, okay. So Rashad was resisting arrest. Okay. So it took 3 officers to get him down. We did see that footage last time, but he was not complying. They had to tase him twice. The second tase, apparently, you know, like being tased, it really hurts. Usually law enforcement will start with pepper spray because pepper spray, it equally sucks, right? Because you're coughing, you can't breathe, it's terrible. But tasing is the next option where it's a use of non-lethal force. But Rashad, like, how do they tase you twice? You know, so they had to do that. They're trying to wrestle him to the ground, and he was still trying to get back up. The second tase apparently hit his genitals, and he had to be treated at the hospital. So you have that going on. But then we also hear that this, I think it was one of the police officers, put a gun to his head to get him to comply. So Georgia, what are we doing? What are we doing, Georgia? What are we doing?
And let me just ask, was that your intent?
Absolutely not.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would tender state 63, A as in alpha through E as in, I'm sorry, through I as in India for admission.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
Okay, any objections, Mr. Sonardi, Mr. Wise, Mr. Petrusis? Admitted. And are you ready for these photos or a video?
This is photographs, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes. There will be video also, Your Honor.
okay, so after we go through the photos with this witness, we'll take a quick one.
Okay. Thank you. Publishing 63A. Officer, is that a photograph of Mr. Murphy after he was taken into custody?
Yes, sir.
Where is he sitting?
He's sitting in the back of a marked Gwinnett County Police Ford Explorer.
Is the vehicle still parked in the parking lot of the hotel?
Yes, sir.
And are those the clothes that Mr. Murphy was wearing when you chased him and he was taken into custody?
Yes, sir.
State 63B, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What is that a photograph of?
That is the vehicle Mr. Murphy exited that we were looking for that morning.
State 63D, is that another photo of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
State 63E, same vehicle?
Yes, sir.
'63G, same vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Just gonna zoom in. And the tag number 30BNRI?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? That's it for the photographs, Judge.
Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, 10:28, we'll take a quick 10-minute morning recess, and then we will resume.
All rise.
All right. Luckily for us, we have TiVo time, so we can skip right through that. Let me just make sure that nothing happens before we skip. All right, so they went right to break. Let us skip the break. They said it was a 10-minute break, and that was at 10:30. It is now 10:41. Okay, we are now in real time. And that's perfect timing because they are coming back right now. So we skipped right through that break.
Defendants are present. Witness is back on the stand, so let's go ahead and bring in our jury.
This is witness 16, the officer that arrested Rashad. I think we're going to see the arrest footage now. Jury filing back in.
So I need to switch it over from home.
ChatGPT is getting everything lined up for the video to play. So we looked at a few photographs of Rashad's arrest. Remember, this Chevy Cruze was used in the plot to kill Foolio. Look at this one laughing. Like, what you laughing at, Isaiah? But anywho, we're looking at how Rashad was arrested. He was arrested on June 26th, so just 2 days after the murder of Foolio. And they used Flock, which is a license plate reader system. Tampa PD put a request out for that vehicle. It has Florida plates. Remember, Rashad borrowed this car from his baby, his brother's baby mama or something like that. So it wasn't even his vehicle. They used a different vehicle. Jury coming back in.
State Publishing 63B. We were just looking at these photographs, officer. After Mr. Murphy was detained, did you at some point have occasion to go back to the Chevy Cruze, maybe with other officers, and look into the interior of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And did you see a cell phone in the interior of the vehicle, maybe near the shifter or near the center console?
Yes, sir.
And was the cell phone open?
Yes, sir.
And was it running?
Yes, sir.
Was it running on an app?
Yes, sir.
Was that the Maps app?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, we would tender states 64 and states 143 for admission into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi,
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise, Mr. Petridis. Okay, they'll be admitted.
Officer, does that appear to be an image from video recorded by your body worn camera that morning?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to go ahead and publish this, Your Honor. And is that one of the officers in front of you?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the body cam footage.
Are you entering the hotel at this point?
Yes, sir.
This ninja really ran. Okay, I don't know if that's the tase to the nuts. Yeah, okay, there's a gun to his head. Damn. Georgia, what are we doing?
Okay, so when you were in, after you had entered the hotel parking lot and before you stopped the car, it appeared in the camera or view of the camera that you were doing something with your radio.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing with the radio?
I was trying to give out to the officers on scene that the car was parking up. Unfortunately, my battery was dead, so nothing was transmitted.
Your Honor, we're going to publish 143, states 143.
Okay.
All right, this is a different angle.
Officer, does that appear to be a video recording from a camera mounted on the hotel
Yes, sir.
of the same incident?
Yes, sir.
Same date and time?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that Mr. Murphy may have started to put his hand up and then turned and ran?
Honestly, I was possibly, but he just escalated so quickly that I was more focused on whether a gun was going to be produced or anything like that.
So we saw another officer pull up not too long.
Yes, sir.
That would have been after you pursued on foot.
Yes, sir.
At some point after Mr. Murphy was taken into custody, did you ask him what his name was?
Yes, sir.
What was his response?
He said no, and then when I asked for his name again, he said, "Y'all already knew my name."
You already know my name. Okay. Did Lieutenant Cheek, after Mr. Murphy was taken into custody, did he contact law enforcement here at the Tampa Police Department to notify the agency down here that he had been detained, taken into custody?
If I believe so, yes.
After Mr. Murphy was taken into custody, at some point later in the morning, did you respond to a location inside of the hotel?
Yes, sir.
And were there day shift officers on scene at that point?
Yes, sir.
And were they staged around one of the hotel room doors?
Yes, sir.
And did you assist them in making contact with someone in that room?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did a young woman come out of the room?
Yes, sir.
And was she later identified as Charmaine Steiger?
Yes, sir.
And was she later escorted to a patrol vehicle in the parking lot of the hotel?
Yes, sir.
Charmaine's his girlfriend.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
She is on Rashad's witness list.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ross, you know Gonzalez is up.
Can I use the assistance of Mr. Lane with regard to the video?
Assistance of who?
Mr.
Yes,
Lane?
yes, of course.
All right, so Gonzalez is Rashad's lawyer. This testimony is really about
Are
Rashad.
you going to be using the exhibits?
Judge, I am going to be using Exhibit 64. Can we approach briefly?
So.
Okay, so they're probably lining up.
exhibits Once they've been admitted. Come on up.
Okay, they're going to do a quick sidebar, but they are likely going to talk about how this harmed Rashad in some way. The use of force is likely to come up. I don't foresee the other attorneys cross and examining this witness because this is really about Rashad. Maybe Davion's attorney, Father Time. Father Time might come up and ask some questions, but I don't see Isaiah's team or Sean's team really cross-examining this one. So we're starting the cross-examination of witness 16. This is the law enforcement officer that found Rashad and arrested him in Georgia 2 days after the killing. So we will see what happens there. You know, these guys are from Gwinnett County in Georgia. All right. So it's a little bit north of Atlanta. They found this Chevy Cruze through the license plate reader, and that program is called Flock. So Florida put out a, pretty much like they branded the car, like this car is wanted in the commission of a felony. So if you guys see it in any other state, please, pull it over, apprehend the person inside, go from there. So Lieutenant Cheek, who is also there, he's the one who alerted Tampa that Rashad was arrested and the car had been apprehended. Now, here's the other thing. They searched the interior of the car and there was a cell phone that was open and still running, and it was running the Maps app. Charmaine Steiger also enters the fold here. We did not see much from her in the Foolio trial, Alicia's trial, but in this one, we're going to learn more about this girlfriend because here's the thing. apparently, and they started today's proceeding talking about this, there is a cell phone that Rashad and this girl were sharing. I don't know why they were sharing the cell phone, but it connects back to the Walmart footage. The reason why that's important is because that Walmart footage is being used and portrayed because Rashad purchased a cell phone. And they were trying to say the reason why he was purchasing a cell phone was because he was preparing for the murder and getting a burner phone. So they're going to have to refute that. And you could see that Gonzalez is trying to reach, but we'll see.
Good morning, officer.
Morning, sir.
And it's Officer Mahamundi, correct?
Mahamundi, yes, sir.
So, officer, I think you testified earlier that you received a notification on the flock system with regard to this vehicle, silver Chevy Cruze, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it originally came in as a stolen vehicle, but then somehow, as you looked a little further during the course of you traveling during your patrol time, that it became a felony vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. And what that means to you is that it's a vehicle that may be involved in a felony situation somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Does it indicate to you where that originates from?
The
alert?
The reporting agency was Tampa Police Department.
Okay, so that's what it shows. Reporting agency. That's the origin of the alert.
It showed that, and it showed other information on the hit.
Okay, and what would it show on the case? What did it show on the case?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember. I believe it said seal for evidence or use caution with the vehicle, some sort along those matters.
And it was the vehicle that was on your radar, or that was part of the alert, correct? That was the information that was given you, was information on a vehicle, correct?
Yes, on GCIC, NCIC, when I ran the plate out of the Florida database or national database, that's what it showed.
And it doesn't provide information as to the registered owner of the vehicle or who the vehicle is associated with, none of those type of things.
It would have told me the registered owner, but I can't remember the registered owner.
And that obviously didn't mean anything to you at that time, correct?
Correct.
And the registered owner of that vehicle was not Rashad Murphy, correct?
I can't remember if he was or wasn't.
Well, if it would have been Rashad Murphy, that registered owner, would you think you might have remembered that as a person that you were looking for associated with that vehicle?
Sure.
And at that point in time, as you attempted to locate that vehicle, you had no name or description of a person associated with that, correct?
I believe Lieutenant Cheek did provide me of a name of a potential subject.
Okay. That subject was not Rashad Murphy, was it?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
And what you came to find out, and Mr. Officer Biamundi, are you referring to your report?
Yeah, I was just checking my report. Yes, sir.
Well, so when you look at your report, you're attempting to refresh your recollection, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you just need to tell us you're doing that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just, if you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know. You need to take a look at your report, refresh your recollection, then once your memory is refreshed, then you can continue testifying.
My apologies.
No worries.
And do you recall, without me showing you the video, which I may show you the video again, the SUV that was a law enforcement vehicle that was in front of you? Do you recall that when you look at the dash cam or the body camera footage?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who that was?
I believe it was Lieutenant Cheek.
So Lieutenant Cheek was making his way as well into the hotel area.
Yes, sir.
So he had not been there yet, you guys were still trying to locate this vehicle, and both of you were going into the hotel property at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is Lieutenant Cheek on that video, or did Lieutenant Cheek go to the actual hotel?
You're asking about when we went to make contact with Rashad Murphy?
Well, when you went to go make contact with the vehicle, right? That's what your body camera is going to show, you coming upon this vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were a couple of other officers that ended up on the video.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if one of those, without me showing it to you, which I will, was Lieutenant Cheek, or did Lieutenant Cheek go to the hotel office?
Lieutenant Cheek was on the video, like we just saw, was the first officer to try to go hands-on with Rashad Murphy.
Okay. And you keep referring to him as Rashad Murphy. That's someone you later determined to be Rashad Murphy, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you came in contact with the vehicle, and your intent was to secure it pursuant to the alert, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you blocked it in, so if the person that was inside of it attempted to leave, there would be no means to do so, correct?
Correct.
And if I recall the video, Mr. Murphy gets out. Well, a person that you now know to Mr. Murphy gets out, and you at that time instantly raised your firearm and pointed at him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall exactly what you told him?
Initially, it was probably like, let me see your hands.
And that would be an attempt at your best recollection of what occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the minute that this individual, Mr. Murphy, sees the firearm pointing at him, he turns and he runs from you, correct?
Yes, sir.
As he runs, you are in pursuit. Who else, if anyone at that particular moment, is in pursuit? Because you don't have the ability to radio, right? Because your radio's dead.
Correct.
So is there anyone else in pursuit at that time as well?
Behind me, no. It was just me. Lieutenant Cheek was on the other end of the parking lot. And so was Officer Walters.
Do they have any idea that you are in pursuit?
So in the video, you also see me hold another microphone. That's the in-car communication radio from car to car, or like broadcast to radio dispatch. I probably said like that he was parking up or some of the matter like that.
Would someone have to be in their car in order to receive that?
To hear it, yes. Or it could have been heard by radio dispatch if they have their settings turned correctly on their,
But dispatch wouldn't be able to relay it to anybody else unless they were in their car, correct?
Unless they were tuned into the same channel, correct?
So you get to the corner and you deploy your taser, correct?
Yes.
And tell me again what your testimony was about the effect of the deployment of that taser at that time.
Yeah, so my initial deployment of the probes, my first two probes, one did connect, the other one did not connect. Once Rashad Murphy fell, I deployed a second set of probes.
So, and I want to just make sure that you later determined to be Rashad Murphy, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And so when one probe connects and one doesn't, does the taser still have the ability to neutralize someone?
When only one probe hits?
Yes.
No,
Well, Mr. Murphy went to the ground, correct?
correct.
So is it your suggestion that he went to the ground for some reason other than the taser strike?
Correct.
And were you able to tell why he went to the ground?
Probably fell or his pants were falling. I can't remember right now.
And when he fell on his back, correct?
Yes.
exposing the frontal portion of his body.
Yes.
What did you do then?
I deployed my second cartridge.
And you deployed it a second time for what reason?
To try to achieve neuromuscular incapacitation.
And at that particular time, do you know, had you holstered your service weapon?
I can't remember at that particular time.
And so it might,
I believe I was trying to.
it might have still been in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And when you deployed the second time, did both probes make contact with the body?
Yes, sir.
What occurred when that happened?
I achieved neuromuscular incapacitation.
And when you did that, I think it was your testimony that one of those probes struck Mr. Murphy in his private parts, correct?
Correct.
When you deployed the taser the second time, he was on the ground, was he not?
In attempts to, from my perspective, it appeared that he was attempting to plant both hands and try to get back up and run.
And that would be from his backside, with
Yeah,
his
like-
backside on the ground.
Yeah, like just lifting yourself off the ground.
Soon thereafter, other officers were on the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was it Lieutenant Cheek that put his gun on Mr. Murphy's temple?
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Murphy resisting in any respect? He was incapacitated, wasn't he? For the most part.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, yeah, neuromuscular incapacitation occurred.
And when that does occur, it would severely impair someone's ability to either resist or continue to run. Would you agree with me that deployment carries that type of restraint?
Yeah, it would be a 5-second charge, like run time on the taser. So for those 5 seconds, if I did land successful neuromuscular incapacitation, it would essentially just lock the body up for 5 seconds.
You didn't try to identify him or ask him his name at that particular junction, correct?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor. Thank you.
What?
Any questions, Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions, Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Any redirect?
That's it, Gonzalez?
State's redirect. Your Honor. Officer, you were asked questions about the actual physical hands-on by Lieutenant Cheek and maybe other officers there after.
So y'all know what Gonzalez was getting at, right? Like he's trying to show that there was excessive force used. He got some stuff out, right? So talking about, okay, how did you know who Rashad was if the vehicle is connected to someone else? I mean, kinda, I see where you're going with that, but Tampa PD is investigating this. They already knew who Rashad was. So, and they had pictures of all these people in that silver little car, right? So they likely named off Alicia, Isaiah, all the people. Davion was seen in it at the McDonald's. They probably named all of these people, right? And I guess what Gonzalez is getting at is, all right, let's walk through the situation. When you blocked in the car, you immediately got out of the car and you pointed your weapon at him, your service item or your service weapon, not the taser, not anything else. He ran. Now, you deployed the taser twice. So how did Rashad end up on the ground? His pants were falling down. He likely fell because of his pants and he fell on his back. So you deployed the taser twice. The first time it didn't connect. The second time it did, and you fried his nuts. You fried his nuts when he was already on the ground. Why did you fry his nuts? You fried his nuts because he was trying to get up off of the ground, right? Now, we have to talk to Lieutenant Cheek if he's there, because putting the gun to his head is a different story. But at the same time, it's Gwinnett. A lot of locals are in this chat from Georgia, and y'all are like, listen, when I drive in Gwinnett, I keep both hands on the steering wheel. Like, it's not Fulton, right? It is not Fulton. Gwinnett's a different story. So, it's interesting. But what do you guys think? Do you guys think it was excessive? Put excessive in put a 1 if you think it was an excessive arrest, or put a 2 in the chat if you're like, nah, AV, he was a murderer. Get his ass, fry them nuts. I want to see what you guys think. 1s and 2s. All right. If it was a lot, put a 1 in the chat. If you think, nope, he's a murderer, put a 2. I want to see what y'all think so far. I'm getting some 1s, all of that. Yes, this one's a mix. This one's mixed so far. Gwinnett is definitely not Atlanta. I see a lot of 2s, boiled nuts, fried nuts. Like, these nuts were roasted. As far as the sound, I have risen it. I'm going to turn my mic down a little bit more so that way it's a little bit balanced. But let us come back to the courtroom, because we have witness number 16 here. He is now with Lawrenceville Police Department. But at the time, this is the arrest footage of Rashad. We have redirect up, and then we'll likely go to our next witness. So let's go back to Mr. Harmon. Thank you guys for participating in the chat. Let's go back in.
Mr. Murphy had been tased?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if I understand your testimony right, the neuromuscular incapacitation, that is temporary. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And in the video, can you see him still moving after that stops, the electrical impulse?
Correct.
So also in the investigation by yourself and Lieutenant Cheek into why this vehicle was wanted, were you made aware that this was based on a felony involving a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Were you made aware that firearms were utilized in a homicide?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, could you tell, had you had an opportunity to pat Mr. Murphy down before Lieutenant Cheek is putting the muzzle of that gun to his head to see if he had any weapons?
No, sir.
So you didn't know if he may have a weapon under his shirt or somewhere on his body?
No, sir.
And would Lieutenant Cheek have any reason to know that?
No, sir.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
One follow-up, Your Honor?
Yep. 1.
Officer, Mr. Murphy's pants were down almost to his knees when he was on the ground when he was tased, correct? That's the reason how it caught him in a private part, because his pants were below his knees.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Damn.
Very good. You can sit down. Hang around though, 'cause you may have to come back on.
Judge, officer can be released.
Oh, okay. Never mind. You're free to go.
Thank you.
At least as it relates to the defense.
I'm assuming the state feels the same way.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Very good. All right. Who's the next witness?
Detective Angela Carter.
Okay.
Judge, that would,
Oh, okay. All right. I need to talk with the attorneys about something real quick. So if you all could just please step into the jury room, we'll be with you momentarily.
All rise.
And that is the story of how Rashad's nuts were fried.
So, Mr. Gonzalez, you want to admit this proffered exhibit through this witness?
I do, Judge. Instead of obviously calling her back in my case, since she's from another state, and I'll give the court another quick backdrop if you need it, or.
No, I just don't understand if they're not gonna, the state's not going to get into the issue of the fact that Mr. Murphy had on his person or in his possession a burner phone, then why are we needing to get into the context of the burner phone?
Well, Judge, I don't think it's an issue of getting into the context of a burner phone. And of course, a burner phone is obviously a moniker, and therefore any phone that you buy can be used legitimately or illegitimately for any number of different purposes. But that being said, that's not the issue. The issue is that during the course of Detective Ramos's investigation, he started putting some things together. Judge, I will be complicit in suggesting to the court that my initial request to have those items redacted from that photo after speaking to my client
So
was
you want to take it back? You now want to unredact the photos?
give backs, Judge, and essentially I have less of an objection to those photographs because of their contextual nature as the case has developed. And
But what's the context relevant to though? So, I mean, what does it go towards? How will it help this jury make any factual determination? So your client had a phone about his person somewhere. Where was his phone found?
no, Judge,
In the car?
the phone was in a box, in a bag on the floorboard
In the car.
in the car, along with a phone cable, some cigarettes,
Okay.
various miscellaneous items.
And that phone, that had an 813 area code,
It-
or it was messaging an 813 area code?
No, Judge, the phone hadn't even been turned on yet.
Okay.
And during the course of the extraction of the jointly owned phone of Ms. Steiger and Mr. Murphy,
Wait, is this another phone or the phone that we're talking about that was found?
no, Judge, this is in the extraction of the phone where this text message was
Okay,
screenshot.
we're talking about, okay, you gotta keep it clear. I need to be able to follow what you're saying. So there was, I'm just gonna call it a burner phone for just so we have a description.
Yes,
And then I think, wasn't there a separate phone that was located, Ms. Steiger's? No, this is the only phone, right? Okay, so the burner phone's the only phone, and that was the phone that Ms. Steiger gave law enforcement initially permission.
no, Judge.
When the defendant was at Walmart, he purchased burner phones. This is an extraction from a shared phone that you are.
So that is a separate phone.
It is a separate.
That's what I'm
phone.
trying to clarify
Yes.
here. So we do have separate phones involving Rashad Murphy. We have the phone, the burner phone that was purchased that close in time to when it was found at the Walmart, correct?
Yes.
Then we have a whole separate phone that's a jointly owned phone or utilized phone between Ms. Steiger and Mr. Rashad Murphy. Okay, so the message to the burner phone is located, the state's not planning on getting into the burner
Burner
phone.
phones are never located. There's just a photograph of it
Okay.
that was contained when he was coming out of Walmart.
Okay. So then, let me ask you again, why, in the message that you want to introduce is from the extraction of Ms. Steiger and Mr. Rashad Murphy's jointly owned phone, correct?
Correct.
What was that? What type of phone was that? iPhone? What
Yes,
type-
Judge.
Okay,
iPhone.
they're right. We'll call that the iPhone. So why is a message and it was extracted from that phone, right? The one you want to get into.
That's correct.
So, and that has to do with the burner phone or no?
It has to do with the burner phone or the items in that same bag, all the items that were in that bag, inclusive of the burner phone that was on the floorboard. And the context is that Detective Ramos did further investigation and determined that the subscriber to the phone, to this phone number that's on the text message, is incarcerated in Martin County, the same institution where Mr. Murphy's brother is incarcerated, and that it's likely that these items that were on the floorboard were going to Martin County.
So what's that relevant to though?
The time in which this screenshot was taken and memorialized in the Steiger Murphy phone would be a time frame where, based on the state's theory of prosecution, he would have been traveling to Tampa.
He reminds me of Miss Love. Y'all remember Miss Love from the YSL trial? The scrambling, the scraping, the glitching, the stopping. Just like, people that think while they talk, it's a lot. It's a lot to listen to.
He would have been either probably not in Tampa yet, but traveling to Tampa with other suspects or other defendants to contemplate this murder. And I think there is relevance to this message being received by that phone at the time in which, under the state's theories, Mr. Murphy would have been traveling to Tampa, and the fact that it was screenshotted by someone, understanding that the phone that screenshotted it is not in Tampa, it is in Jacksonville.
Jay? Jay?
I do not believe that timing is correct, but one, that particular screenshot, that phone was not traveling to Tampa. We do know
When we
that.
say the phone, we mean the Charmaine
Charmaine
Steiger, the joint iPhone,
Yes, Your
was
Honor.
not traveling to Tampa.
Correct.
There's no evidence it traveled to Tampa. It stayed in Jacksonville the whole time during this incident.
Yes, Your Honor. And there is no relevance to that particular, I mean, the whole reason and the investigation into the burner phone and into the inmate and all of that, we purposely agreed with defense motion not to go there because it has no relevance
Right.
to this particular case. I understand what he is saying about the time stamp, but this is a phone that was purposely left with another person, his girlfriend, and it doesn't have any bearing on this case, Judge.
The state has just expressed a theory of prosecution that the phone was left in Jacksonville on purpose in order for Mr. Murphy to travel to Tampa. And I understand that's their theory. But I believe there is relevance to the fact that there is obviously a plan, no matter when that plan was supposed to come to fruition, to take items to Martin County for Mr. Murphy's brother, that this phone is talking about instructions on how to do that this phone is in fact tied through Detective Ramos's investigation to a person who's incarcerated, and the timing of whoever it was, potentially, presumably, could be Mr. Murphy screenshotting this message, is at a time in which the state's theory is that Mr. Murphy would have been traveling to Tampa without the phone that screenshots this
Are
message.
you disputing that the jointly owned iPhone stayed in Jacksonville the whole time during
No,
this incident?
I believe it was in Jacksonville. But then the presumption for the jury's consideration would be, then there's another person who is screenshotting this text message at a time when Mr. Murphy, under the state's timeline, would be traveling to Tampa? That's what I believe the relevance is.
I don't know. I'm not really seeing it at this point, but I tell you what I'm going to do. As far as the predicate goes, laying the predicate, I mean, state, assuming it became relevant, I mean, would you be objecting to the admissibility of it?
Judge, I am going to object to its admissibility in our case in chief.
I mean, just the foundation, laying the foundation.
Judge, I think he could lay the foundation with Detective Ramos as well. This extraction from the phone is eventually turned over to Detective Ramos, but we obviously would be objecting to it coming in, but we would not object to the foundation or have a need to bring Detective Carter back.
Judge, my only obviously proviso on that is with the understanding that because Detective Ramos is intimately familiar with every one of the images that came out of the extraction, that I wouldn't have an issue without admission to lay that foundation without Detective Ramos saying, I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never seen this particular text message. You understand what could happen if that were to be the case. As long as the state is acknowledging that the foundation can be laid through Detective Ramos.
I do, and he honestly would answer that question. He is familiar with that.
And I wouldn't suggest,
All right, that's fine.
not
So-
suggesting he
So
would be,
you don't need to
locked.
lay the predicate through Detective Carter then, is where we are, right?
it's fine. Judge, one more thing. We did stipulate to what we're going to call defense exhibit number 1 being admitted through Detective Carter. And it's simply just a business record from Gwinnett County Sheriff's Department that shows the time and the date that Mr. Murphy was arrested and then released. The only issue is that because we got going here this morning, she hasn't seen this yet. And I would like to make sure that it can get out to her for a minute so that we don't run into a problem
Okay,
and
that's fine.
quickly just, well.
Yeah, have her come on in and take
Yeah,
the stand.
that's fine.
Have her come on in.
All right, so Detective Carter's coming in. We're going to ask a few questions before the jury gets to hear from her. I might have a minute or two of TiVo time.
Detective Carter, I'm going to have the clerk swear you in front of the jury, but I think Mr. Gonzalez he's going to show you an exhibit and he just wants to give you a chance to look at it before the jury comes in. So. Okay. Yep, go ahead. Just have a seat in the witness stand and then let's bring in the jury.
Hey, Mrs. Carter. Where you been? She is a repeat witness from Alicia's trial. I recognize her. She'll be probably quick.
All rise. Officers Ranger.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat except for you. State, who's your next witness?
Detective Angela Carter.
All right, Detective Carter, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name?
Corporal Angela Carter,
How are you employed, ma'am?
Gwinnett County Police Department.
How long have you been employed by them?
Almost 10 years.
What's your current assignment?
I am the Public Information Officer in the Chief's Office.
And are you certified by the state of Georgia guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I am.
And did you attend a police academy?
I did.
Do you attend and complete annual qualifications to maintain that certification?
I do.
Back in the summer of 2024, where were you assigned?
The Gwinnett County Police Homicide Unit
And how long had you been in that unit at that time?
since September of 2021.
And are there other detectives assigned to that unit?
Yes.
Is there a detective sergeant or some other supervisor assigned?
Yes, we have 3 sergeants.
Were you contacted in the morning of June 26, 2024, possibly by a supervisor to respond to a scene in Norcross?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond there from your residence?
Yes.
Who contacted you?
Sergeant Michael Poppy.
And is that your sergeant or supervisor at that time?
Yes, he was.
Did you respond to 5945 Oak Brook Parkway in Norcross?
Yes.
Was that the Baymont Hotel?
Yes.
What time of day was it when you arrived?
It was morning, probably a little after 9 o'clock.
Were there other officers there at the scene already?
Yes.
And had an individual by the name of Rashad Murphy already been taken into custody or detained?
Yes.
Was there another individual there at the scene when you arrived, possibly in a police vehicle?
Yes.
And was that Charmaine Steiger?
Yes.
Did you speak to your supervisor or other officers when you arrived?
I did.
Did you then make contact with her?
I did.
At some point, was she transported to Gwinnett County Police Department, either to some type of precinct or headquarters?
Yeah, she was transported to the West Precinct in Norcross.
And did you briefly speak with her there?
I did.
At some point, did you become aware of the fact that a phone had been located open and running on a Maps application inside of the silver Chevy Cruze that had been stopped with Mr. Murphy in it?
Yes.
Did you request for some other officer to bring that phone to you?
Yes.
And did you have it in front of you when you were speaking to Ms. Steiger?
Yes.
And at some point, did a text or some message pop up on that phone that had the content Foolio?
Yes.
And by that point, were you familiar with the homicide victim, in this case, Charles Jones, also known as Julio Foolio?
Yes.
Based on that fact, did you and other things, did you seize that phone at that point?
I did.
And after seizing it at some point, was a search warrant obtained to conduct an extraction of the phone?
Yes, it was.
Was the phone then provided to another detective to do the extraction?
Yes,
And was a digital extraction performed on the phone?
it was.
Does that involve attaching a type of software to the phone, either a Celebrite or Gray Key, that then it tries or attempts to extract information from the phone?
Yes,
And were you later provided with information that was able to be extracted?
yes.
Now, in this case, was it a full extraction?
No, it wasn't.
And was that due to the condition of the phone?
Yes, it was.
And later, did you provide that partial extraction to the Tampa Police Department?
I did.
And during this process, did you have contact with Detective Ramos, the lead detective in this case here at the Tampa Police Department?
I did.
And did you provide that to him?
I did.
Later, did you actually travel here to Tampa and meet him at the airport and provide that phone that was found running in the Chevy Cruze?
I did.
Did you have occasion after that extraction or the information being taken from the phone, did you have occasion to review information when it was being provided to you?
I did.
And did you document some of that information?
I did.
I want to speak to you about that. State with tender state 65, A is in alpha through D is in delta.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi? Any objection? Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Publishing state 65A. Okay, Detective, do you see the image?
I do.
Okay. Is that the back of the phone that we're talking about?
Yes.
Stage 65B. Is that the condition of the phone, the front of the phone?
The back of the phone.
I'm sorry, the back of the phone. That's after the case has been removed?
Yes.
And 65D, is that the screen of the phone?
The front of the screen, yes.
Did you note in the extraction that there was a photo of who you later determined to be Davion Murphy of his driver's license that was documented as a photograph inside of the phone?
Yes.
Right. And did you Also find an area in the phone, whether it was a slide that had a attached song by an individual or an artist by the name of Young and Ace
Yes.
that was tagged, I guess, for lack of a better term.
It's an Instagram. When you do a story, it'll give you the option to insert a song from a library that's provided with an Instagram.
Was there a photograph of a rifle that was documented?
Yes.
That appeared to be an AR style rifle?
Yes.
Was there also a photograph documented showing Rashad Murphy's Florida identification card?
Yes.
On the same date that that was documented, do you recall that being June 22nd of 2024? If you need to refresh your memory by looking at your report, you can, and I can bring it to you. if
Yes,
you wish.
please. I want to make
May
sure I
approach
say the
your
correct
witness?
date.
Yes.
Can I look at the actual
Yes.
Word document since there's two
Mhm.
people with the last name Murphy?
Yep. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, June 22nd.
Okay. And then shortly after finding that photograph of his Florida identification card, did you find a documented message involving an Airbnb booking with a time period of June 22nd on it?
Yes.
Okay, at 3:58 a.m.?
Yes. Well, it says it's 3:58 a.m. for your host. I don't know where the host is located.
We have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would tender states 101D, 101H, 101L, 101M, and 101N for admission.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
I'm sorry, Counsel, D, HL.
M and N. Mike in November.
No.
All right, Father Time. Come on now.
Any objection?
Judge, no objection to any of those items. I would, for the record, as it relates to 101L, it's been the subject of some ongoing discussions and certainly subject to the possibility of additional context to that photograph or that image.
Okay, so at this point, no objections, subject to further discussion about parameters,
Yes,
right?
Judge, and if I might, Judge, while I'm standing, I did want to renew all my previous objections as it relates to Detective Carter and previous motions that have been filed.
Okay, same ruling from the court. Any objection, Mr. Sonardi,
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise, Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted, states 101D, H, L, M, N.
State would publish states 101D. So detective, we spoke earlier about a documented photograph that was taken of a Florida driver's license for Davion Murphy.
What?
Can you see that?
Yes,
Okay. And is that photograph you were talking about?
yes, it is.
Okay. And did that include documentation of the time that that photograph was created?
Documented in that phone, yes.
Documented in the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
What was that date?
June 18th, 2024. And I do want to note that that is a lot more blurry than it looks on the phone itself on the download. So since that's a printout of the screenshot I took, it's a lot clearer on the download.
States 101H. We spoke earlier about a photograph of a rifle that was taken. Is this the photograph?
Yes.
Whoa.
And was there information located indicating a created, accessed, and modified time period?
Yes.
What was that?
June 19th, 2024.
States 101L. Is this a photograph that was documented showing an individual or a leg with a foot showing with a shoe on it or a boot?
Yes.
And did the phone and the extraction report also show, and this is part of the Celebrite extraction report?
Yes.
And let me just ask, I'll back up. Celebrite is a software that's utilized by law enforcement to conduct extractions or downloads of cell phones.
It's a reader that cell phone extractor is put into for us to review the extraction.
Was there data collected in reference to that photograph that has a created access date
Yes.
and time?
Yes.
And is that June 22nd, 2024?
Yes.
3:09:27 a.m. UTC -4. Would that be at that time Eastern Daylight Time?
No, it would be 4 hours earlier. It's 4 hours difference.
Yeah. So UTC -4.
Yes.
And an access date of the same, basically the same time period.
Yes.
States 101N. And again, this is going to be a little more blurry. Is this a little more blurry than the image that's in the download?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is this the identification card of Rashad Murphy that you spoke about earlier?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we see here, his last name is above the other three names.
Yes.
Rashad Travion Jakur.
state, was that M or N?
I'm sorry, this is in.
N.
As in November.
Okay.
And did the extraction collect a created access modified date and time?
Yes,
June 22nd, 2024
yes,
at 4:11:02 a.m. UTC -4.
yes.
And states 101M publishing. Is this the message that you located within the phone from a Airbnb owner or in reference to an Airbnb booking?
Yes.
Okay. Just gonna publish here briefly. In that message or that text that was found, I'm sorry, this message from the Airbnb, is there a message that requests a valid ID through
Yes.
the Airbnb? And as far as that image in the extraction, was there information related to its creation, access, and modification date?
Yes,
And that, again, June 22nd, 2024, 4:11:03 a.m. UTC -4, is that right?
yes,
Gwinnett County PD, at least in 2024, had a flock license plate reader or recognition camera system.
yes.
And did you have occasion to, in this case, to conduct what's called a convoy search
Yes,
involving the silver Chevy Cruze in this case that Mr. Murphy was located in?
yes,
Can you explain to the jurors what a convoy search is?
so it is a tool that is within the flock camera system that we have. So if you enter a target tag, or a tag for a vehicle that you're researching, you can request a convoy search. And it will produce vehicles that have been captured in multiple areas with that vehicle, indicating they're potentially following each other.
So this would be a situation where you're looking to see if there's any vehicle traveling in tandem with this suspect vehicle?
Correct.
Your Honor, State Tender States 83 for admission.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Publishing States 83. Do these photographs, are they part of your search results?
They are.
Okay, so let me ask you about this. The first photograph on the far left, does that show the silver Chevy Cruze that Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, was located in on June 26th?
Yes.
And at a time of 8:17 p.m. on that date, does it show the silver Cruze traveling?
Yes.
Now, was Miss Steiger, was she, after you spoke with her and at some point, was she released to go her way?
Yes.
Okay. And was the Chevy Cruze, after it was photographed, was it released to her?
Yes.
And the next image over. So this image on the left has a date of June 26, 8:17:59 p.m. on number 29 Duluth State Road 120.
Yes.
The next image is approximately the same time period, maybe 2 seconds earlier, same location.
Yes.
And we see a black vehicle here. What kind of vehicle was that?
Chrysler.
Next image, same date at 7:55:46 p.m. And it says, if I'm reading that correctly, APD Georgia number 464 relocation, Peachtree Street at Peachtree Circle northbound.
Yes.
Okay. And then to the right, does it appear to be the same vehicle traveling at that time?
Well, this is now we're coming to Atlanta. APD supplied this.
In that same location
Yes.
at about 2 seconds earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So about 22 minutes apart, and those two vehicles are traveling basically in tandem.
Yes.
Whose Chrysler is that?
You have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, just have 1 more moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Detective, as you were reviewing this information that we just looked at, were you in communication with Detective Ramos?
I was.
Were you keeping him updated as you went through this as to what you were finding?
Yes.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross, Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you.
All right, here we go. This evidence is really coming for the Murphy brothers, so we're likely going to hear from Gonzalez and Father Time. Let's go back in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, is it Corporal Carter?
Yeah.
Good morning, Corporal Carter.
Good morning.
Corporal, you are familiar, obviously, with how the jail operates, correct?
Yes.
And you've had many occasions to deal with the jail and jail records during the course of your day-to-day activities, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 1 for Rashad Murphy and ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, it's proof of incarceration.
And it's not a document that you personally prepared, correct?
No.
But it is a document that's maintained in the normal course of the business of the Gwinnett County Jail, correct?
Yes.
And who does this particular document relate to?
Rashad Murphy.
And what is the purpose of the document?
To provide proof that he was actually incarcerated.
Okay. And what does it tell us about when Mr. Murphy was taken into custody by the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Department?
It provides a date of arrest and a date of release.
And the date of arrest is when?
June 26, 2024 at 17:47 hours, which is 5:47 p.m.
So 5:47 p.m. on the 26th, correct?
Correct.
And how about his time and date of release?
June 27th, 2024 at 1:41 a.m.
So that would be the balance of the 26th past midnight and then released on the 27th at
41.
1:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Thank you. At this time, I would admit Rashad Murphy's defense exhibit number 1.
Any objection, state?
So Rashad was arrested in Gwinnett and they released him?
No, Your Honor, we have no objection to that coming in.
Okay, that is,
So, Corporal, you were initially asked to respond to the Baymont Hotel, but you really didn't have much information at that juncture as to what was going on, correct?
I just had very brief details that my sergeant had informed me of.
And that is that there was a vehicle in custody that had been part of a flock detection.
Yes.
Did you know what your responsibility was going to be when you got there?
Not exactly, but to come and assist.
And what that ended up being was to take custody, if you will, of Charmaine Steiger and transport her to district or to headquarters or to office of some type, correct?
Not necessarily to transport, but to speak with her.
Okay. Which you ultimately did,
Can y'all do me a favor and get me to 800 likes? We're almost there.
correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that while you were speaking to her, you noticed that something, I think you said, popped up regarding Julio Foolio on the phone, correct?
It was a notification with Julio in it.
So you don't know if it was a news notification, correct?
I do.
Okay. What kind of notification was it?
It was a message
Okay.
from social media, Instagram.
Okay, so it was an Instagram social media message that notifies anyone who has an Instagram account or who has any relationship to that particular person or subject.
This particular notification was a direct message.
It was a direct message from whom?
It came and went so quickly that I didn't document the name.
Okay, and you don't know what it said, correct?
I don't know the whole context. I just saw Julio in that.
Okay, and it came from Instagram.
Yes.
You don't know how many other people received that same notification, do you?
I don't know if there was a group message, but whose ever Instagram account that was logged into that phone, it would have been a direct message included. That would be one of the recipients if there were multiple.
Right, and there could have been 5 recipients, there could have been 10 recipients, there could have been 100 recipients, there could have been 1,000 recipients, depending on what kind of group it was.
Potentially, yes.
There was no picture attached to what you could see, correct?
No.
And it came and it went, correct?
Yeah, it was just a notification that popped up briefly.
And that notification didn't become in and of itself relevant, or you didn't see it when you did the extraction of the phone, correct?
Are you asking me if it eventually became relevant
Or no, did you ultimately see it in the extraction of the phone?
I don't believe so.
Part of your then evolving responsibility at that time was to author a search warrant for the phone in order to seek an extraction of its contents, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the clerk briefly?
yes.
And referring to states exhibit 65 A through D. A would depict a picture of the case of that phone, correct?
Correct.
And B would depict the back of that phone, correct?
Correct.
When writing that affidavit for that search warrant, which needs to be done in order to provide it to a judge, in order for a judge to determine whether or not a search warrant would be granted, correct?
Correct.
And in doing so, you utilized much of the information that had been provided to you from Detective Ramos at that point in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
You also utilized some of your own information based on your observations since your responsibilities started in Gwinnett that day.
Yes.
That search warrant affidavit, do you recall if it included any information whatsoever about Rashad Murphy?
Yes, it did.
Meaning what?
Objection.
What's the legal basis?
Hearsay.
At this point, I must sustain the objection.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Rashad, your attorney's messing up here.
So after the search warrant affidavit was submitted and search warrant was obtained, that phone went to the lab in the care and custody of Corporal Harden, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that the first couple of attempts to download the phone failed, correct?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
What is AFU mode?
AFU is after first unlock. So it's when a download is obtained after the phone's already been unlocked with a password, Face ID, or prior to the phone being downloaded.
And that is the optimum circumstance for the process of extracting a phone, correct?
Optimum would be if we had the password and could get into everything.
Okay.
Yes.
And short of not having a password, this would be what we call the next best thing.
Yes.
Normally, when you do an extraction in an AFU mode, you can normally get 95, 97% of the contents of that phone, correct? That would be normal.
It depends, not necessarily. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
You would normally get a much larger portion of the phone's contents and the phone's data in that mode, correct?
You have a better chance of getting it, but it depends based on the model of the phone, if it's an iPhone, the iOS that it's on, if it's updated, stuff like that. So you do have a better chance, but again, the answer is it depends.
And would you be able to relate that answer to this particular phone?
Yes, potentially.
And without knowing what was going to ultimately happen with the phone, would it have been the style and the type of phone and the fact that it was open that would allow you to testify that the possibilities of getting a larger amount of data from this phone existed?
Potentially.
So because the extraction of the phone was not complete during the balance of the day that it went to the lab, it was left by the analyst on a wireless charger because it was still plugged into the software that was extracting the phone, correct?
Yes.
And because of the time of day, it was left in that position overnight.
Yes.
And when it was left overnight, there was no one watching it. There was no one monitoring it. It was in the lab. Presumably it was locked up, correct?
Yes.
And before it was locked away for the night and plugged into this wireless charger. And let me digress. It's plugged into the wireless charger because you don't want it to go dead.
It wasn't plugged into the wireless charger. It was sat on top of a wireless charger.
Correct. Because that's what a wireless charger is, right?
Yes.
So you put it on top because the phone itself was plugged into the mechanism that was doing the extraction.
Correct.
And at that particular time, the case, which is states 65B, had not been removed, correct?
I don't believe so.
Well, we would presume that if it was removed, we would have been able to see its condition, correct? And that's in States Exhibit 65A.
Yes.
Do you know whether it is standard operating procedure when taking possession and custody of a phone to determine its working ability and its condition when you're attempting to extract from it?
I don't know if they do it before or after. I know obviously in this case, they took the case up after. I don't know what their normal process is. I personally don't manipulate the phone in any way until I have the search warrant in my hand. So I can't speak to what the lab's procedures are.
In this particular case, because Corporal Harden didn't note the damage to the phone, what happened was it wasn't charging on the wireless charger overnight, correct?
Correct.
And the consequence of that is that the phone went dead.
Yes.
As a result of the phone going dead, the natural result of that is that it retarded the ability to get a full extraction, correct?
Yes.
That's because once it goes dead, it becomes a BFU mode, right?
Correct.
And explain to us very briefly, if you could, what is BFU mode?
It's for before first unlock. So the
And-
phone hasn't been unlocked since it's been powered on.
And in that mode, it would provide us less data, less information.
Again, potentially depending, it depends on the make, model of the phone, the iOS, it depends, but generally speaking, usually yes.
And had Corporal Harden removed that case, he would have known not to put it on a wireless charger, maybe stop the extraction that he thought was going on that wasn't happening, and maintain that phone on a charger so that it would not go dead, correct?
It's a good chance, yes.
He's trying to get the phone evidence thrown out.
When you have to do something in BFU mode, you're not going to get location data, are you?
It depends, not necessarily. You may.
In most circumstances, in a BFU mode, you don't get location data, do you?
Again, it depends.
And you're not going to get the totality of text messaging, correct?
It depends.
Well,
In this case, we did not.
and you weren't able to determine what messages might have been affected or what content there might have been by missing messages, correct?
Correct.
And you're not going to be capable of getting a lot of the user pictures that were taken by the phone or received in a message from other phones, correct?
In this case, yes, we didn't.
Some would cross over, but you're certainly not going to get what you would have gotten in an AFU extraction. Isn't that a fact?
In this case, yes.
And so at the end of the day, you don't have the same detail, and there are communications that might have contextual value in certain circumstances that you might not get, correct?
Correct.
You then reviewed the data that came from this partial extraction from the BFU, correct?
Yes.
It was produced in a report by Corporal Harden.
Yes.
That's normally how you get it after the extraction, is in a report.
It's in, yes, we read it and celebrate.
And I just want to make sure I understand, when we're talking about State's Exhibit 83, which is this convoy report, what it indicates is that the silver Chevy Cruze was detected on flock at 8:17 and 59 seconds PM, correct?
Yes.
And then again, or before that, at 7:55 and 46 seconds PM, correct?
Yes.
What it shows is that near or in conjunction with the Chevy Cruze is this black Chrysler 300, correct?
Yes.
And that would be on the 26th of June, approaching midnight on the 27th. PM, 7:55 and 8:17 PM, approaching midnight, which would have taken us to June 27th, correct?
Correct.
You testified on direct examination to a number of items or images that were located on this partial extraction you were able to recover, correct?
Yes.
And based on training and experience and looking at extraction records, the letters PNG would signify a screenshot, correct?
Potentially, yes.
What would PNG signify if it's not a screenshot?
I mean, if it's a screenshot, yes, I was thinking further. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. But so the answer would be yes. PNG is associated with a screenshot.
Yes. I was taking the question somewhere else. Sorry.
It's okay. As it relates to the 101D, which is a picture of Davion Murphy's driver's license, that is a screenshot, correct?
Can you show me the path, please?
Did I get it? Is that helpful?
Where are you seeing PMG? Oh, PNG. There you go. Yes.
Okay. And there are actually a number of ways that this driver's license could get on that phone, correct?
Yes.
What it tells us is that the phone received it on June 18th, correct?
It was recorded on the phone on June 18th.
Well, if it was recorded on the phone, that would be synonymous with when the phone received it, correct?
When that image was documented, that particular image.
Correct.
So I can't say if it was already on the phone, screenshot from a different area of the phone. Yeah. So
But
that's
in
what I
this
mean.
area,
In this particular phone or in this particular photo, this photo was shotted on June 18th. I don't know if it was received or documented from another area in that phone. Does that make sense? What I was
yeah,
saying?
so
Okay.
this identification could have been sent by text message from another phone, correct?
Correct.
And that could potentially be any phone.
Yes.
It could have been received by message from Davion Murphy himself, correct?
Yes.
In fact, this screenshot could have come from anyone.
Yes.
Did you review or have access to Davion Murphy's cell phone records?
No.
Was it indicated to you that Tampa Police Department, during your discussions?
Objection.
Let me rephrase. Did anyone provide you those records?
I don't believe they've never provided me Davion's.
It's from the previews folder.
It's from the what? I'm sorry.
Previews folder?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, kind of jumping around. What-
Yeah.
Sorry,
Same, the same document that's on the screen.
Are you asking about Davion's phone records or the phone
No,
download?
no, no. I was talking about the records, and I'm talking about now exhibit
The photo.
101D.
Okay, yes.
And what does that tell you? The previews folder of the phone.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. It would be easier to answer it if I had the actual download.
Okay. Not having the download, you would not be able to answer for me what the previews folder, it's being there means.
I wouldn't feel comfortable, no.
And you don't know when the picture was taken, correct?
No.
And we don't know how long it's been in the phone.
I just know that image in particular was documented in the phone on June 18th.
And it could have been there for any length of time after the driver's license was issued the next day, the same day, correct? It could have been in the phone starting with the day that the photo says that license was issued until when you see it on the 19th.
Oh, you're saying when the driver's license was issued?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't understand your question.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yes, possibly.
It's just not hitting.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 101H. Which is the firearm. It was also created on June 19th at 11:02 p.m., correct?
Yes.
The PNG would indicate that it's a screenshot, correct?
Yes.
It would appear that this image was sent to the phone, correct?
No.
Are you suggesting to us that you can exclude that this image was sent to the phone?
Yes, would you like me to explain why?
Sure.
So if this photo could have been taken by that phone, and this particular image could have been a screenshot of that picture. So the photo could already be in the phone, and then this particular image, the metadata tied to this photo could be a screenshot of that picture.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean that this image was taken by the phone is what I'm getting at.
Not necessarily. I'm just saying it's a possibility it could already been in there. It doesn't necessarily mean it was sent to the phone. I actually do that a lot when the photos are like way, way back in my
Right.
album and I want to keep them relevant. I take a screenshot
Right.
sometimes.
So,
I don't just search anymore.
So it could be 5 years old, could
Yes.
be 10 years old, could be 20
Yes.
years old.
Yes, that's what I was getting to.
I'm going to draw your attention to State's Exhibit 101M, which appears to be an Airbnb notification, correct?
Yes.
And this is a confirmation through the Airbnb app from the owner, from the renter of this particular location.
Correct.
And it is describing a property, Lagoon Oasis, for June 22nd to June 24th, correct?
Correct.
And this is you've had some experience with Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
This confirmation would be done in the normal course of business. It would be sent to the account that rented the property, correct?
Correct.
And the account that rented the property does not necessarily have to be the person who owns the account, correct?
I mean, yeah, other people could access it probably if they have the login information.
All you would have to do is have a password and login in order to do so, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And that would be whether or not the person logging in and renting that property was doing it without the person's permission or with the person's permission, as long as they had a login and a password, right?
Yes.
I'd like you to take,
I can't, Chad. It's Rashad's goddamn account. The ID was sent. Are you now trying to cast doubt on, well, maybe Rashad didn't send it? Oh my God.
a look at it if you would. Can you see it well enough on the screen?
Yeah, I can see half of it.
Right.
Yes.
The part that you can see, I can put the whole thing on, but if I put the whole thing on,
I mean, if you don't need me to see the whole thing for your questions,
well,
that's fine.
I don't need you to see the whole thing at one time, but I guess let's do it this way since it's easier. The portion that you can see now does not give the address of this property, does it?
No.
Do I need to move it to the bottom? Or so in reviewing this document, it does not give an address to this property, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And in addition to it not giving the address to the property, it doesn't give the location of the property, the state, the city, the county, none of that information either, correct?
I don't believe so. I know it didn't give the exact address.
Well, in looking at it, at least this portion of it, you don't see any relevant information as to the state, more importantly, the city or the county where this property is located, correct?
What I'm looking at right now, no.
And how about if I move it all the way through to the bottom? Does it provide you that information as you look at this notification or this this message in its totality?
No.
And this is a screenshot, correct?
Can you yeah, that has to be a screenshot. Yes,
Right.
yes.
And when you do a screenshot, you're doing that to do one or two things, either to memorialize it, agreed,
Yes,
or to send it to somebody else.
potentially, yes.
Dude, it literally says, "Hi, Rashad. Please send us your ID."
A couple of the same questions as it relates to states 101N. This purports to be the Florida identification card, not a driver's license, correct?
I think that's what it says on the top. It's really blurry, but I don't remember.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's terrible.
Well, no, the printout itself. Oh, there
There
we
we
go.
go.
Yeah, identification card.
Right, so it's not a driver's license.
No.
This was sent very shortly after the notification of the Airbnb that required a driver's license, correct?
Yes. Well, it was documented at that time. Can you scroll to the? I said scroll, but move down. Sorry. It's a JPEG. So it could have been sent or it could have been taken.
Either one.
Yes.
And it could be an identification card that's been in that phone anytime after the date it was issued, correct?
Well, since it was sent or taken and it's documented in that phone at that time, June 22nd, 2024, it says it was created and documented at that time. So I can't think of a scenario where it would be different.
Well, we don't know whether this screenshot was sent to Airbnb or it was sent to another person, correct? Doesn't tell you where it was sent.
Oh, no, not in this. No.
No, you're not going to know where it was sent, correct?
Correct.
And it could have been sent to a person who actually booked the Airbnb, correct?
Objection, speculation.
If you know, one way or the other.
I don't know.
And if you don't know, what I'm suggesting to you, and you can answer it appropriately if you can, is that nothing here tells you that this identification was sent to Airbnb as opposed to a third party.
Objection has been answered, Your Honor.
If you know, you can answer.
This photo in particular and what I'm looking at does not give an answer in that.
Thank you, Corporal. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Get him off. Get him off. Oh, I told y'all on day one, Gonzalez was going to be the problem child. Granted, we'll talk about it in a second. He did get some good stuff out of there. It's just, it takes so long. It's his delivery.
Questions, Mr. Sonardi?
Yes,
Okay. Make sure the clerk gets her exhibits back, please.
Judge, I was just going to leave them there for
Okay,
testimony, and then I'll make sure that they get where they belong.
thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Corporal Carter.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Ah, shit. Here comes father time.
Fine. As I understand it, without rehashing what Mr. Gonzalez has gone through, is that at some point in time, you were able to obtain the phone of Charmaine Steiger, and that the data that you could get was extracted from that phone. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And in all the data that you were able to obtain, the only thing that you were able to obtain that pertained to Davion Murphy, not Rashad Murphy, was a driver's license photo, correct?
Not necessarily. So I only played a small portion in the investigation and I didn't know all of the facts at that time. So he could be in that phone somewhere, the phone extraction somewhere else.
Mike, you called it. You called it. We are not even 1 minute into him being up there, and he said his client's name wrong.
And
My question is, did you obtain any other extractions pertaining to that phone, pertaining to Davion Murphy?
again, my answer is going to be the same because I obtained the extraction. I may not have reviewed it because I wasn't aware of all the details, but I obtained the evidence. Yes.
And we've determined that the screenshot of the driver's license of Davion Murphy was in Ms. Steiger's phone, correct?
Yes, there was a screenshot in there.
And are you familiar with the relationship of Charmaine Steiger to Rashad Murphy?
Yes, he's her children's father.
I believe she had 4 children by Mr. Rashad Murphy, correct?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar, if you are or not, of the relationship between Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
Now, the photo that the state has introduced of the driver's license purports to be the driver's license of Davion Murphy. The screenshot appears on June 18th, 2024. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And did we establish that you could not tell precisely when that screenshot was actually added to that phone? Is that accurate?
Yes.
It could have been any date from the date of on the driver's license to June 18th, 2024. Is that accurate?
So that particular image was documented on the phone. That screenshot was documented on June 18th, 2024. Again, that picture could be from any time before that.
Correct. So we don't know when the actual photo of the driver's license was taken, correct?
Correct.
We just know that the screenshot appeared in that phone on June 18th of 2024.
Correct.
Could it have been in the phone prior to June 18th of 24?
Potentially, and then they took a screenshot of it.
Correct. All right. Are you familiar with any text thread that is associated with that screenshot of that phone, of that driver's license? Any threads? Text threads?
I'm sorry, nothing that stands out in my memory. I don't think so.
Do you know what Turo is? Turo?
Toro, the car rental place?
Correct.
Yeah. Or the car rental app? Yes.
All right. Do you know whether or not the driver's license photo of Davion Murphy was related to a text thread on that phone concerning the rental through a Toro car rental agency?
Not that I can recall.
You have no recollection of that?
No, like I said, it may be on there. And again, I only had limited information at that time for my role in the investigation. So it may not have stood out to me.
Man, we do need to give it up for his waves. Like, look at his waves. Look at the waves. A great head of hair. Is it real? Is it real hair? Is it a toupee?
Now, you've referenced the convoy report, how that works and what items photos you were able to obtain as a result of the license plate readers for the convoy report, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you identified a Chevy Chase in that convoy, correct? A silver car, silver Chevy Chase.
Yeah, that was the target vehicle that I searched for. So that was the Chevy Cruze that was identified.
I'm sorry, I said Chase, but Cruise is what I meant.
Correct.
The Chevy Chase? Yo, get Father Time out of here. A Chevy Chase? What?
And I believe you believe, pursuant to your convoy search, that there was also a black Chrysler 300.
Correct.
And not only in this instant, but in any instant that you do those LPR searches, you cannot identify who occupies those vehicles. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And so that it's clear that the driver's license of Davion Murphy was not utilized in the rental of the Airbnb, correct?
I don't believe so. I don't have any. Yeah, I don't think so.
Thank you, Corporal.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wise, any questions? Mr. Petridis, any questions? Okay, redirect, Mr. Herman.
Oh my God.
Publishing 101D. Corporal, you were just, and it is Corporal?
Yes.
Okay. Corporal, you were just asked by Mr. Sonardi about this photo of his client. So you're saying that photo could have been in the photos section of the phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But that phone is screenshotting that photo on June 18th. Someone is screenshotting it with that phone, right?
Yes. This specific photo, the metadata tied to that phone is June 18th, or to that photo is June 18th.
And that's a phone that, let me talk to you about the phone real quick. So you had the phone retrieved to allow Ms. Steiger to utilize the phone, correct?
Yes.
And she was able to open the phone and utilize it, right?
It was already open.
It was open already when it was brought to you?
Yes.
Okay, but she started going through it, right?
Yes.
She had requested to do that, correct?
Yes.
And then at some point, she withdrew her consent to allow you to access the phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. I can rephrase.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay.
And only one attorney at a time. Okay, can't double team. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And did you say that this message from Airbnb to the phone that you had brought back to allow Ms. Steiger to use, the phone that Rashad Murphy was utilizing in the car where he was located by himself using it on a Maps app, that is a screenshot?
So this would have to probably be a screenshot because
Okay.
it's an image of the message and it's a message within the Airbnb app.
Okay.
So like it's gonna pull up. Does that, I'm sorry.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah, you have to open the Airbnb
Right.
app. It's not like something that would be documented as a text message.
But again, whoever's manipulating the phone is screenshotting it on June 22nd, 2024 at 4:11:03 a.m.
Yes,
And that could be screenshotted for purposes of forwarding that to someone else by text message or email.
potentially, yes.
Okay. Now, this message is directed to Rashad, right? And its content
Yes,
from Anthony, the purported owner of this
yes,
address at Laguna Oasis.
yes,
Okay. They don't give an address state, but they do give a description of Laguna Oasis, right?
correct.
And that could be a neighborhood or an apartment complex.
Yes,
And it gives the booking date of June 22nd to June 24th of that year, 2024.
yes,
And it's asking for a valid ID, right?
yes,
And this is coming in at 4:11 a.m.
yes,
Or it's being screenshotted at 4:11 a.m.
yes,
And it says here it's 3:58 a.m. for your host, which you would agree with me is close in time to 4:11
yes,
a.m. Okay. And then this photograph, which did you testify that is also a screenshot?
scroll, can you go back?
Yep.
So it's a JPEG, so it's probably gonna be a picture taken or a photo sent and downloaded. I need the actual extraction in front of me to
Okay.
feel more comfortable providing an actual. for
So in
certain.
this instance, since it's a JPEG, that could be a photograph that was taken on June 22nd, 2024 by the phone.
Potentially, yes.
And it's documented as being created at the same time at 4:11:02 as the screenshot of the message from Airbnb.
Yes, was it like a second apart or was it the same? I need to see the,
Okay, well, it may be a second or two. Let's go back and
I just
look.
want to make sure before
I'm not asking for the exact same time.
oh, okay, it's around the same time, yes,
So this is at
Yes.
4:11:03, so it's within a second of each other?
yes.
So the message of the Airbnb, the owner's asking for an ID, and then Mr. Murphy's photograph, his driver's license is being photographed by the phone in a JPEG format. Or what was the other way that it could be created?
Potentially sent to them and downloaded. I just know that that image was documented in the phone at 411.
States 83 publishing. By use of the Flock LPR license plate reader recognition system, you were able to find this car, this black Chrysler that's traveling in tandem with the silver Chevy Cruze.
Yes.
22 minutes apart, they're still in tandem. Is that right?
Yes.
And the tag on that car is a Florida tag, is that correct?
Yes.
Hold on, may I have one more, a second?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. All right, stay put for 1 second. So, members of the jury, it's a little after 12:30, so we're gonna take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:45, and just remember my previous admonition, don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. And, we'll be back at 1:45, okay? Thank you.
All right.
Lunch.
See if they say anything else.
Okay, very good. So, Mr. Gonzalez, everyone can have a seat. Just to confirm, the photo that was redacted that you now want unredacted, is that 101L? Is that the photo of the floorboard of the Rashad Murphy?
Yes, Judge, the boot, on the other side of that boot prior to redaction is a plastic bag having items in it.
So are you going to stipulate that if I allow that information to come in, it can come in through Ramos, and so that way we don't have to bring this witness back?
Judge, one moment if you would.
Yep.
I'll give you guys a recap in a second.
Judge, after a discussion with Mr. Murphy, I'm going to ask that the original photograph as it was taken be admitted, and I have no objection to that being done through Detective Ramos.
Okay, very good. Okay, so may this witness be excused then?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So is Ramos going to be after lunch?
Judge, we have one smaller witness before him, but yes, he'll be after lunch. It's Detective Taylor Kline is going to be before him, but he's significantly shorter.
Okay. And so then how many exhibits do we have to discuss before Ramos takes the stand?
Judge, multiple images from the extraction.
Judge, if I can, so we have told the defense attorneys we are splitting up Ramos's testimony. The forensic images from the phone and Apple are going to be done at a later date. So I can get with Mr. Gonzalez and look at it and see if that is something I'm covering, but we have split this up, so I'm hopeful that.
So take a look and see if any of the exhibits that he has an issue with, you intend or would be the subject of coming in today.
Yes.
And if not, then we can keep moving, and then we can discuss it after the jury's gone for the day. Okay? So just take a look and let me know. And then, all right, see you guys back here at 1:45.
Dang. All right, chat, we made it. They are officially on lunch until 1:45, so we have about an hour, plenty for us to do. Let me give you your midday recap. I am going to mute it. And now that we have a balancing sound, I'm going to slightly increase my mic sound just because for the next hour, we are going to be going from there. This is a big day, chat. Here's why. If we get Ramos today, that also shows that they are progressing into the storyline. There's still a lot of things that don't make sense. Ramos and Alicia's trial, I think, was probably one of the witnesses that were on the stand for the longest. So if we're going to Ramos, he was the lead detective in this case. The lead, that means that we're going to now go into, I would say, 2 or 3 days of testimony with him. This is a guess because with Alicia, he did a complete full day. He was one of the longest witnesses up there. So if we have Ramos, Ramos has to now tell us the story of all 4 defendants and go through the investigation. Now, they did say that there is a detective Kline. So after lunch, there is another detective that's going to be up there, relatively short compared to what we're hearing from the state. But even the state saying that they have to split up Ramos's testimony into forensics and other things. The very big thing here that's going to be different from Alicia's case is the data evidence that we have, right? How did he find out that all 4 of these gentlemen were, not even gentlemen, all 4 of these boys were tied to Foolio's murder? He has to walk through all 4. So there's forensic evidence, location data, cell phone data, all of that stuff that is going to be tied together. So the fact that we're getting Ramos today is huge. So we're going to get probably, and they said that they're going to split his testimony. So we're going to get some of it today, likely all day tomorrow, maybe into Wednesday as well. Okay, so that shows that the state is moving along. We just finished witness 17. So I'm not sure how many witnesses the state has, but we're on their side of the case. So witness 17 being one of the most important witnesses, we are moving along, right? We are definitely moving along. Okay, here is your midday update because today was actually kind of eventful. We started with witness 15, Detective Nieder. We went through that. It was a little bit slower of testimony. I thought that we were going to spend more time with him because Rashad Murphy's attorney on Thursday night wanted to prolong this and keep going with certain things. Few things came out. Remember, these defense attorneys, when they're on cross-examination, the most important thing that they have to do is cast doubt on whatever the prosecution is saying and what the state's case is. They have to cast doubt for the evidence that's being portrayed because you just need to tip the scale slightly. If you envision a scale, they just have to tip the scale slightly to show, that the evidence is not solid and sticky. So we started with Detective Nieder. This is a continuation of Thursday. He is an investigator at JSO, so Jacksonville Sheriff Office. He investigates, his primary job is to investigate the gang of ATK. Some of the defense attorneys did ask some pretty interesting questions on cross-examination, like how long he had been doing this job. He dated back to 2022, right? And then Rashad Murphy's attorney wasn't the dud in that section. It really was Davion's attorney. He started stronger by asking about, hey, are you into music? What qualifies you as a music expert, right? So when these crimes happen and these boys are trolling each other in songs, are you a music industry expert? Do you have any expertise? Then he's like, do you play the flute or whatever? Do you, he asked him crazy stuff like that. Like, do you play the piano, the violin, whatever? It was wild. So we really started seeing that, looking at this poll too. Davion might be cooked with this representation. This was bad. But anywho, he did ask some questions about what qualifies this detective to be a gang expert in ATK. It got crazier because then we started talking about lyrics and how what's the process that this detective uses when these songs go up and they're using lyrics as evidence to prove that some of these guys have been involved in some of these crimes because they're trolling each other, right? So Davion's attorney gets up there and he's, I call him Father Time because he's older. But he does say, and notice that it's very rare that other people from Davion's team are doing the cross examinations. I really would prefer that the woman does it because during the appeals, or sorry, not the appeals, during the preliminary hearings leading up to trial, she was actually pretty good. I'm, in my opinion, I think she's a little underutilized. But Father Time wants to control it, so whatever. He gets up there after he asks about musical instruments, and then he goes, so what's the process when you look at these lyrics? And the detective says, usually, when the song is posted, I see that it's posted, I will cross-reference on Google to get the lyrics from the song. That way we have he didn't say these words, but it's likely because they have a transcription of what the song actually says and what the lyrics used are, right? That gets printed out. And that's how they use it. And this was said likely in a deposition previous to trial. Now, Father Time gets up there and he goes, all right, so you go to Google and you print lyrics. Like, how's that done? And he's just like, do you change what the lyrics are on Google? It's like, man. Father Time, it's time to retire. It's okay. You might be practicing law for a long time. It's okay. But that was not good. It did not, I'm just wondering how that hit the jury as they were absorbing that information. Okay, so Father Time is up there. Now, we didn't get anything from Sean Gathright's attorney on here. And then we did from Isaiah Chance's attorney. I want you guys to pay attention to him because I think out of all the defense attorneys, he's pretty good. And he talked a little bit about the law enforcement sources, things of the like. And, he just talked about like victims of crimes, the timeline, things like that. What I like about Isaiah's lawyer is that he's very soft-spoken, he's quiet, but he gets what he needs as far as information, right? They talked about the number of gangs that are in Jacksonville, and they said that there are 30. I forget who got that out of, which defense attorney got that fact out, but it is interesting because if there's 30 gangs and this person is just assigned to ATK, then he likely is the expert in the gang of ATK. Here's what I wrote down. So Isaiah's lawyer says, when was it documented that Julio Foolio was a gang member in Jacksonville? When did you guys first, have that documentation? And, the detective threw him a curveball there because he was just like, oh, I'm not really sure. And I saw Isaiah's lawyer kind of thinking about it. And he's just like, oh, wait. Wouldn't that if it was 5-6 years ago, wouldn't that have put, Foolio at the age of 18 during that time? So you see how he's kind of casting that doubt. He also asked this. He said, okay, did you know that ATK, all right, you're the expert in ATK. It's a gang, but you also know that it's a record label and it has an LLC that's registered. So Isaiah's lawyer caught the fact that this detective is certified or at least not certified, but at least is a so-called expert in the ATK gang, but he did not know that ATK is also an LLC. So that was an interesting fact. So I thought it was pretty cool that Isaiah's lawyer looked into that, because here's the other thing. It is said that Isaiah was on the 1200 or ATK side. So he gets in there. He's very quick, but he gets the information that he needs and he's out. So that's kind of making me lean towards Isaiah having a paid attorney and looking at the quality, so to speak. So that was witness 15. We then had two other witnesses this morning. We went to witness 16. The rest of the morning really focused on the Murphy cousins. Here's why. Witness 16 was Officer Mahamundi. He now works for the Lawrenceville Police Department, but we really focused on Georgia. And the reason why is because of Rashad's arrest. Here's what came out. It looks like they're trying to paint some sympathy for Rashad. The state went through the evidence of Rashad's arrest. That arrest took place in Gwinnett County, Georgia on June 26th, and it was at about 5:47 p.m. So we saw the body cam footage. We saw all of that. Now, the license plate reader is what caught Georgia law enforcement onto this because they used a program called Flock, which is interstate, right? What it does is it reads license plates. It kind of tracks the movement of cars as they go throughout different states. Detective Ramos had put in almost like an alert for law enforcement to be on standby if they come across this vehicle. Couple interesting things with the vehicle. The vehicle is used in a felony. The vehicle was not registered to Rashad or Davion, but was Rashad's brother's baby mama's car. All right. Now, they did search the interior of the vehicle. A cell phone was retrieved, and we're going to talk about that cell phone in a second, and it had the Maps app running. Charmaine Steiger, we also learned, is Rashad's baby mama, and they have 4 children together. So that's also new information. This really focused on his arrest. When he was arrested, they pulled into a hotel called the Baymont Hotel. Charmaine was already inside. Rashad was in the Chevy Cruze. Well, I forgot what Father Time called it. Rashad was in the Chevy Cruze, and he pulled into a parking space. Now, the arresting officer blocked the car in, came out of the car, pulled his service weapon, pointed it at Rashad, and told him to show him his hands or whatever. Rashad takes off. He runs. Now, his pants are sagging. He doesn't get far. His pants fall down, and he falls, boom, just splat, just on his back, boom, on the ground, right? He's on the ground. Now, the officer is trying to stop him from running, and he utilizes a taser. Now, in law enforcement, and some of you guys, I know some cops watch the channel. Sometimes they chime in. But usually, from what I know, they use a few steps to neutralize the situation. The first is pepper spray. That is not as evasive as the taser. The pepper spray, you're coughing, they'll do that to try to get somebody to calm down. Obviously, it hurts. Whoever the subject is going to be teary-eyed. You're not going to be able to breathe very well, but they do that to try to neutralize the situation and put the cuffs on somebody. In this situation, they used the taser. The taser was dispensed twice. The first time was a miss, so it didn't hit Rashad because Rashad had already fell. What we learned on cross-examination is that the second time it did hit, and it fried his balls, like it hit him in the nuts. So we had a fried balls situation. But what they're trying to do is not only cast the doubt, but they're also trying to show how aggressive the arrest was. Granted, this is a murder investigation, right? So while his balls are being fried, you also have, Lieutenant Cheek, who comes through and puts the gun to Rashad's head and says, hey, calm down. You're under arrest. They already knew who he was. Obviously, he's in pain, and he got some medical treatment for the fried balls. After the fried ball situation, he is taken into custody, and it looks like, and this is what I want to know, this is what I hope the jury is paying attention to. Rashad was arrested at 5:47 p.m., but he was released at 1:41 a.m., okay? This is in Gwinnett County. Strange. I'm wondering why. It seems like they didn't really talk about that too much. So anyway, that came out on cross. So I know that Rashad Murphy's attorney, it's his delivery. He's just a little bit slower at getting things out and articulating questions. So it seems like he is not effective at what he's doing. But y'all have to remember, his job is to cast doubt. And I think he's also looking at trying to get some sympathy for the way Rashad was arrested. I polled you guys during that portion of today's proceedings just to see if you guys thought that that use of force was too much or if it was warranted. And I believe a majority of you guys hit the 2 when we did that social experiment where you're like, hey, he's wanted for a murder. You know what I mean? It seemed warranted. But interesting stuff there. So, we learned a little bit more about the fried balls in that scenario. Now we go to witness 17, which is Detective Carter. And that was the woman on the stand. Many of you guys had recognized her from the YSL trial. She did testify there. She also testified in Alicia Andrews' trial. So she is a repeat witness. She is from Georgia as well. And then a lot of you guys recognized her from the first 48. Before we go there, just giving you a quick update. It is 12:58 Eastern Standard Time. Court is on lunch right now, and they are back at 1:45. So we've got about 45 minutes. Let's talk about Detective Carter, because I do think, like, usually I'll put like a little fire symbol in the chapters. So if you're watching in the future, that I think was the spiciest portion of the day. Now, Detective Carter, because it's Georgia, it's really only going to apply to Davion and Rashad, all right, that their roots are there. Before she even got on the stand, there was this big debate about the phones, the burner phone, right? And the state had to argue because Mr. Gonzalez, Rashad's attorney, it seems like he wanted to bring something in that was excluded, which is interesting. But he wanted to bring in a text message and a few other things that came from a cell phone extraction. Now, the judge was super confused before this happened because we had to clarify how many phones there were that were connected to Rashad. There were 2. There was the burner phone that he is on camera at Walmart purchasing, wearing the same clothing, right? Because we were like, Rashad, change your clothes. The same clothing. Right? We have him on camera purchasing a phone. Now, there's also a second phone that is the shared iPhone. Okay. This is a phone that he shares with the mother of his 4 children. They share a phone. Odd. But this iPhone purportedly stayed in Jacksonville. So at one point, when Rashad was on his way down there, that would logically get you to conclude, if you're on the jury, that Rashad went down there without a phone. All right. So there's a big discussion about these phones right now because there are 2 of them. Let's talk about Detective Carter. So she is in Georgia investigating this crime. And she responded to the Baymont Hotel and does a little bit of work there. Now, as far as Charmaine Steiger, she is apprehended and interviewed, not arrested. This is the baby mama with 4 kids. So she has the 4 kids and is interviewed by Detective Carter. During that interview, we talk about the phone that was found in the Chevy Cruze with the maps running. In that phone, they saw that it said, there was an Instagram message, a DM that came through, and it said something in reference to Foolio. We did not see that message, so we don't have the context. And this is what I'm saying. Like, sometimes the state will have holes in the stories because I'm a little confused. I want to see the Instagram message. What did it say? It said something about Foolio. But the only thing that we have is the detective's word of mouth on it. And that's why they confiscated the phone and ran it through a Cellbrite analysis. They did a cell extraction. Then they handed the phone off to Tampa. On cross-examination, we found out through Rashad's attorney that it was a partial extraction. So even though he took 20 years to get that out of the detective, it's pretty useful information that it's a partial extraction and not a full. We'll see how the jury takes that evidence and weighs it. But that is one thing that happened. The other thing that he tried to cast doubt on, which is so crazy to me, is that they needed to get an Airbnb for this, for the crime, right? And the incriminating part for Rashad is that the Airbnb is booked. The owner of the Airbnb messages Rashad and says, "Hello, Rashad. The condo association requires that we have an ID on file for anybody that rents our Airbnb. Can you send that over to us?" And it was a picture of his license. Now, the failure in this is that they're trying to cast doubt that Rashad is not the one that logged into Airbnb, okay, on his phone. And he is not the one that sent the message of the driver's license or his ID. The reason why is because the Cellbrite extraction report shows that that was a screenshot. Yeah, a little bit of weight. But at the end of the day, for me, what does it is when you log into Airbnb, it needs to be under an email with a password. You need to supply your information and it should be accurate. But nobody is going to start a message saying, "Hello, Rashad," if that's not your account. They're trying to say somebody else could have logged into that account. Somebody else could have sent the ID. I don't know if that's solid evidence. Now, the other thing is somehow from this extraction report, on June 18th, we get a copy of Davion's ID. Now, Father Time could have went in on this, but he didn't. How did because that's a question I have written down here. How was Davion's ID on this phone? It was also a screenshot. What was that used for? Why do y'all have Davion's ID? And then Father Time talked about Turo, right? Like, are you familiar with Turo? Well, tell us more. What about Turo? Did he rent a car? What about the black Chrysler that we saw in the flock data? What's that? I have a question about that. What is that? So, like with this cell phone extraction, I see that you're casting the doubt, fine, but tie it together for the jury. You know what I mean? So sometimes there are these small mistakes that are made because the partial extraction is good. That's good. And I'll give Rashad's attorney that one, even though he takes 20 years to tell us anything. The license for the Airbnb, I think that's a little weak. Davion's ID, I still think that there's a big question around that. Now, here's where Rashad's attorney got stuck. And that was, it was important that we know that it's a partial extraction and not a full extraction. He showed a picture of the phone in a pink phone case and then the back of the phone indicating some damage. You guys know, like, here's my phone case. You take it out and YouTuber here. So of course my phone case is a camera. But if you take it out, the back of the phone has its own condition, right? Like so. Now that phone was messed up in the back. So it also shows that there was some type of damage to the phone. Does that mean that the phone does not function properly? He probably should have focused on that a little bit more. He tried to, but he didn't do it fully, I think. So he's trying to say that because the phone is damaged and it was placed on a wireless charger. And that makes sense that the police would have a wireless charger instead of a full charger, because if you need to charge the phone while the extraction is taking place, these extractions take time. They can take hours. For those of you guys that watched the Karen Reed case with us last year, we saw that just a phone download of, I think it was John O'Keefe's phone, the victim in that case, the murdered gentleman, we had to, like, the phone extraction took a few hours. So I guess what he was trying to get at, and I wish he did a better job at it, is if there's damage to the phone, it should have been plugged in or whatever the case may be. Because it was not plugged in and placed on the wireless charger, for some reason the phone died, and that's why we got to a partial extraction. All right. So that's what we have there. So he spent a little bit of time with the wireless charger, the phone dying, things like that. There is another photograph that he just said right before lunch that he's going to try to get in through Detective Ramos. And that's a photograph from this cell phone extraction of them damn boots, the black boots. Y'all seen the boots? You know what I'm talking about? Some of y'all are like, what are those? Like, whose boots? Who made those boots? Are they name brand boots? We don't know about these black boots, but these black boots keep making appearances in evidence. It's in the Walmart footage. It's in this photograph from the car, the Chevy Cruze. And we also have the same damn black boots in the Tesla footage that we saw Thursday, right? So these black boots are making an appearance. He's trying to, and this is why the judge was like, what's wrong with you? You want to bring this picture in? It's a picture of the boot, but next to the boot is a bag. And the bag might have what I think is the Walmart bag from Wally World of the phone in it, still intact in like almost like an unopened product. I think that's what he's up to. I suspect, I could be wrong, but I suppose that's what he's trying to do, because if you do that, then you debunk the state's theory that the phone that he purchased from Wally World was never even open. So is it a burner phone, right? That's what I think he's up to. So we'll see if that comes into fruition. But again, I think the weakness in Rashad Murphy's attorney's delivery is that he gets glitchy like Miss Love. You know, the other lawyers, they're very sharp. Even Father Time. I mean, he forgets all types of things, but Father Time gets to the point a little bit faster. So that's what I suspect is happening. Now, does that help Rashad at the end of the day? Does it help if the phone was never opened? Yes and no, because you have the masked images from the Tesla. You still have that. You still have his ID. You still have a mountain of damning evidence. So we'll see how much weight that has. But, you know, you guys, like, we're looking at this as if we're on the jury, right? Some of this stuff is convincing, but some of it is not. And that's the jury's job, is to piece the story together and figure out how all of this happened leading up to Foolio's demise. And, you know, at the end of the day, the stakes are high because you got to get justice for Foolio's mom and his family, and the state has to get this right. I think they're going in almost the same order that they did with Alicia's case. So we're getting there. You know what I mean? Because all of this seems familiar. Like on day 1 and 2, we saw some of the same evidence that we're looking at right now. Detective Ramos was closer to the end. So, I mean, we'll see. You know, I was projecting that this case is going to take 3 to 4 weeks. Judge Sisko said 2. So we'll see. We will see. It's 1:10 Eastern Standard Time, guys, and they are due back at 1:45, so about 35 minutes. While we are on break here, I am going to read some super chats, go through those, answer y'all's questions. What I'm going to start to do is answer questions as we go every day. Looking at your poll, on the bottom of the chat, you're going to start to see 2 things. One is we have a daily poll, right? Court of public opinion. That's you guys. I know that these boys all look cooked, and unfortunately, it only gives me 4 options for the poll. So because we have 4 defendants, the question every day is going to be, who is the most cooked? We haven't talked a lot about Sean today, but we have 44% of you saying Sean, which, shout out to Cuff Boys. Remember last week I was telling you guys about Sean's escape attempt? Like, you know, him trying to move up a tile on the ceiling. Cuff Boys did a video on that, so y'all check him out. Cam is an amazing content creator. I've been following him forever, and he's in our niche. Great guy, know his editor. He's really awesome. So Sean, we haven't talked about today, but 44% of you guys say Sean. 22% of you guys say Isaiah. Now, Isaiah's situation is interesting because he's Alicia's baby daddy, Gutter Zay. But Gutter Zay, you know, I think he probably has the strongest attorney in this case. You guys say 26% cooked. Now, his big thing is that they are painting him as the conspirator, right? The big conspiracy theory starts with him. What's hurtful for Isaiah, we saw it last week. Y'all remember that That's Spaces, Twitter Spaces, where Foolio, you can hear Foolio. It's a recording of him talking to people on Twitter Spaces. Gutta Zay jumps on and he starts saying things that are, you know, like Foolio didn't care. Like Gutta Zay popped in. He said, Foolio, how your foot feeling, brother? Or something like that. And then Foolio's like, man, I got time for this shit. You know, but that piece of evidence right there, I think is the one that's hurting Isaiah so far. Now, it's interesting that 14% of you guys say that Rashad is the most cooked. I mean, granted, his balls got cooked. We saw the balls cooked in real time. He is now lower. Last week, you guys had Davion at the bottom. So what's new to me with 12, almost 1,300 votes, y'all now have Rashad as the least cooked. Interesting. Y'all changed up on me today. Davion is now at 16%. They didn't tie up that bowl. I don't know how his ID got in the picture. Like that seems like such a mystery right now. So I think the attorneys Father Time needs to clean that up a little bit. However, that is what you're going to see in the chat is the daily poll. You can hold on to your vote if you want to see everything and vote at the end of the day. I usually check it around lunch and at the end of the day, and I will report on what you guys are thinking. You do only get one vote a day. So you choose when you want to vote, but our daily poll will be there. The other thing that I'll do, you'll see a little thumbtack on the bottom. Whenever we have a witness, I will put a thumbtack on who that witness is and what their name is, things of the like. So right now, the state is on witness number 17, just concluded. Looks like we're going to get 18 and 19 today, a Detective Kline and a Detective Ramos. That is your midday recap. But yes, for anybody that's coming in, it's confused about cooked balls or fried balls. We have fun over here. So let us get to Super Chats. It is 1:14 Eastern Standard Time. They are due back at 1:45. I do have some old footage of Vlad interviews of Youngs and Ace. Shout out to Father Time. There's a few Young and Ace interviews out there, and there are definitely some Foolio interviews that we could take a peek at where Vlad asked them directly, like, are y'all going to stop the beef? You can learn a little bit more about the subject matter, and not these guys directly, but just the subject matter. And that's also what I'm going to do during lunch breaks is we can play some old Alicia interviews, or sorry, not interviews, but Alicia footage from her trial as well, because as we get ready for other witnesses, like Sean's mom, I want to watch that all over again. So during the week, that is what I will do for y'all, and we'll go from there. All right, let's check out our Super Chats. Everybody has been so generous today. Huge shout out to Steel Evolve. I think that's how I'm saying it, Steel Evolve. But this is Tracy. She is your stream sponsor today. She gifted 80 memberships, which is like $240. All right. Like she came through and supported Chatterhood today and gifted you guys memberships. So thank you so much, Tracy, for gifting all of those memberships. She did 10 before the stream started. She did another 20 before I even got on camera. Full Drinking and Half Thinking popped in at 9 a.m., gifted 10 memberships. And then he dropped a super chat that says, hey, Avi, good to see you. Thank you so much. Full Drinking and Half Thinking. We have Petty Pendergrass, your favorite mod, one of your favorite mods out here. He be cutting up in chat all the time. Gifted 5 memberships this morning. Thank you so much, Petty. And again, if y'all got a membership in the moment, I usually try to write it down and let you know who gave out what, but it was happening so fast that I didn't catch them. But please say thank you if you received one. Today is Here Comes Drama's birthday. She's another mod on this channel, dropped a 10. Says happy birthday to me. I'll be in and out. So if y'all see these folks in chat, please say thank you to them. You know, we got a great community over here. Shout out to Deonra with the 2, says let's get cooking. Happy birthday. Here comes drama. Thank you, D. Appreciate the $2 super chat. It's her birthday and she gifted memberships. Man, Here Comes Drama is amazing. Like she really is. Like, so I'm gonna see if I can get her a new t-shirt. I might email you Here Comes Drama as a birthday gift. Since you're so generous with chat, I might as well, gift you a free t-shirt from the AV merch store. Here we go with Tracy. Tracy gifted another 50 memberships. It was crazy. I couldn't believe she did this. So generous of her. Super, super generous of her. D pops in with another 2, says, does Florida have barbecue style? Just saying. I mean, I don't know if we were talking about the fried nuts or whatever at that point, but that was 922. D, thank you so much. Pops in with another 2, says, we know you have neck tattoos. Stop at the turtleneck. That is funny. You know who's doing this? Isaiah. You want to know why he's doing this? Trial strategy. This is how I know Isaiah has one of the better attorneys. They are trying to make him look innocent. We know that boy got tattoos all the way up to here, all the way up. We know it, but they're hiding it with the turtlenecks. It could also be that the courtroom is just very cold. Like we saw that in the YSL trial. A lot of the guys are wearing turtlenecks. You know, some of them were shivering all the time because the AC was just really cold. And Judge Whitaker was going through some times in life which required having a cooler room, right? But I do think in this case that they're trying to hide it, because the more that the jury gets acclimated to that, they're going to not think about him as a gangbanger or a gang member or whatever the case may be. Strategy is what you wear, you know, whereas the Murphy cousins are wearing all black, looking like the Grim Reaper. Okay, the Murphy brothers are wearing black. It's crazy. But yeah, that's what I think is happening there. But thank you so much, D, for all the love. Shout out to Jamie, been with me for 11 months, says good morning, y'all. Good morning to you, Jamie. Been with me for almost a year. I appreciate your time as a channel member. Shout out to Michael Love with the 5, says, I like the dual streaming trial, watching how to apply makeup. Yeah, that's a running joke on this channel. In the morning when we start at 9, I am always doing my makeup. And the reason why is because y'all remember Alicia's trial. What about Alicia? Alicia was doing her makeup at the defense counsel table. I never seen that before. And for those that have been asking all day, I say it every day. But again, if you're worried, if you're curious about Alicia, her next court date is May 11th. So on May 11th, we will see what's going on with her. She's not been sentenced yet. And we reviewed her documents last Thursday, but she is hoping to get a new trial or to have certain rulings that Judge Sisko made removed. So we will see what happens then. Michael Love popped in with another 5, says, wait a minute, what's the deal with the likes? Let me see where y'all are. You're at 900 likes for the morning so far. Thank you. I know we're going to get over to 1,000. That just helps put this feed on your For You page every morning on time. You ain't got to look for me. It just trains the algorithm. That's why you'll hear a lot of content creators say that. And the sooner it happens in the day, we're training the algorithm. So if you are following this case, it's going to put me at the top of your feed every morning. All right. So that's why we ask you guys to do that. Shout out to Big Daddy Vic. Sometimes if y'all ask some great questions, I will star them and review them later. He says, good morning. Did they figure out whose bullet proximately caused the fatal wound yet? This is a wonderful question, Big Daddy Vic. I want to know the answer to that because on Thursday and a little bit of Wednesday, we started at the crime scene and we heard from a lot of the Jacksonville witnesses. We looked at how Foolio's body was found and we know what the cause of death was. There was a fatal bullet that there were 2. One had hit his liver. I think the other one, when he was turning to the side to try to get to the back seat, there was one that went through his back and hit other major organs that you need to live. So the big question is, and I'm sure the jury has the same question, is which one of them shot from which gun in which proximity to cause that fatal wound? The answer to the question right now is not yet, but I'm sure a lot of jury members want to know the answer to that question too. Because if it came from the right side of the vehicle, the shooter had to be on the right, which I believe could be Sean. That Sean was under that tree. So we also need to see the position of the shooters. And maybe that's what I can have my team work on, because we were trying to do a little illustration of each car and who was in what car and what position they were in. But we also probably want to see where all the shooters were positioned. Now, it couldn't have been Davion because Davion was on the other side of the street. So that puts us down to Rashad or Sean. In my opinion, I think it's Sean, but again, we want to see evidence that supports that. Okay. Because when it comes to the sentencing phase of this trial, all of this is going to come into account, right? You have the death penalty on the table for 3 of them. So which one, like whose gun did that come from? I mean, is Mama Gaithright's gun at the end of the day, culpability there, or at least, who supplied the guns, whose household did it come from? Did she tell Sean to take the guns and do what he did? No, she didn't. But the security of these weapons is so important when it comes to this stuff. So Big Daddy Vic, I thought that was a really good question that you asked this morning. And although it's not a super chat or anything, if you guys ask like really sharp questions like that, I will review them during lunch. It is 1:23 Eastern Standard Time. They're back at 1:45, so just over 20 minutes. Shout out to D with the 2, says Detective Carter, Wonder Woman on the stand. Yes, she is testified in multiple cases, and same thing, like when Rashad Murphy's attorney was up there, she was getting a little tripped up and confused by what he was asking, but she stayed sharp in her answers, so she did a great job. Michael, this was a good one. Michael had a comment earlier that I starred. He said he's creating doubt no matter how it sounds or looks. This is when Rashad Murphy's attorney was up there. And I agree with you, Michael. He's going to try to do it. Like all you have to do is cast the doubt just a little bit, because these boys are going away for life or could lose their lives with the death penalty, So these are important phases of trials. He says, remember, he don't have to prove anything but create doubt and everything. So that was a good point, Michael, and I definitely wanted to grab that one. Shout out to Positive QB, who became a member. Miss QB, I think you've been around forever, so you might be renewing your membership, or if you're new, welcome. Great community. You are going to love it here. Shout out to DW with the 10, says, great balls of fire. Listen, we were roasting nuts. I don't think I've ever talked about roasting nuts during a trial. They were roasted. I mean, being tased, and apparently the taser hits your body and it's tasing you for 5 seconds, like that's a long 5 seconds. And what it does is it incapacitates your muscles and it just like I'm not exactly sure how the exact science works, but it neutralizes you as a human. You can't move. So, and it's not painful. Like it's likely to be super painful, So thank you so much, DW. And then he or she gifted 5 AV memberships. I did not catch the name, but thank you so much, DW, and everybody that has supported the stream. Let me come to Cash Apps real quick. They are back in 20 minutes, chat. Oh, I have a DoorDash to go get. So I am going to quickly switch gears and put us on a Foolio interview with Vlad real quick. I told you guys that we were going to do that during break, but I got to go downstairs and grab this food.
That's sad. That's sad. I mean,
we're going to start it from the
things
top.
like that. Yeah. And, you've been grinding for a while too. So, it's always dope to see someone, who doesn't just pop up out of nowhere, who actually has put in the work in over the years and is finally getting what they deserve.
Who you telling? That's love though. Appreciate that.
That's what it is. Well, it's our first time here, so I want to start in the beginning.
Yeah.
So you grew up in Jacksonville?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay. And your parents are Haitian?
Nah. Hell nah. Like that's Florida. That's what like everything in Florida though. But you know how that shit go. Like I hang around majority, you know what I'm saying? I grew up around a lot of, you know what I'm saying, Haitians and cutthroats, and it's just a lot. That's just what it is in Florida.
Okay, because I remember there's like a lyric where he said like my grandma Zoe or something like that.
I say my grandma do voodoo, and we chop the head off a goose. I got a couple songs referencing like stuff because like that's what I'm tied in with. You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's why I came to that conclusion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get.
Okay. So what part of Jacksonville did you grow up in?
The north side, 1646 West 45th Street, Hilltop Village Apartments. It's like the worst hood in Jacksonville, like literally the worst hood, Hilltop Village Apartments.
Okay, when you say it's the worst hood, what does that mean exactly?
Like killing, shootings, prostitution, drugs, like whatever, like anything you don't supposed to see, you gonna see it up. Yeah.
Okay. So, as a little kid, you don't know really where you're growing up. I mean, everything looks normal to you, but was there like a certain moment, whether it was violence or something you saw or experienced that made you realize like, okay, this is not the same type of neighborhoods that I'm seeing on TV?
Yeah, one of my dogs, well, he ain't my dog no more, but one of my dogs, mama had got shot in front of us in the hood, in Hilltop. Yeah, she got shot in front of us, yep.
Okay, and you're how old?
I was probably like 11. Yeah, like 11, 12.
Okay, so a 12-year-old is seeing someone get shot right in front of them.
Yeah.
What does that do to a young mind like that?
It was so crazy. I was so close to my dog at the time. I'm watching him cry like, and then I'm seeing her lay down on the steps. She lift her arm shirt up. She like, I'm shot. I'm like, this is really going on. You feel me? That night, like, that just fucked my mind up. That just showed me like, cause when you a kid, you don't think death real. That showed me that death is real. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, okay, and she actually died?
Nah, she ain't died, but I'm looking at her bleed, and you know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Okay, what was that situation over?
I think it was like a fight or something, an argument or something like that. And then shots got fired and she ended up getting shot. Miss Prunish. Yeah.
Okay, sad. Okay, so that happened at 12. Yeah. What started to happen after that?
You sound like just growing up, like you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, just in terms of like the drama and the violence and everything else like that, because it seemed like things started to just kind of keep going like that.
Yeah, it get worse. Okay, and then that was when I was in elementary though, right? So when I hit like 6th grade, that's when like I jumped out the porch, like got my first piece of pussy, like got my first gun, and you know what I'm saying, evolving and seeing like different shit. And this when I actually moved from the north side to the west side of Jacksonville. And this was like when I started jumping out the porch for real. And like this is where I got my first gun, first piece of pussy. It was just like a lot of stuff, different stuff coming at me so fast. And my first clubs, I went to my first clubs fighting and all type of crazy stuff.
Okay, why did you feel as a young teenager that you had to carry a pistol around?
It was just a lot going on around me. Like, okay, we walk in the clubs, like we walking in every club, like 50 deep. Like, and the people, like some of the people we used to get into it with, they was older than us. And like they always had the advantage. They had the cars, they had the guns. So we was young, like only thing we think about fighting. So it just came to a point where like, hell no, we can't keep getting shot at, and you know what I'm saying? Hell no. We finna get posed, we finna protect ourselves. Yeah.
Right. And you actually started losing some of your friends at one point.
Yeah. I lost my first friend in like 9th grade. But my daddy had died from gun violence before that in 2011. Oh. But I lost my first friend in 9th grade, Aaron Brooks. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your father for a second.
Yeah.
You were how old when he died?
I think I was like 13.
What happened to him?
He had got in an altercation with somebody. He beat somebody up, right? And I guess after he beat the person up, the person couldn't take the ass with him, so they shot him. You know what I'm saying? They went and got a gun, came back and shot him.
Okay. And in terms of your dad getting into it with people, was that like just a strange occurrence, or was he someone that was really in the streets and really out there thugging?
My daddy was thugging, like Rick, his name Rick the Ruler. Like he ran his block, like the whole 21st and Murder. Like he ran that section, like that was his section. He from the north side too, but he from like another part of the north side. But my dad ran this section, like he was a real big gangster. Like yeah.
Okay. And in terms of what he wanted from you, for you, I mean, did he want you to follow his footsteps, or was he trying to kind of push you away from what he was doing himself?
To be honest, I couldn't even tell you because I was with my daddy, but we were like, we wasn't together long enough for us to, you know what I'm saying, for him to see me get on the football team, and he just died, you know what I'm saying? I was young, I was like 12, 13, so you know what I'm saying? We didn't get to do much together, like, you know?
I mean, how bad did that hit you, being 12, 13 years old and losing your father?
That shit fucked my head up. Like, that shit fucked my family, his side of the family, and we had lost my grandma like probably like a year or two before that. So that shit just shattered everything for me. Like it was just a messed up situation.
The guy that killed your father, was he caught?
Yeah, he had ended up getting caught.
Okay. And is he still in prison?
Yeah, I think so. I don't really be keeping up, but I know he got caught for sure for it.
Did you personally know who that was or who that is?
Nah, I was young.
Okay.
He was an older dude. I don't know who he was from County Pan.
I mean, do you still feel some level of anger or revenge or something towards the man that killed your father?
Of course. But I know how the streets go. Like now I do it like I know what was really going on. Like, you know what I'm saying? So when I was young, I didn't. Like I was like, damn, like people really kill, like take somebody you love from you, like, you know what I'm saying? But now I know what was going on. So yeah.
All right, y'all. Just a reminder, they are on lunch. They should be back in about 17 minutes. So we're almost there. In the meantime, we're watching some old footage, like one of Foolio's final interviews, things of the like. Don't worry about copyright. Let's just say I know people that know people in Vlad's camp. So we should be good. But yeah, guys, we're just killing some time until we get to court time. We're expected to have 2 more witnesses for the day. And real quick, definitely wanted to shout out Lucky, who sent me a $10 cash app. Thank you so much, Lucky. Appreciate you for that. And all the ways that you guys can support the show are down below. Lucky says continue to be great. Thank you so much, brother. All right, let's get back to Foolio's interview. They are due back in about 17 minutes, and then we will jump into the remainder of today's proceedings.
Okay. And then you end up losing one of your close friends.
Yeah, Aaron, 9th grade. I was like 15, 15, 16.
What happened with that?
Well, he was in the neighborhood we used to be on called Clyde, and he ended up getting killed. Yeah, he ended up getting killed. It was just a crazy, like, whole day in school. Like, we was hearing about it, like, but we didn't get the confirmation till one of our other friends that came to school and told us. So when that had happened, like, we started a riot in school. Like, we had fought, like we were just going crazy about it, like, you know. That was our first bit loss, like, our 15-year homeboy, like, who we had lost, you know.
That's sad.
Yeah.
That's sad. I mean, when things like that happen, you either kind of accept it as part of your life, or you think, well, maybe I need to get up out of here because I could be next. Because here's my close friend. We're probably doing similar things, and now he's gone. I'm still here, same neighborhood, same people, same situations. Did you want to, I know you're still young, but were you thinking maybe I need to just get up out of here?
See, it was like, yeah, but then again, that shit sent me like full throttle in the streets, you know? Like it sent me like full throttle in the streets, like, and it's so crazy because we were still playing football then. Like we probably like it was like probably like my 8th going to 9th grade. Like that summer, we were still playing for La Villa, a team called La Villa, but we were still toting guns at the football field, like so we were still into it with people. You know what I'm saying? So even with trying to change, we were still like going through shit. And then we just lost him. It was just all the way over with. Like it was all the way over with the football, all that. I was in the streets.
Well, then at 16 years old, you get shot yourself.
15.
15.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened with that?
Okay. So this was like my first day of school, like, cause I had got kicked out of a school for fighting, right? They sent me to an alternative school in the Ops hood who I was beefing with. Like, they sent me, it's called Grand Park. They sent me to this school, right, in my Ops neighborhood. So one of the boys from that hood actually died that morning, and they thought I had something to do with it. Like, and he died getting on the school bus. So when I was on the way to school, when I got there, everybody was like, bro, they say you had something to do with such and such dying, bro. We know you had something to do with it, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, hell no, I was on the way to school, which I was. I'm on the way to school. So it came to like 4th period. I was finna fight like 3 people, 3 of the same people in the same hood. So, okay, I get off the school bus. Mind you, now I ain't thinking of nothing. Like I've been taunting this man all day, like him being dead, like knowing that karma real. I ain't thinking of it at that time, but this would show me karma real. I've been taunting him all day on Facebook, the person who died. So I get off the school bus, I walk through the cut. I say probably like 5-10 minutes later, somebody pop out the cut, go to shooting, boom, boom, boom. I got hit on my hip, and my hip popped out of place, and I was just crawling, looking back, looking at him still shooting. You know what I'm saying? So as I'm crawling, I crawled to like this house with this lady sitting on the porch. I'm like, I'm shot. I'm like, I'm shot, ma'am, I'm shot. She was like, I don't give a fuck. Get the fuck out my yard. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm shot. So after that, I just turned over. I just laid on my back and I just like passed out. Yeah.
Okay, but he still got the gun and still shooting at you?
Yeah, he
this whole
could have
time?
walked down him. Like, he could have stood over me.
Okay, but what, there was too many people around, so he ran off?
No, he was still shooting. He was still shooting that because I was with other people too, right? I was with like 4 or 5 other people. So as I'm crawling, he probably thought I was dead or bleeding out or something, like, because he was still shooting at them. So yeah, I turned around, laid on my back, and I just passed out. Like, by the time I walked back up, I saw police in front of me. Then I passed out again. Then I was in the back of the ambulance. And I passed out again. I was at the hospital. Like, I was just going in and out.
Okay, so you wake up in the hospital,
Mm-hmm.
and when it comes to a shooting, you know, the police are going to be there questioning you about what happened, right?
Yeah, they was, bro. The police was acting like I wasn't the victim. They were like, oh, the person you beefing with died that morning. They say you had something to do with it. We know you had something to do with it. I had to prove to them that I was really on the way to school, but it ended up getting cleared though. It ended up getting cleared that I ain't had nothing to do with it, you know? But yeah, they would more or less treat me like the suspect than the victim.
Okay, and the guy who shot you, what happened with him?
I don't know who did it.
Okay.
I don't know who did it.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Okay. You lost your dad through gun violence. You
Yeah.
lost your close friend through gun violence. Now you get shot. Does that change who you are as a person at that point?
Bro, it just like all them events was making me worser. Like, I was in the hospital straight thinking like somebody really just tried to take my life. Like, that showed me like I gotta fully protect myself like at all means. Like that sent me like in the streets 24/7. I stopped going to school, like, cause I got shot getting out of school, but so I can't go to school. They know where I'm at 24/7 now. You know what I'm saying? So when I stopped going to school, I was just in the streets 24/7. Yeah.
Okay, so you drop out of school.
Yeah.
And now you're basically just hanging out, doing whatever for money.
Doing whatever. And then it's so crazy. After like I healed up, really I tried to go back one more time. After I like healed up from my gunshot wound, it took me probably like 4 months, 5 months to learn how to walk again, something like that. I tried to go back to the same school. They told me when I walked in the front office, I'm like, hey, I'm here to re-enroll. I'm finally healed. They're like, oh, you can't come back to this school. We can't tell you out, but you can't come back. You're gonna have to find something else to do. I'm like, what? So y'all really denied me from my education. I was like, shit, fuck it. That's just God. I don't need to be here. Fuck it. And I left.
Okay.
Yeah.
During this time, are you starting to get arrested at all or not really?
I was getting arrested for little petty shit, like petty theft and like little shit. There wasn't no major shit yet.
Okay. So you were getting arrested as a juvenile?
Yeah.
So they would send you to juvie. You would spend what, a couple weeks there?
I'll probably spend like half a day or a day and then they'll let me straight out. I ain't kept a serious charge till I hit probably like 17 years old. Yeah.
So we just got the answer right there. Remember Isaiah's lawyer asking about when he was classified as a gang member? He was spot on. He said it would have been around the time that Foolio was around 17, 18. So this is probably where they started, putting him on their radar. Court's back in 4 minutes, y'all. We're just killing some time until they are back. But yeah, I'm over here, excuse the eating, but I think because this trial is going to last a few weeks, y'all might see me eating from time to time. Just saying, I'm giving you a warning. You might see your girl munching.
Probably like that was probably my first serious charge. I kept getting caught with guns.
Okay, what happened at 17?
So one day, me and 2 of my friends who deceased and one of my other homeboys, it was like Christmas Eve. It was like 12 o'clock. Matter of fact, it was Christmas. We went to a movie theater in something called Orange Park in Florida, right? So as we riding through the parking lot, we being young and ignorant. Like everybody we riding past, like we showing flashing the guns out the window, this and that, blah. So boom, we not even paying attention. Like the whole time we flashing the gun, showing everybody out the window. The police pulled behind us, probably like 2 deep, hit the lights. So we tried to take them on like a 10, 15 second chase through the parking lot and got caught instantly. Like we got caught, they beat us up, all type of junk, threw us in the back of the car. We got caught with like 4 guns.
Okay, and at that point, are you being charged as an adult or just a juvenile?
They was trying to. I was the only juvenile in the car though. The rest of them, everybody else went to the county jail. I was the only juvenile. So when I went to juvie, that was probably the longest time I did in juvie. I probably did like a month. Yeah, I did like a month, and then they straight let me out. They let all us out.
Okay, I mean, you got lucky.
Lucky, yep.
Lucky, because if you're catching other gun charges, I mean, they could have thrown the book at you.
If I would have caught, they told me, if I would have caught one more, see in Jacksonville, you go to something like when you're a juvenile, you go to programs. They said if I would have caught one more gun charge, I would have went to like a level 8, level 10 program. That's like probably 2 years, year and a half. You know what I'm saying? I would have went to a program.
Okay, so you get lucky, you get 1 month.
Yeah.
Coming out after that month, did you be like, I need to change my life? Or are you like, all right, I'm going back to what I was doing before?
Back to the streets. I went back, that's when I went to like, trying to like rap, like, cause I was always like, everybody knew me for knowing how to rap. I was dropping music. I had an old SoundCloud, like dropping stuff I recorded on my phone and on my laptop and stuff. But I wasn't trying to take it like, I ain't gonna say serious because I ain't blow it yet, but I wasn't trying to like being in a real studio more. And once I did that, like it clicked in my head that I could rap like good and people wanted to take me serious. Like, yeah.
Okay, so now you're taking the rap seriously. I mean, you were doing it before as a teenager, but now it's like, all right, I need to either do this or I'm going to end up just going back to prison or getting killed.
Definitely.
Okay,
Yeah,
and was your name Foolio in the beginning?
Yeah.
Listen, like with Vlad, shout out to Vlad, but I know somebody that was interviewed on Vlad, and I think right now he's going through some beef with like Boosie because he's not paying Boosie. The whole thing is so crazy. Half of the time, I probably shouldn't be telling y'all this. Half of the time when you watch these Vlad interviews, Vlad is not in the room. Vlad is talking to these people on a laptop and the subject is right there. And they have a few studios. One is in Atlanta. So I wonder if Julio did this while at the Atlanta studio. But their team, what they do is they enhance the audio afterward. Vlad is usually somewhere else interviewing these folks. There are very limited times. I'm not gonna say limited, but there are times when he's in the room with a person and everybody really thinks like he is literally sitting there in the room with you. Kevin Samuels was interviewed by Vlad. Lead was interviewed by Vlad. A few people were. So, it's just interesting. But I do remember this intimately because you guys know I co-hosted with Lead Attorney. Super, super close, me and Lead. And he was interviewed by Vlad. He's like, he called me after. He's like, AV, do you know I was in the room talking to a laptop? I was like, stop it. He's like, I was talking to a laptop. Vlad wasn't even there. I was like, oh man. So that is literally what happens sometimes. It can be remote, but that is the setup that they have. Just checking in on the courtroom. I'm going to refresh it on this other tab here. It's 1:45 right now. And good news, they're back.
President, Ms.
There we go.
Dury, were you able to talk to Mr. Gonzalez about whether any of the disputed exhibits you intend to introduce at this time?
Judge, we were, and I believe the only disputed item was going to be the victim's Instagram records.
Okay, can I see them?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge, and I think Ms. Isma was gonna argue this. She stepped out for 1 second.
I can give the court.
Can I look at the exhibit?
Judge, there is a video of the victim's Instagram account along with then, and they were certified from Instagram. Then there were also some postings from Instagram.
Okay, and this for the record is states Crawford Exhibit 95, 95A is the video, 95B 1 through 12 are the, screenshots of the, okay? So
I think it's A through D, Judge, so there's additional ones besides just A.
it's only marked as, the video is marked as 95A, and then there's 95B 1 through 12, and then I don't know what these are, 95C 1 through 8, and 95D, 95E. So that's what I've got in front of me, 95E, 95C 1 through 8, 95B 1 through 12, and 95A. So what exactly amongst these are you objecting to?
Judge, can I look at B? And can I look at,
Anything in B?
no,
you're
Judge,
objecting to, okay?
and let me look at, is that C,
It is.
please?
Let me give this back to you since that's fine.
So Judge, my argument would be as to 95C5, C6, and I believe these are still shots of the recording.
Okay, so 95, C5, and C6 are what you are objecting to, right?
Yes, Judge, and although the state might have modified the exhibit, at one point in time, there was also this picture, which is a larger shot of the profile picture.
Well, I don't see that in there, in this exhibit.
And quite frankly, Judge, to be honest, it wasn't this big. It was about half this big. So
Okay.
if it's the state's intention not to try to introduce this picture, then that would be,
That's not relevant to
Eliminate.
anything.
Eliminate.
Looks like that his profile photo or something.
that's correct, Judge.
Is this Instagram that I'm looking at? What is
Yes,
this?
Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, so state on 95C5, what is the relevance of this?
C5, Judge. Those are, Judge, if I can have Miss Ismer, and she's the one that.
Where is she? Tell her to get in here.
Sorry, I just didn't know what was
I
looking at.
know.
That's okay.
Not your fault. You kinda got-
Okay, Ms. Ismer, the defense is objecting, or Mr. Gonzalez is objecting to 95C5 and 95C6 being introduced into evidence through Detective Ramos. So tell me, what is the relevance? I've got the exhibit.
You do? May I see it, Your Honor?
Yep. Just come up here and take a look.
Okay.
What is the relevance of C5? And then tell me the relevance of C6.
These are screen captures of the screen recording that Detective Ramos took. These actually encapsulate what the victim's profile was on the date of his homicide.
Okay.
And the specific relevance of 95C5, which is the still of the Instagram page, meaning if you went to the person's page, you could see all of their posts, are that there's a profile picture associated with the victim's account. That profile picture is actually located on defendant Murphy's account. I believe the 17th, but I'd have to go look at my
That's fine.
exhibit list.
And so that shows Charles Jones's whereabouts on the day of
It shows his social media account. So his profile picture, like the photograph that would be used to identify his account,
okay?
and the overall, like the name, his nicknames, the account itself that was accessed by.
Okay. And then the photos on the bottom, what are those?
These are his account. These are posts that he had, so they show up as little squares instead of in a line like you would see on maybe Facebook or something. Each post shows up. These are some kind of like promotional, I guess, maybe posts that he had for a cell phone company or something. I'm not really sure. But
All right, so they are arguing. We're just back from lunch. Before the jury comes back in, they are about to have two detectives testify. They are looking at the state of Foolio's account, his Instagram account before or the date that he passed. So they're looking at the state of it. Now, Rashad Murphy's attorney is arguing that he wants to get some of these things taken out through Detective Ramos. So they're talking about it right now.
this is what his account was. This is the appearance of his account to include our teaser's flyer on the date of his homicide.
Okay, what's the objection?
Judge, first of all, I think it's both a 401 and a 403 argument. Number one is I have no objection to the profile of Julio Foolio. I would object to the profile picture of what appears to be maybe his parents or his grandparents, and the suggestion it may give the jury it's not necessary. It's not necessary in order for them or the state to introduce what his Instagram account was at the time that the screenshot or the screen recording was taken.
It isn't, did Miss Ismer just tell me that this information was it Davion Murphy's? Rashad Murphy's phone device.
And I'm gonna get the date for Your Honor as well.
And that's part of an exhibit.
Correct, on 6/8 of 2024, the significance of that being 6/8 is the same date that the other, fight with the co-defendant and Mr. Charles Jones occur, and about 6 minutes later, the defendant Rashad Murphy is communicating with Charles Jones's account and with Isaiah Chance's account. The communication with Julio Foolio's account is that he is accessing that social media page.
Meaning Rashad Murphy.
Yes. And Isaiah Chance is engaged in a fight with Charles Jones on that same evening. Then within the hour of that fight, Rashad Murphy and Sean Gathright are text messaging about how Bruh needs to get off of IG. They have bigger plans. So certainly all goes to, given the charge time of the conspiracy, several parts of the state's case, most specifically though for this particular exhibit that Mr. Gonzalez is referencing here, 95C, I believe he indicated.
C5, C6.
Is that profile picture. I don't actually know who those individuals are, but certainly it's an identifiable image that's depicted on his client's device.
Okay.
Judge, the same image, the same profile of Julio Foolio's Instagram account can be admitted without the picture of the grandparents or the parents. I think it's both a relevance and a 403 outweighing prejudicial effect, because it's not necessary to show that someone was accessing someone else's Instagram account. It's not necessary. Julio Foolio is there. Pictures of Julio Foolio are there. There's going to be no misconception by the jury as to whose account this is. I think we run into a different circumstance when we start bolstering or when we start asking or potentially allowing the jury to derive some type of thought as to who Julio Foolio is. If you look at the bottom three pictures.
I know it's hard to hear, guys. I have balanced my mic and I turned it down a little bit since we're off of lunch, but it's because this defense attorney is not at a microphone. So the camera crew at the back of the courtroom from Law and Crime is trying to boost it. I have it boosted. I have not changed my audio levels since lunchtime, but it's because they're not at the microphone, so we can't hear them. So we'll get through it.
In the profile, and they are the same pictures as the next page on the top. Those are simply him interacting with fans, promotions, giving away items. Everybody's happy. If there's relevance in other photographs, the teasers, poster, pictures of Foolio, if they want to further identify his Instagram page, that's one thing. But I believe that allowing, number one, the profile picture that's not necessary for purposes of identifying the Instagram account, and also other pictures that are him with his fans looking like there's some kind of giveaway are unnecessary, not relevant, and whatever small relevance they may have is highly outweighed by its prejudicial value.
Okay, any final response, Mrs. Murphy?
Only if that it were only the Instagram profile, I would certainly be open to making some kind of redaction to satisfy Mr. Gonzalez's argument as far as 403, but I think maybe there's some confusion. That image is the only data from the morning of 6/8 on Rashad Murphy's device, which puts him actually contacting Charles Jones's account. So contacting that very unique profile page.
Okay.
There's a direct link to Mr. Murphy. It's not just the addition of the victim's Instagram.
That's relevant.
Okay.
That's relevant.
All right, I find that it is relevant and the probative value outweighs any prejudicial effects, so I'm gonna deny the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please note for the record.
It is duly noted. Okay, I'm gonna give these back to you, Ms. Ismer. That's 95C 1 through 8, 95E, and then 95A.
That's right.
Okay, are we otherwise ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes, sir. Just before Detective Ramos takes us down, I just want to renew all my previous objections as it relates to motions to suppress and motions in limine.
yes, same ruling from the court. Your objections are preserved. Okay, let's bring in our jury.
Jury is walking back in. Can y'all get me to 1,000 likes? We almost there. We almost there for the day. Let's go back in.
All right.
Ah, some of you are double fisted, I see. Okay, very good. Way to go. Okay, very good. Thank you. Everyone have a seat, ready to proceed. And before I forget, we don't have court this Friday, right? And then the following Monday, which would be a week from today, I have an unavoidable conflict in the morning. So we're actually going to work from 12 until 6. All right. So in the morning, either eat a hearty breakfast or an early lunch. So when you all come back at noon, we're going to work from noon until 6. Okay. So you will have the morning off on Monday. Okay. All right. State, who's your next witness?
The state calls Detective Taylor Kline.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right. Okay, proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Yes, Taylor Kline, last name's Kline,
How are you employed?
with the City of Tampa Police Department,
How long have you been with the City of Tampa Police Department?
almost 11 years.
What unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm assigned as a detective to the Tampa Police Department Homicide Squad.
How long have you been in the homicide squad?
Coming up on 4 years.
Did you participate in the investigation homicide of Charles Jones?
I did.
Who was the lead homicide investigator assigned to the case?
Detective Juan Ramos.
When there is a homicide, how is the work load shared among the homicide detectives in your unit?
So obviously, it depends on the case. All of them are different. Some of them are kind of smaller investigations, and then some of them grow to be giant cases. Typically, there will be a lead detective, and then there'll be a detective assigned to assist with them. And then there will be normally 2 detectives that will go and respond out to the scene. And depending on how big the investigation gets, more detectives can be added to help with the workload.
And in this instance, you already said that Detective Juan Ramos was assigned as the lead investigator. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there also detectives that are assigned and tasked with the crime scene and the
Yes.
documentation and collection of evidence?
Yes.
Who was assigned to do that in this particular
It would
case?
have been Detective Alverson.
Did you yourself respond to the Homes to Suites location on McKinley Drive?
I did not.
what were you tasked with doing in this particular case?
So I didn't respond out to the scene. I was not involved with the actual scene investigation. Later on, I was given kind of a task to complete in reference to aiding Detective Ramos with his investigation.
Was there a cellular device that Detective Juan Ramos wanted you to look into?
Correct.
Had he done a search warrant and a request for the timing advance records of a person by the name of Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
What did he ask to do? What did he specifically ask you to do in reference to those cell phone records of Alicia Andrews?
Look at locations that the device
What about Alicia?
was at prior to the homicide having occurred, and see if I can go out to those general areas and get video that may capture involved parties.
Did he brief you as to the relevant time frame that he was asking you to look for?
Yes.
So we're going to June 23rd of 2024, is that correct? And he would ask you to look at the time period in front of that, is that correct?
Correct.
And so did you look at those, what were you using those phone records for?
So we look through the phone records to give us locations where the device may have been at. And then I try, like I said, find corresponding businesses maybe in the area that would have video to see if they captured involved parties.
And did you identify any specific areas where you could search for videos?
Yes.
And can you tell us what was the first video that you located?
So in the general area of Fletcher and Bruce B. Downs, and for everyone's awareness, it's kind of like the USF area. The device was pinging on Fletcher, just west of Bruce B. Downs. There are obviously a bunch of like smaller restaurants and like a gas station out there. So that was kind of where I started.
And when you're looking at the timing advance records of Alicia Andrews, it gives you the location, is that correct, wherever the phone is? Does it also give you the date and the time when the phone is in that area?
Correct.
And can you tell us a little bit about timing advance records?
Yes, so it's obviously you need a search warrant to obtain them. When your cell phone is on a network, when you're using it, it will interact with the cell sites. So the towers of physical structure that comes out of the ground, and there's cell sites are attached to that. And when you use your phone for talking, text messaging, data, you will interact with that cell site, and it'll give you a general location where that device is. And this is through the actual phone provider. So you're paying for the service, and then they provide us these records back.
And we asked you about the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024. Were there entries and businesses that were around 1:25 a.m. in the morning? And you said you went out to that general area, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that there were some restaurants?
Yes.
Did any of the restaurants have video surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Which ones?
So there was a kind of a Salem's over there, and then also there was a McDonald's.
And did you review videos from both of those locations?
I did.
When you were reviewing video, did you also have information regarding the suspect vehicles in this case?
Yes.
And what were the suspect vehicles that you were looking for?
A silver Chevy Cruze and a black Chevy Impala.
Did you mentioned Salem's, is that correct, as one of the restaurants?
Yes.
Was there any video surveillance that was relevant or pertinent to this investigation that showed any of those two vehicles in their video footage?
No.
And then the second business you said was McDonald's, is that correct?
Correct.
What is the address of the McDonald's?
It would be 2205 East Fletcher Avenue.
And did you retrieve the video footage from that McDonald's on Fletcher Avenue?
I went out to the location and we kind of had to follow up on it later. But yeah, I located the video at that restaurant.
And did you review the video at the restaurant?
I did.
And did you see any suspect vehicles during that time frame on June 23rd, at that time frame when Alicia Andrews' cellular device was in that location? Did you locate any of those vehicles?
Yes.
Which vehicle did you locate?
It would have been the silver Chevy Cruze.
And you said at some point there was an issue with the download on that day, is that correct?
Correct.
So what happened?
I gave it an honest try. I had some other obligations I had to handle. And then I don't believe the manager, at least there, knew how to operate it. So obviously we located it and then we came back at a later date to actually recover the video.
And did you download the relevant portion when the silver Chevy Cruze was at that location on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, it was later downloaded.
And prior to coming to court today, did I ask you to take a look at a DVD marked States Exhibit 78 so that you could later recognize it for identification?
Yes.
I'm going to approach and show you States Exhibit 78. Do you recognize your initials?
Yes.
And is this, what is contained on this DVD, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video footage that you have obtained from that McDonald's on Fletcher?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit number 78.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
Okay.
Mr. Petridis? Admitted.
Detective Kline, can you tell the jury where the cameras at that McDonald's on Fletcher Avenue, where they're located?
Yes, so they have cameras that basically cover the entirety of the building. So there's a camera kind of when you come off the driveway from Fletcher Avenue. There's a camera on the west side of the building. There's a camera on the south side of the building that kind of overlooks the ordering area. And then there's also cameras on the east side, and that's where people typically pick up their food and interact with the employees at the McDonald's.
And those cameras that you have described that are on the exterior of that McDonald's, does it also track and follow the parking lot as well as the progression of the drive-through for that McDonald's?
Yes.
And are there also cameras in the interior of the McDonald's?
Yes.
Is there a camera that specifically covers the drive-through window so that you would be able to see looking in from the McDonald's as the vehicle and the driver is pulling up to the McDonald's?
Yes.
And all of those cameras, did you capture the pertinent part, the relevant part when the silver Chevy Cruze is entering the McDonald's, going through the drive-through and pulls up to the drive-through window?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would publish States Exhibit 78. Sir, did you also check the timestamp, the accuracy of the date and the time of the McDonald's video?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I use a website called time.gov. It's the government's official timekeeping. So it's like the most accurate time you can use. And I compare that to the timestamp that showed on live footage from the video itself.
And the video, when you say the timestamp, that actually is being on the video. It shows the time elapsing as it is occurring. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was the timestamp on the video, the date as well as the time, was that accurate on the McDonald's video?
No.
How was it off?
It was 12 minutes and 15 seconds fast.
Okay, sir, I'm showing you States Exhibit 78. Can you tell us what this camera view is showing?
This is the west side of the building. The road that the cars are turning off of is Fletcher Avenue. And you can see a silver SUV pulling in, and then there's a silver Chevy Cruze behind it.
And is this the silver Chevy Cruze that you track throughout the different cameras at the McDonald's on the exterior of the McDonald's, including when it pulls up to the drive-through window, showing it on the interior camera?
Yes.
So we could see Alicia in the passenger seat.
And sir, where is this camera view in location at the McDonald's?
So it's looking in the same direction to the west. It's just a little bit to the south, and you're making your way to the ordering area.
Is that shows the beginning of the drive-through?
Correct.
And again, what are we seeing in this picture?
The same Chevy Cruze from the prior angle.
Davion's on his phone.
And sir, you said that this McDonald's was in the USF area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you are familiar with the location of USF on Fletcher and Fowler?
Yes.
Approximately how far is it from that USF area, also where the Home to Suites is located?
My guess would be probably like 2 to 3 miles ish.
We are now at a different camera, and where is this for the record? Where is this camera located when it's reflecting the timestamp of 1:47?
So this is on the south side of the building. Now we're looking at the drive-through area, and the same vehicle that we had in the prior two camera angles is now pulled up to the drive-through ordering speaker.
And this is the same silver SUV that was in front of the silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Correct.
So they're placing the order. They had to be ordering for a lot of people.
And sir, can you also see the silver Chevy Cruze now?
Yes.
And where is it at timestamp 1:48 and states exhibit 78?
Still at the ordering speaker.
And there are two, is it at the one at the exterior ordering lane?
Yes, it's the further one from the camera.
I would love to see what they ordered. Chicken nuggets, fries, cheeseburger. No mustard, no mustard. Ice cream machine is broken. McFlurry. They were there for a minute. That was a long order.
And sir, with the timestamp 1:49:23 now, is this another camera?
Yes.
And where is that located up on the McDonald's?
It's on the other side, it's on the eastern side of the building, looking at the south at the two ordering speakers.
Are you using your app
Same
today?
time frame, just another angle captured from a different camera, is that correct?
Correct.
Welcome to McDonald's. Are you using your app today?
Okay, we've now advanced to 1:48. Can you tell us what this camera angle is?
So this is on the eastern side of the building. This is the drive-through pickup windows, basically. So you've already ordered your food, and now you're going towards the window to interact with the McDonald's employees.
Okay, sir, we have advanced it to 1:50:11. Can you now see the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And what vehicle is it depicted on the video?
The one furthest away. It's behind a white sedan.
Yeah, the dollar menu is definitely dead. I just clicked on the app. Are you using your app today? And it's like, oh, we have specials, things that are under $3. The only thing that they have under $3 for food is 3 things. You ready? And this is today only. I don't know if it's going to work in your area. The McDouble, the McChicken, and four nuggets. Everything else, there's French fries for $2.49, and then all the drinks. If you want a Dr. Pepper, Coke, root beer, coffee, that's all under $2. That's it. R.I.P. the dollar menu, but
And again, Detective Kline, is this, again, the same drive-through, just another camera capturing the rear of the vehicles as it's going through the drive-through line?
Yes.
Detective Kline, we forward it to
All right, here's the big one. So we see Davion. Now they're picking up the food. We see Davion and Alicia. All right.
15110. What camera is now being shown on the video?
Obviously, this is the interior of the McDonald's looking at the drive-through. Obviously, you can see an employee and then a car pulls up and the employee's interacting with a person in the car.
And look at how Davion pulled up. What's up? Let me get my shit. Like what?
We are now at 151 on State's Exhibit number 78. And is this now that same silver Chevy Cruze that you have captured going around the McDonald's through the drive-through?
Yes.
What did they order? Let's see if we can figure it out, chat. What did they order? Because he's talking a lot right there. He's talking.
Detective, based on viewing the video, can you tell whether or not there is more than one person that is inside of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Looking at the video, you can tell obviously there's someone driving it and then someone in the front passenger seat.
Yeah, Davion is talking a lot of shit to this lady. You should just be picking up at this window. They paid with cash.
Someone appeared to hand the driver money.
Yes.
Alicia paid cash. Alicia paid for it. There's the bag. Straws, 2 straws. Drink 1. He hands it to Alicia. Comes drink number 2. And a phone. It's drink number 2, 2 drinks. It's a second bag with 2 more straws. So now we have 4 drinks. 2 bags of food, 1, 2. Hands it to Alicia. Hands the second one to Alicia.
Detective, how many bags are handed to the driver of the vehicle?
I believe 2.
Oh, we got more drinks. Chats. That's a tray. That's a tray. 3. 3 drinks.
And how many drinks?
3.
And had there been another drink handed over prior to that?
Yes.
Detective, did you scan that area for any other potential video cameras that may have captured the silver Chevy Cruze in that area?
Yes.
And were there any other videos that you located that you could locate and see the silver Chevy Cruze at any of those businesses?
No.
At some point, did you go to a plaza containing a business called Truth 18?
Yes.
Why did you go to that location?
I was relayed information by Detective Ramos that the victim had visited this club prior to this incident occurring. So obviously I would go out there to do the same thing, canvas, to see if I can locate video from the property and the surrounding area.
Did you do that with other officers with the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
Who did you go with?
Detective Lipsky and Detective Whelan.
Can you tell the jury, describe Truth 18 and that shopping plaza in that area?
Yes, it's a strip mall. There's a bunch of different businesses. It's on the south side of the road. There's 2 stories. The club itself is kind of upstairs. There's at least like 1 stairway to get up to that. And then there's video cameras kind of throughout different areas of this little strip mall.
Was there cameras on the exterior of that 2-story building in which Truth 18 was located?
Yes.
What business in particular had cameras set up on the exterior?
So within Habibi's Hair Design, they had a DVR that was attached to cameras that were kind of throughout the exterior of the property that covered just common areas.
And when you say common areas, what are you referring to?
The parking lot, the stairwells, the hallways that are in front of the businesses, just common areas that all the businesses used.
And where is Habibi's Hair Design located in reference to that club, Truth 18?
It's within the same strip mall.
Man, you know there's got to be some Middle Eastern people that own that. Habibi's, and at the same time, I'm looking up Truth 18 over here, and it appears to be a hookah lounge.
On the first floor.
And so the cameras for the hair design business covered the stairwell that leads up to the 2nd floor where Truth 18 is located. Is that correct?
Yes.
It also covered the parking lot for those shared businesses. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Did you look at the video footage for Truth 18 again for June 23rd of 2024 for the relevant time period where the victim was supposed to be there?
Yes, I recovered video.
Was, again, just like I asked you for the video in reference to the McDonald's, did that video at the business, the Habib's Hair Design, where Truth 18 is located, did it have a date and time stamp on the video?
It did.
Did you confirm or verify the accuracy of the timestamp of the video footage that you collected from that strip mall from Habib's Hair Design?
Yes.
Was it accurate?
It was not.
How off was the video, the date and timestamp from the video from the Truth 18 business?
So it was 22 hours, 45 minutes, and 9 seconds fast.
And after you received that video footage or collected it with other officers, did you provide that video footage to the main case detective, Detective Juan Ramos?
Yes.
And again, before you testified today, did I show you State's Exhibit 44, the DVD that contained the video footage of Truth 18 and as well as a USF poll camera?
Yes.
Did I ask you just to look at the portion containing the video footage collected from Truth 18?
Yes.
Did I ask you to initial it and sign it and date it so that you could then recognize it at a later time?
Yes.
And did you look at 44 and was that a fair and accurate depiction of the video footage that was collected from Habib's Hair Design, the same plaza where Truth 18 is located?
Yes.
At this time, we pass the witness.
That was interesting. Okay, so she's done questioning him, but it appears that we have the footage from Truth 18 that was 22 hours ahead, and they compared it with Habibi's Hair Design, which was next door, to get the accurate time. I'm curious why she chose not to show it. She said, at this time, Your Honor, we passed the witness. So now defense attorneys are going to be able to question him.
No questions, Your Honor.
Not at this time, Judge.
Okay, Bernard, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
Introducing the exhibit.
No, they're not introducing it quite yet.
Okay.
Any
Questions?
questions of
Yes.
this witness?
Yes.
Okay.
Here comes Father Time.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello.
All right, as I understand it, you obtained some cell phone data that you believe related that it belonged to Alicia Andrews. Is that accurate?
I did not obtain it. The records were sought through search warrants that Detective Ramos did. I merely took the data that he had received and plugged it into a program to see common locations that device may have been at.
Is that CellHawk? Is that what you utilized?
Correct.
Did you do that or did someone else do that?
I looked at the records to see, just like I said, common areas and times that it would have been in.
Did you run the CellHawk software
What do you mean?
in order to obtain the location of the cell tower information? Did you use the CellHawk software?
The data, yes, it was uploaded to CellHawk, and you can interpret that data using the tools that they provide, yes.
Did you do that or did someone else do that?
I'm sure multiple people did it, and I was one of them.
Okay. All right. Then you obtained that information, which gave you an idea where that cell phone was located. Is that accurate?
General area, yes.
And we say general, we're talking about a quarter of a mile or more?
It depends on the accuracy of the hits. With these cell phone records, sometimes you get 1,000-meter hits, and then sometimes they're more accurate. It just depends on the provider, the phone itself, what's being used on the phone, and the records we get back from that.
Okay. So it varies on a number of reasons: the cell towers, the provider, the conditions, the number of businesses using phones in that area, et cetera. There's a number of things that affect that, correct?
I have a rudimentary understanding. That might be a better question for the cell phone company itself, but I know what data I'm given back,
Okay.
and I interpret that data.
And based on that interpretation is when you went looking for security videos at different businesses along the area that the phone had been active, correct?
Correct.
And how many businesses did you go to, you think?
Several kind of in that area. Salem's, there's like a gas station, and then obviously the McDonald's.
Okay. And you had obtained a description of a suspect vehicle from Detective Ramos at that time. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And you believed you saw that suspect vehicle in the McDonald's?
Yes.
Did you have a tag number?
Oh my God, dude. It's Davion. He's on camera. Father time, give it up.
So obviously I have a general knowledge of cars, and I knew that to be a silver Chevy Cruze. At the end of the day, I'm not the lead detective, so I'd relay that information to Detective Ramos, and obviously he saw that, and based on the information that he had, he confirmed that that was the one we were looking for.
All right. Now, you were never able to obtain the number of individuals actually in that Chevy Cruze, correct?
So from looking at the video, you can see there's at least a driver and a passenger watching the video, looking through the windshield, and then obviously looking through the driver's like drive-through with the employee. But I couldn't tell you if there's any in the back or not. I don't know.
That's my question. You don't know if there was 2 people in there or 4 people in there. Is that accurate?
From me just looking at the video, like I said, I can see 2 in the front. At least from me looking at it, I don't see it.
You could not see who was in the back, correct?
I could not, no.
Okay. All right. And then you obtained a security video, as I understand it, from a club called Truth 18. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions, Ms. Wise?
All right, Mr. Wise is coming up. It's interesting. See Sean Gathright?
I want to ask you just a little bit more about the phone records that we heard a little bit about, specifically timing advance records. That's something you've become familiar with in the course of your work in the last several years, right?
A basic understanding and knowledge, yes.
Right, because in the investigations you conduct, frequently timing advance records can be relevant, right?
Correct.
And what timing advance records are, in general terms, is it's an estimated location that the phone company provides based on the timing, the time that it's taking a cell phone signal to hit a cell tower, correct?
I'm not an expert, but that's my rudimentary understanding,
Right.
yes.
And you're also familiar with the fact that cell towers generally have 3 sectors, right?
Correct.
And we'll see, we may see it later, but a lot of times when cell towers are mapped out, In fact, there'll be like a pie shape that juts off from the location of the tower, right?
It depends on the provider, it depends on the record provided. Sometimes it's like that, sometimes they're dots. It depends on the kind of record you're getting back.
Sure. But basically, getting back to what the sector is, there's three sides, and if I say I'm connecting to a tower that's over in that direction, the tower, or let's say actually hypothetically, I am a cell tower. One sector is going to jut out from a third of where I'm standing. Does that make sense?
Yes, the way you're explaining it.
Okay. And basically, any phone within that sector, within that radius out from me, and that 1/3 out from me being the cell tower, any phone within that 1/3 area away from me could be connecting to the tower, right?
From my understanding, but like I said, I'm an expert. That'd
Right.
be a cell phone provider question.
Well, and you have an expert at TPD, right?
We have,
Sergeant Van Heist?
yes, we do.
Okay. And did you consult with him at all in connection with this case?
Did I? No.
Okay. You probably have in the past with regards to cell phone evidence, right?
Yes.
And generally speaking, again, when we're talking timing advance, and I probably made this more complicated than it needs to be, but if it's timing advance alone, you are being given a location along that sector that basically where the phone could be anywhere within that arc that juts out from the distance you're given.
It depends on the records themselves. Sometimes they're like that, sometimes they're dots. Obviously, in this circumstance, I had a general area. I didn't know exactly where, which is why I went to a couple of businesses until I went to the McDonald's and found video corresponding to that vehicle.
Gotcha. Okay. And ultimately, again, what we're getting from that information is the phone tying back to a specific cell site.
Like the phone interacting with the cell site.
And when the companies provide that information, they generally give you an estimated, I guess you could say, rate of error, right?
Are you talking about the accuracy of the hit?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, there's
I mean,
different accuracies.
You mentioned before, sometimes it can be 1,000 meters, within 1,000 meters.
Correct.
And generally, when you get those records, you're given some sort of an error rate estimate, right?
You're talking about certainty of the hits?
Yes, sir.
Like, yes, you'll have high, medium, and low certainty hits.
Right, and that's, some companies do high, medium, and low,
Yep.
right? And some companies even give you a more, specific range, right?
It depends on the provider.
For instance, some will even say, like AT&T will say location accuracy at best maybe within 50 meters.
It depends obviously on the provider and their.
He's trying. This is Sean Gathright's attorney. I was curious on why he was asking these questions because we have another defendant and Alicia in the same car. We don't see Sean there, but I think he's trying to cast doubt. The issue is he's talking about Cellbrite and Cellhawk. Cellbrite is the company that many attorneys use to get the information off of these. Cellhawk is a second company that once law enforcement has it, they upload it, and that's how you can interpret the data. This came up in the Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade hearing. Me and Lead have talked about this ad nauseum. But that's what Sean's lawyer is doing right now. He's trying to poke holes in the accuracy of these reports. If it didn't work for Fonnie and Nathan, I don't know if it's going to work here, but that's what he is attempting to get at.
Technology and what the phone is doing and how it's interacting with the cell site, yes.
Right, but you're familiar with the fact that some providers will give you an actual estimate that it would be within X meters.
Yes, it's their accuracy of their.
Right. And sometimes that can be as far, sometimes it could be as close as within 50 meters in rare instances, right?
Yes.
Sometimes in other rare instances, it may be 2,500 meters.
Sure.
Right, which is far more than a mile, correct?
Yes, and that's why we can try to confirm the accuracy with the from the data with going to actual businesses and pulling video to confirm the records.
Exactly, because if you can actually find the person using the phone in a video, for instance, then you can say with more specificity, yes, they were in that location.
Yes.
Right, but if you're going off just the records, it's a bit of a guessing game, right?
It's a lot of factors and variables.
Right. And when we're talking about trying to find if that device is at a specific location, you'd agree with me, it's not an exact science?
I'm not an expert, but like I said, there's a lot of variables. It just depends on the certainty and a lot of different factors.
But in your own words, you've said it's not an exact science in the past, right?
It just, yeah, it depends on like the data you have back, the records, the provider, if they're using their phone. There's a lot of things that go into that.
And again, I know you're not an expert on this, but you're aware that the records that we're talking about, timing advance records, call detail records, those are records that the cell phone companies keep for their own business purposes, right?
I'm not sure as to why they keep them. That'd be a question, obviously, for them.
Sure.
But we can write legal processes to obtain what data they do have.
You do know, though, that they're not kept for law enforcement purposes, right?
I guess from my understanding, I don't know what they do with data, but I know they do store it for a certain amount of time, and we're able to get it through a legal process.
And if you subpoena it, you can obtain it, but it's not something that they offer to you.
We have to write a search warrant, but yes, we have to go through, get a search warrant signed from a judge to get those records.
And in this particular instance, when we're talking about timing advance records, the companies are using unpublished algorithms to determine the locations.
I
right?
do not know what the companies are doing to make that data. I don't know.
Okay, and the point I'm getting at is we don't have a way, or you as law enforcement, you don't have a way to double check the accuracy of the data that the cell phone companies are providing you.
By going out and pulling video and
Sure, you can corroborate it. But what I'm saying is when they give you an estimated location and they say it's within, 1,000 meters of this location estimated, you don't have a way to double check the accuracy of that mathematically. You don't know what algorithm they're using to come up with that data.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain the objection.
Aside from potentially going out and corroborating with video, we're talking about just the records themselves. Do you have any way to confirm or double check the accuracy of the data that the cell phone companies are providing?
I'm not an expert again, but as far as I'm aware, I do not have any way.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Petridis?
All right, that was Sean's lawyer, and like I said, that was an easy play. Cell Hawk, Cell Bright, and Cell Hawk, and the software, the accuracy. I've seen this in many trials before. A lot of defense attorneys will try that. It happened in the hearings with Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade, and it was a nothing murder. So, I mean, whatever. Let's see what Isaiah's lawyer is going to say.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The phone, it also pinged at different locations, correct? Not just that McDonald's.
Yes.
Did you go to the other locations?
I worked on a couple different portions. Obviously, like I said, I wasn't in this investigation from the beginning, but I did what I could to go to locations that the device was seen to be at for a while and trying to pull video, yes.
What do you mean by while?
Obviously, if people are moving around, a device won't stay in one place for too long, but obviously before and after this homicide occurred were times of interest. And then, like I said, going through there, like it seemed like at this time, right before the homicide, that this phone was in that area. I knew there were businesses in that area, so I was going to try to pull video to corroborate at least that.
When you say that area, you're talking about the McDonald's.
Correct. Fletcher, west of Bruce B. Downs, where the video was ultimately pulled.
Did you ever go to any of the places on Hillsborough or 40th or Bush or any of the places?
Obviously, the strip mall, Truth 18 that we mentioned already, where the victim was at, and pulled just block video from there. There was also some area on Hillsborough Avenue. I was never able to figure out if the device went any particular area, obviously, or place.
But the device pinged in certain places on Hillsborough Avenue.
I believe so, if my memory serves me correctly, somewhere in the area of 15th and Hillsborough, but I wasn't able to figure out where it went.
Okay, but it would stay there for at least a short amount of time.
I don't recall specifically how much time, but it was there in that area for some period of time before.
Enough where you wanted to go check it out?
Yes.
Anywhere else that you went where this phone indicated its location was?
No.
But other places that it indicated its location was, you just chose not to go due to the fact that it wasn't there long, or you just didn't have enough time, or?
It depends on the circumstances. Like I said, video is perishable. I was involved in other things before this as well. So my role in this was to see if I can pick some of these locations where it seemed like the device was there for a little while beforehand, and see if I could find video of the person holding the device, or the car, or what have you.
Other than the place we've talked about, what other businesses do you remember going to trying to find specific businesses trying to find video?
I don't recall any more than what I told you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You see what I mean? Do you see what I mean, chat? Like seriously, Isaiah, I think has the best lawyer because that was good. Isaiah's lawyer is able to go up there and say, okay, so the cell phone pinged off of this tower and you had other locations, right? Did you go look at those other locations? No. Why? Is it because you didn't have time, or what was the reason you didn't look at those other locations? I just didn't check. That's it. He's in and out. Like, that's all you gotta do.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Kline, you were tasked specifically with trying to find video footage based on the timing advance records of a suspect, in this case, Alicia Andrews. Is that correct?
Yes,
You're not the main case detective. Is that also correct?
correct.
Were you tasked with doing the cell phone mapping in this case?
No,
So you were given a specific time frame to look for a potential suspect, 2 potential suspect vehicles where Alicia Andrews' phone was being utilized. Is that correct?
correct.
And when defense counsel is asking you about accuracy, they're asking you specifically about the accuracy of the range. Is that correct?
Yes,
So when we're talking about that, we're talking about these cell phones utilize cell towers. Is that correct?
yes,
Some of them also, there is satellite and geolocation data that is also used in determining the phone's location. Is that correct?
yes,
And when we're talking about accuracy of range, that can be dependent on a bunch of different variables. Is that correct?
yes,
But when we're talking about the cell phone records itself, the cell phone towers and the entries in the cell phone records, that is accurate information. Is that correct?
yes,
And that information is providing you with date and time and location when a cell phone is being utilized. Is that correct?
yes,
And what you did is you took the cell phone data information from Alicia Andrews that was obtained by a search warrant and you put it into CellHawk. Is that correct?
yes,
Not to map out her entire journey. Is that correct?
correct.
But for that specific task of trying to locate the vehicle before the homicide occurred.
Yes,
And when you are given that task and that assignment as a homicide detective, were you given any information as to any businesses where they believed the vehicle went other than Truth 18?
I was not, no.
So you don't know if that phone or the person with that phone inside that vehicle went to any one of those restaurants. Is that correct?
Correct,
Because you don't know the path it took. Is that correct?
correct,
So you are looking at a wide range of businesses in order to see if perchance that vehicle visited that business. Is that correct?
correct.
And you did more than one. Is that correct?
Yes,
And whether or not you remember all of them, was the only business for the time when that handset was in that area of the McDonald's, was that the only business where you could see a silver Chevy Cruze?
yes,
And as far as the accuracy and the time and location, the records put you in that area looking for the video for that specific time. Is that correct?
correct.
And you indeed spotted a silver Chevy Cruze at that McDonald's where Alicia Andrews' records directed you could possibly be in that location. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, so this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Free to go.
That was interesting.
All right, who's your next witness?
The state calls Sergeant Juan Ramos.
All right, strap in, chat, because now it's about to get real. So we just finished up witness 18, Detective Kline. I do think that that was pretty eventful. I'll recap it towards the end, but some of the defense attorneys had some good stuff. You know, Davion's lawyer is pretty much like, hey, who did you physically upload to CellHawk? And he's like, no, somebody else did it. You know what I mean? So that was pretty weak. Sean Gathright's lawyer, I saw the play. I knew what he was doing because it comes up in almost any criminal defense. Whenever there's Cellbright and CellHawk, because we know that there could be some inaccuracies with the data, every trial that we watch, it came up in Karen Reed too. And same thing, I told you about other examples on this channel where Cell Hawk and Cell Bright always comes up. I even bought a data analysis or, forensic data person on here that studies Cell Bright and Cell Hawk onto the channel. And we had a discussion with him about this. Like, I think that was probably his second time that I interviewed him on the channel where we talked about those two programs and the accuracy of it. So I will link that as a card above if you're watching in the future. And I'll drop it in the chat for anybody that's interested. But I interviewed this guy like twice, and we talked about it ad nauseum. Next, it's 2:47 p.m. Detective Ramos is about to come in. This is going to be, he's probably going to be on the stand for the rest of the day. If it's almost 3 o'clock, we'll have about 2 hours with him on the stand, and then I'll give you guys an update on tomorrow. But this is a big witness. He's going to take a while. This is the lead investigator on the case. It's probably the most important witness from the state's side. He's going to walk through everything. And I do think it's going to take a while because, again, the implications of 4 defendants. The story should come together with him. Let's see how the state does with painting it for this jury. Let's go back on in. All right, here we go. Detective Ramos coming to the stand. He's their strongest witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this constitution is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Detective Juan Ramos,
How are you employed?
as a detective for the Tampa Police Department
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
since October 13, 2015.
Before joining the Tampa Police Department, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a patrol deputy for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for 3 years.
What unit are you currently assigned to?
I am currently a homicide detective
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
since February 6, 2024.
Back on June 23rd of 2024, did you respond to a homicide that occurred at Home to Suites and the Holiday Inn located across from the University of South Florida?
I did.
Is that Home to Suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
What city is that located?
City of Tampa.
Is that the jurisdiction of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And what county is that hotel located at?
Hillsborough County.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was called by my supervisor and told that I would be leading this investigation.
So you were assigned as the lead case detective.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
What are the responsibility of the lead case detective in a homicide case?
So the lead detective basically acts as the person who organizes the entire investigation, oversees the entire investigation. Even though it's a team effort with all the detectives helping out, the lead is ultimately responsible for putting everything together during the investigation.
Depending on the size of an investigation, if it spans into other jurisdictions and other law enforcement agencies, are there other detectives in the homicide unit that assist you with the investigation of the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that occur in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there multiple agencies that you sought the assistance of in order to help assist you in identifying the suspects in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And also, are there detectives that are specifically tasked with documenting the crime scene that are known as the crime scene detectives?
Correct.
Did you yourself have a second detective acting as your second in your role as lead detective to help you with this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was your second?
Detective Aaron Campbell.
Who were the crime scene detectives that were assigned to this case?
Detectives David Alverson and Matthew Kirkpatrick.
And were there other detectives such as Detective Taylor Kline, who also assisted in helping collect video footage that was relevant to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though there are other detectives with the homicide unit assisting you in doing different tasks, as the case detective, do they ultimately report back to you their findings and brief you on any evidence that they collect that is relevant to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
When did you respond to the home to suites on McKinley Drive?
A little after 6 a.m. on June 23rd, 2024.
When you arrived, had crime scene and the scene already been secured?
Yes.
Do you receive an initial briefing when you arrive?
Yes.
Who did you receive that from?
Sergeant Portman.
And is he one of the first responding supervisors that was on scene?
Correct.
Are there things that have already been done that you need to be briefed on before you start your role as the lead case detective?
Yes.
Are you briefed as to all of the observations of the first responding officers from the Tampa Police Department and any other responding law enforcement, such as the University of South Florida?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Are you told and informed whether or not there were any eyewitnesses or witnesses that were with the victim at the time when the shooting occurs?
Yes, I was.
As the lead case detective, do you interview any of the witnesses, eyewitnesses formally after you are notified that there are indeed such witnesses?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
When you arrived, was the victim's body still on scene?
It was, ma'am.
What were your initial observations of the crime scene?
I noticed that the crime scene was rather large. It spanned from the south end of Homes to Suites all the way north through the parking lot. It was a joining parking lot that Homes to Suites and Holiday Inn shared, and the victim's vehicle came to rest on the north end of that parking lot. Everything was taped off, and the officer.
So she is leading right now. Some of you guys are hearing it. The prosecution is getting away with a lot of leading questions. And this happened in the Andrews trial. The issue is you got 4 defense attorneys over there and none of them are objecting. So the judge can't rule on it unless somebody says something. And I'm noticing that they don't object when these situations occur. Let's keep going.
We're securing areas. Crime scene was getting ready to process, and then there were several witnesses on standby for me to interview.
And specifically, did you see the victim and the vehicle? Was he still in the vehicle when you responded to the scene?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Was he the only victim that was deceased in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the victim tentatively identified at that point of the investigation?
Yes, he was.
What information did you learn about the victim's identity and his background?
I learned his name was Charles Jones. However, he went by the stage name of Julio Foolio, and I learned that he was from Jacksonville and that he had been in Tampa that weekend for a performance.
Were there other officers at the Tampa Police Department who, after the victim had been identified, started doing that initial background and research into the victim, Charles Jones?
Yes, correct.
Prior to this investigation, had you any knowledge or had you ever heard of Charles Jones or his nickname Julio Foolio?
No, ma'am.
Based on that information of where he was from, at some point during your investigation, did you make contact with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, specifically their gang unit?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because it was the early information I got was that there was possible gang involvement, that Mr. Jones was a member of a gang in Jacksonville. So I thought it was pertinent to get up with the gang unit and get some intelligence from them.
Was there someone assigned at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office who was assigned to assist you specifically for this homicide investigation with any information that you may need out of Jacksonville concerning their gang unit?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Christopher Drabeck.
Want to talk to you just briefly about jurisdiction of this crime. Since the homicide occurred within the city limits of Tampa, does your agency, the Tampa Police Department, have jurisdiction to investigate the homicide?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
When you call upon other outside agencies to assist in the investigation, is that considered what law enforcement calls an assist of law enforcement agencies?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that Tampa Police Department does if there are crimes that occur in another jurisdiction, but evidence may be needed within the confines of the Tampa Police Department's jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am, we would.
And so, for instance, the reverse, if there is evidence that is located in Jacksonville or in Georgia, would you need the assistance of the local law enforcement agencies in that area in order to obtain a search warrant and legally obtain evidence pertinent to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
Did that happen in this case?
Yes, it did.
But still, since this is the investigation, would you be a co-affiant and provide those law enforcement officers with information relevant to the investigation in order for search warrants to be obtained for this specific investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to ask you, do you, as the main case detective, even though you're not the crime scene detective, do you still do a walkthrough of the crime scene and make your own observations so that you have firsthand knowledge of the details of how this homicide occurred?
A general walkthrough, I would lay eyes on the entire scene. However, the detailed specifics would be up to the scene detectives.
Did you make observations of the victim and his location within the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw and what you took note of?
Yes, the decedent I noted was inside of the vehicle, and it appeared that he had was laying over the center console with his torso and upper body in the back seat, and his feet still towards the front seat area, front passenger seat area.
In the vehicle that he was, did you do any sort of research or confirm who was the registered owner of that black Dodge Charger in which he was located?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was the result of that?
The vehicle was registered, the investigation revealed the vehicle was registered to Sandrika Mays, which was the victim's mother. However, it was the victim's primary daily driver.
I want to ask you about the walkthrough. I think that you briefly kind of described that it was a large area that was encompassed in this crime scene. Were there more than one hotel that was located in that strip where the home to suites was located?
Yes.
How many hotels was in that area?
In that specific corner, there's two, and they share a parking lot: Homes to Suites and Holiday Inn.
Is there also a La Quinta Inn that is just a little bit further down from that hotel, but again, sharing a common parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make note of the different areas on the crime scene where there was relevant or evidence that was specifically marked by the crime scene investigators as relevant to this case?
Yes.
Were you also at some point notified that there was actual video footage, cameras that were located both at the Home to Suites as well as the Holiday Inn that covered the parking lot and surrounding areas of both of those hotels?
Yes.
Were you also notified that there was a Tesla vehicle that also had captured video footage of the crime itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk a little bit about the initial interviews. Based on your initial briefings as to the information obtained by first responding police officers, were you notified that there were any persons or eyewitness that traveled to Tampa with the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do any of the interviews on scene at that location at the Home to Suites?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview at that location?
Remaining at that scene when I got there were Armani Turner, her friend Miss Randolph, and Robert Howard.
When did you conduct those interviews?
Approximately within 30 minutes after getting there, I started with Armani Turner and then Miss Randolph and then Mr. Howard. Back to back.
We're still on January 23rd of 2024 in the morning hours. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What time specifically again did you get on scene?
A little after 6 a.m., so approximately 6:20.
And you said that you interviewed Armani Turner, Miss Joa Randolph, and Robert Howard. Is that correct?
Correct.
They all had remained on scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you are interviewing witnesses, do you interview them together or you separate them?
Separate.
Why do you do that?
Just so we can make sure that we're getting their honest details and we're not mixing up the stories and they're not picking up details from each other.
Did you know the nature of Armani Turner's relationship with the victim, in this case, Charles Jones?
I learned it during the interview, yes.
Okay, and who is she and how does she know Charles Jones?
Miss Armani Turner was Charles Jones's girlfriend at the time.
And is all of these interviews, are they sworn? Do you put them under oath before you take their interviews and do you record them?
Yes, ma'am.
Without going into the content of the interviews of Miss Turner, Miss Randolph, and Mr. Howard, after those interviews were done, did you determine or ascertain how many vehicles were with the victim and the victim's party?
Yes, we were able to determine that at the scene, 3 vehicles in total, the victim's vehicle and 2 vehicles we refer to as entourage vehicles, arrived to the scene prior to the homicide occurring.
On location, was there another vehicle associated with the victim, the victim's entourage, that was on scene at that home to suites?
Yes, Miss Armani Turner's Hyundai Sonata.
And that was the gray Hyundai Sonata that was parked somewhat close to the Dodge Charger. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that that was a vehicle later confirmed to belong to Armani Turner. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was the third vehicle that was with the victims?
It was identified as a black Nissan Altima belonging to Tafa McRae.
Now, going back to your briefing from originally from the scene, were there other officers such as Officer Bernardo De Jesus who had responded prior to your arrival?
Yes.
And you said that there were other officers who had already done a research on the victim. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you had determined or that you knew based on that background that he was from Jacksonville.
Correct.
Did you do any investigation yourself to determine why he was in Tampa that weekend?
Yeah, I learned from De Jesus, who was talking to Jacksonville, that Mr. Jones, that it was his birthday weekend and that he was in Tampa to celebrate his birthday. And in addition to that, he had a paid performance at Teaser's Gentlemen's Club.
At some point during the course of your investigation, did you obtain the victim's Instagram records?
I did.
Prior to that, based on knowing the time frame when he was supposed to be in Tampa, did you yourself look up his Instagram records?
I did.
What was the result of you looking up his Instagram records?
So I went on his Instagram that same day, June 23rd, and on Instagram, it'll show you the stories, like the last 24 hours worth of stories. And the result was that there was 9 different posts that he had made within 24 hours. And it tells you how many hours ago they were. And I just documented what I observed in those posts.
And when we're talking about Instagram, do stories, is that something that permanently stays on somebody's Instagram account? Or is that something that disappears after it runs for so long?
Yeah, the stories that I was referring to that I watched there, they only last 24 hours. So I took in order to preserve it, at least immediately, I took a screen recording because in 24 hours I knew that they would be gone.
So you yourself recorded, you played his story and recorded it, made a screen recording of that so that you could capture it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there anything that you can send to Instagram to try to preserve as much of the victim's Instagram account so that you will not lose it based on something disappearing or the company's, whatever their retention policy is regarding stored data?
Yes, ma'am. Specifically a preservation letter.
Did you do this in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And then later, as you previously testified, you then did subpoena the victim's Instagram records. Is that correct?
I did a subpoena and eventually a search warrant, yes.
At this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 95A through D.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, you renew all previously made objections, correct?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, any objections, Mr. Sonardi? Okay, Mr. Wise? Okay, very good. And Mr. Petridis? And Mr. Sonardi, you join in Mr. Gonzalez's objection as well?
Correct. We will join in on the objection.
Okay, same, thank you. Same ruling from the court, they'll be admitted.
Judge, we are going to publish State's Exhibit 95A.
Okay.
All right, these are now Foolio's Instagram records from his account.
Without playing it for a second, stop it just 1 second. Go back to the beginning. Detective, I'm going to ask you to look at your screen. This is 95A. Can you describe what is being shown on this particular, at the beginning screen?
Yeah, so this is the face page to Mr. Jones's Instagram account.
Okay. And where we see Julio Foolio, is there also a profile picture that he has posted that shows up as his profile picture?
Yeah, in the top left there, black and white photo of a gentleman and a lady.
Okay. And does it also show, what is this ESPN 98? And then it has an 8 ball and a heart next to it.
That would be just another kind of identifier they can put.
Speculation opinion.
Overruled, as long as you know.
Yeah, just another account identifier that they can put in.
And anybody, any Instagram user, is that correct, can set up their Instagram profile the way that they deem appropriate. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is how Charles Jones' Instagram profile appears. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You go ahead.
Got me drinking, cuz I don't need drink,
This is so creepy. Like, this is like Foolio's last Instagram stories. We're going to watch them all right now.
appreciate everybody popping out for my birthday, you know what I'm saying? Everybody take that shit on 3, man. 1, 2, 3. Got my brother with me, don't pop out for my birthday. Another time, it's double lit. Oh, God, yeah. We can't do the fuck for my birthday, man. Everybody come like a spell.
That's so crazy. He just said that it was the best birthday he ever had.
Detective Ramos, you did the screenshot. Is that correct? You're the one filming this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you see up in the top of this story that's being depicted, and it is the last segment of the story. It says Julio Foolio, and then it says 14-hour, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you are looking at Instagram, when you are viewing a post that is made, what does the 14-hour reflect?
That would reflect how long ago that post was made in comparison to the time I'm viewing it. So at the time I'm viewing it, this specific post is 14 hours old.
And so that, and you said that you were looking at it that day, is that correct? On June 23rd of 2024.
Correct.
So when we're looking at this segment, it is being posted on Charles Jones's Instagram 14 hours before you had viewed it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think on the previous slides, there was a reference to 17 hours. And again, that portion of the Instagram story, that was 17 hours before that's being posted, before you are viewing it. So this is in reference to the viewer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now when you were looking at this very last part of Charles Jones' Instagram story, did this particular photograph that is part of his Instagram story have a significance to your investigation?
Yes, it did. It was important because at the bottom of it, you can see the establishment that this party is at is labeled as Truth 18 with an address of 4819 East Bush Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. That was the location that the victim was at before he arrived to the homicide scene.
Okay, you can go ahead and finish playing it. Okay. And can you stop it and then put it on Elmo for me? So that is what you had very early on, is that correct? On June 23rd of 2024, early on in your investigation, you were able to view that on his Instagram story yourself.
Yes.
Later, you received from Instagram the actual records, is that correct, from Mr. Jones's account, not just what you yourself could view as a viewer, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 95, B1 through 12. And Detective Ramos, can you tell us what this is?
This was a post made from Mr. Jones's Instagram account advertising a pool party at an Airbnb.
Okay, and what is the timestamp of that? And I know that, again, we've talked a lot about UTC. Can you tell us what that means and what you have to do to get the actual time in Eastern Standard Time, what the time would be in Florida when this is being posted?
Yeah, so on this specific post, it says 1629:02 UTC. This was exactly a 4-hour difference from Eastern Standard Time. So this is saying 4:29 p.m. UTC. The actual time would be 12:29 p.m. in Tampa.
Okay, and what is the date?
This one's Friday the 21st.
Okay, and he's posting, what is he posting?
Sending out Airbnb address at 3, start at 4:30 to 5 until we done turning up. DM me or Foolio booking ESPN for Addy.
Okay, and this is 2 days before the 23rd, the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the date and time of this posting?
This one is 7:11 UTC, which would be 3:11 a.m. on Saturday the 22nd. So Friday night going into Saturday morning.
Okay, and what is it a posting? Can you tell us what that is?
This is a picture of a gentleman and a tag of tax-free 52K. So he's tagging a couple other Instagram accounts here, Kenny Cap and 8 Banks.
Okay. And then later in your investigation, did you know who the nickname Kenny K or Kenny Caps is for?
Yes, Robert Howard.
Then I'm going to go to 95B4. When is this posted?
This one is Saturday the 22nd, 6:20 p.m. UTC, 2:20 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Okay, and then can you tell us what is the posting of?
Another party happening on Saturday, 5 to 6 o'clock pool party at Folio Bookings ESPN.
And this one is the day before the homicide?
Yes.
And then this, when is this posted?
This one's posted at 8:58 p.m. UTC, 4:58 Eastern Standard on the Saturday the 22nd.
Okay, again, the day before the homicide, and does it also have a tag location?
Yes, Tampa, Florida.
Now we're going into the day of the homicide. When is this posted? On June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, this is 3:07 a.m. UTC, would be 11:07 p.m. Eastern Standard on Saturday the 22nd.
And do you recognize this from the story that you yourself were viewing on June 23rd of 2024 from the victim's Instagram page?
Yes.
And then I'm going to go further down. And when you see this play, does this indicate that this is actually a video that's being posted on Charles Jones' Instagram page?
Correct.
And that looks like this, that matches up to the video that you yourself were able to record in his stories, Instagram stories.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, June 23rd. I know that this is small. Let me enlarge it a little bit for you. When is this being posted?
4:16 a.m. UTC, approximately 16 minutes after midnight on the 23rd, Sunday the 23rd.
And again, is this another video that the victim had posted to his account on 95B7?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, this is set from the Instagram records, states 95BA. When was this posted on the victim's Instagram account?
4:27 a.m. UTC would have been 27 minutes after midnight Eastern Standard on Sunday the 23rd.
And again, does this indicate it was another video by this pointer down at the bottom?
Correct.
And you see that @Miss Lee is on the header of the video.
Mizzle, yes.
Mizzle, I apologize. And again, do you recognize that as being one of the stories that you yourself screen recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, 95B9. When was this posted on the victim's Instagram account?
5:34 a.m. UTC would have been 1:34 a.m. Eastern Standard on Sunday the 23rd.
Again, another Instagram video that the victim posted that you saw on his stories, Instagram stories,
Correct.
that mentioned the Airbnb.
Yes.
95B10. When was this video posted on the victim's Instagram?
5:41 a.m. UTC would have been 1:41 a.m. Sunday the 23rd.
And 95B10, that shows also him writing best birthday ever. Appreciate everybody who pulled up. We turned out. Is that correct? Did you also recognize that from his Instagram stories?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
And then 95B11, when was that posted?
This one was posted at 7:30 a.m. UTC. Would have been 3:30 a.m. Eastern Standard, Sunday the 23rd.
And these are the timestamps that are being documented by the Instagram company itself. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you're viewing it on your computer as a viewer, you were referring to 14 hours, 17 hours. Is that correct? These are actual timestamps that are provided by Instagram as to the actual date and time when the user, Mr. Jones, is posting it. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
And then states 95B12. When is this being posted on Charles Jones' Instagram?
This one's being posted 7:28 a.m. UTC, so it would be 3:28 a.m. Sunday the 23rd.
The night of the homicide before he's killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, this is the video, and do you recognize it as the video that you saw on his Instagram stories?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Had the victim advertised that he was coming to Tampa prior to his Instagram stories when he was actually in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 95C1. So you can see all of it. This was again from the victim Charles Jones official Instagram records. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this is States 95C1. Is this the advertisement of him coming to teasers?
Yes, correct. On June 14th, 2024, Mr. Jones's account posted this flyer advertising the performance he would have at 97 North Nebraska Avenue, Tampa, Florida, teasers.
And so this date down here, I think you already said it, June 14th of 2024 is when this actually was posted to Charles Jones' Instagram account. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not only does it say that he will be at Teasers, does it actually give the address and location of where Teasers is located?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And how much time before Charles Jones actually came down to Tampa, Florida, would that have been?
The 14th to 23rd, so approximately 2 weeks.
Is there another, I'm going to show you C12. Is that another posting on the victim's Instagram account?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And again, does it give the date and time of when he is going to be appearing at Teasers?
Yes, it does.
During the course of your investigation into this homicide back there on scene on June 23rd of 2024, did you learn that there were other victims that did not die in this case?
I did.
And who were those victims?
There were 3 other victims that sustained injuries during the shooting. They were Xavier Edwards, Gino Norris Jr., and Camilla Bentley.
Did you attempt to do an interview of Camilla Bentley?
I did.
Where was she located?
She was at Advent Health Hospital. Unfortunately, I was unable to interview her because by the time I got there, she had checked herself out against medical advice.
Had her parents already arrived and picked her up?
Yes, she was gone.
So you did not have the opportunity to take her interview, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Then did you go to the location, the hospital where Xavier Williams and Gino Norris were?
Xavier Edwards and Gino Norris, yes.
Where were they located at?
The Tampa General Hospital.
Were you able to conduct an interview with Gino Norris?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to show you what's been already introduced into evidence. States 25B. You recognize him?
Yes, that's Gino Norris.
And you said that you conducted an interview with him. Is that correct?
Correct.
What type of injuries did Mr. Norris sustain?
He was suffering from a gunshot wound to his upper right arm.
Did you also attempt to take an interview of Xavier Edwards?
Yes, I tried to interview Mr. Edwards, but unfortunately he was in surgery at the time, and I was also unable to interview him.
Do you know what sort of injuries that Xavier Edwards sustained?
Yes, he also sustained a gunshot wound to his right upper arm. I believe it was several to his right upper arm and a grazing to his head as well.
Now, going back to Advent Hospital where Camilla Bentley was located, at some point during the course of your investigation, were you made aware that she had been taken to that hospital by a witness by the name of Tafa McCray?
Yes,
Did you make contact with Tafa McCray?
I did.
When did you make contact with Mr. McCray?
The morning of the 23rd, it would have been after I left the scene, so approximately 8 or 9 in the morning.
And was Mr. McCray, was he cooperative in your investigation?
He was.
Did you learn that the vehicle that Mr. McCray was in and Camilla Bentley and Alicia Albritton was at another location other than the hospital?
Yes, correct.
Where was it located at?
It was located 1 block north of Advent Hospital, as a residential neighborhood, very first block north of the hospital.
Okay. Did you ever respond to that apartment complex on Gates Drive?
I did.
I'm going to show you again what's already in evidence, and this was a vehicle that was represented to you that Tafa McCray and Camilla Bentley and Alicia, I'm sorry, I keep saying Alicia, Miss Aaliyah Albritton was located in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you 29A. What is that of?
That is a picture of Tampa McRae's Nissan Altima in the center there.
And did it have damage to this vehicle?
Yes, collision damage there on the driver's side front bumper.
And is it Tafa McRae who ultimately led you, as well as other officers from the Tampa Police Department, to the location of where this vehicle was?
Yes.
And this apartment complex on Gates Drive, how close was that to Advent Hospital where Camilla Bentley had been taken?
Just 1 block north.
And I know that Alicia, I keep saying Alicia, I apologize. I know that Aaliyah Albritton was not at Advent Hospital, is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to ever interview Aaliyah Albritton while she was in Tampa that weekend?
No.
At some point during the course of your investigation, did you make contact with Aaliyah Albritton?
I did.
How did you do that?
I identified a number for her and called her and spoke to her over the phone.
Okay. And without going into the content of your conversation, was she willing and cooperative and able to answer questions about what occurred in Tampa and what she did and what she saw while she was here?
Yes.
Did you also note that there was gunshot damage to the black Nissan Altima that Camilla Bentley had been in?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 29D and what is located in 29D.
This is the rear window of Tafa McRae's Nissan Altima, depicting 2 apparent gunshot strikes to the rear window.
And because this was involved in the homicide and there was damage and there was also the victim, Camilla Bentley, that was located in it, did you have crime scene investigators respond to this location to document, take photographs, and collect evidence from Tafa McRae's black Nissan Altima?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 29R. Again, his address being redacted, but was this the registration showing that the car belonged to Tafa McRae?
This is actually a W-2, however.
I apologize.
It does have Mr. McRae's name on it. It was found in the vehicle.
Another document showing that this vehicle was his and in his possession. His items were located within the vehicle.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Correct.
During the course of the Nissan Altima being processed and collected, was there a firearm that was recovered from the Nissan Altima?
2 firearms.
2 firearms. And were they collected and processed?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any indication that anyone from the victim's party, the victim's entourage, that any of them had fired any weapons during the course of this incident?
At this point, I'd view the video. There was no evidence that anyone on the victim's side used guns or fired back at the assailants.
And as the case detective, do you decide or make decisions on which items would be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing, for ballistic analysis? And are the requirements from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for what items can be sent off for analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there are no indications that a firearm has been fired, would the Florida Department of Law Enforcement test those items?
No, they wouldn't.
And when we say that there were 2 firearms located in the black Nissan Altima, what type of guns were they?
There were 2 pistols.
So they were not assault rifles, is that correct?
No, they weren't.
And you were aware of the 9mm shell casings that were collected from the crime scene, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many total shell casings, 9mm, not from the assault rifles, but 9mm shell casings were left on scene?
We recovered 31 9mm shell casings at the scene.
And you said that you were made aware of and notified of the video footage obtained from Home to Suites and the Tesla, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you watch that video?
I did.
Approximately how many times during the course of this investigation did you watch and study that video?
Countless.
And in watching that video, could you determine where the firearm, the person holding the handgun, the pistol, not the assault rifles, where that person was when he was firing that gun?
Yes.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes.
And so pertinent to your investigation and what items of firearms to submit to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Office for testing is knowing what type of ballistics are left behind at the scene. Is that part of your decision-making process and part of the protocol at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement when submitting items to be tested?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And based on viewing the video and the collection of evidence from crime scene, could you see the general location of where the person, the only person holding a pistol, a handgun, where that person was firing?
Yes.
Did crime scene specifically locate shell casings in that general vicinity that were consistent with being fired from a handgun?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And all of those were accounted for, I think you said 31, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were 30 of those 9mm shell casings, were they turned over to alcohol, tobacco, and firearms?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Why was that?
The ATF has the best DNA collection, so it's very difficult to recover DNA on casings, and they have the most modern technology. So we specifically collected the 30 casings for the ATF to use that technology in order to try to extract DNA from it.
And when you are looking at a crime scene and items to submit for DNA testing, for ballistic analysis, do you review all of the items collected from the home to suites, from all the crime scene investigation, all the photographs that they take photographs of, as well as all of the physical items of evidence, including any swabbings for DNA? Do you take a look at all of those items to see whether or not there are any indications or any reason to submit those items for testing?
I would, yes.
Were there any items based on the evidence that was collected and viewing the video evidence, were there any other items that the shooters left behind on that scene that you could review or that was possibly collected from crime scene that you could submit for testing for identification purposes?
No.
So those 9mm shell casings were submitted to ATF to give you, I'm sorry, what did you say, for DNA testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said, did you say that that could possibly be the best chance of getting DNA evidence off the shell casings?
Correct.
Okay. Was one of those shell casings, the 9mm of the 31, was one of them saved to be used for ballistic analysis in this case, in case there were additional shell casings found at a different scene, or a firearm that was eventually found so that it could be compared and analyzed to our shell casings that were found here in Tampa?
Yes.
And did you submit that one shell casing that was collected with the group of 31 to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing and analysis to other shell casings that were later collected as part of the investigation in this case?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Now, I've asked you about the home to suites video. You said that you have looked at it and studied it numerous times. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you responded to the home to suites on June 23rd of 2024, were you made aware of that video footage as early as that in the investigation, June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Did you watch that video on scene?
Yes, I did.
How many times did you watch it on scene?
Approximately a dozen times.
Were you also apprised or notified of the Tesla video?
Yes.
Did you also watch that on scene?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Based on reviewing that video footage as well as the video footage from home to suites, could you determine, or did you, what were, if any, vehicles that were relevant to your investigation?
Yeah, From the combination of the Homes to Suites footage and the Tesla footage, we were able to identify two suspect vehicles that arrived in short proximity to each other, and three shooters that got out of one of the suspect vehicles.
Now, you said that there were two suspect vehicles that you said were important to your investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Early on, were you able to identify the make and model of those vehicles?
Yes, we were able to get enough of an image where we can make a model and color out.
And did you actually utilize the assistance of Detective Skull in helping you identify make and model of one of the suspect vehicles?
Yes.
And was he able to provide you with assistance as to the make and model of one of those vehicles?
Yes.
And why did you go to Detective Skull?
Just multiple detectives helping out in the case. So he was helping me with the vehicle search. We wanted to conduct a license plate reader search, and he was helping with that.
And in order to do that, do you have to narrow down as best you can make, model, and year of the potential vehicle?
Yeah, the more accurate information, year, make and model, that'll help narrow down the amount of results you're going to get back in a search like that.
And early on, just from viewing the video footage from Home to Suites, what did you narrow it down to the possible two suspect vehicles? What information did you utilize in trying to then locate license plate for each one of those vehicles?
So based off the description, we were able to narrow down an approximate year range, because basically all vehicles are made in, year increments. So we were able to narrow down the Impala to being roughly early 2000s, between 2005 to 2012, black Chevy Impala LTZ. And then the silver Chevy Cruze, we were able to narrow down, was a late 2000s, approximately 2000 teens silver Chevy Cruze.
And when we're narrowing it down even to a range of years, is that because auto manufacturers, that people that make the car, change body styles over a span of time?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
When you had that information, how did you go about trying to identify the license plate and the potential registered owner of the vehicle?
What I did was I asked the civilian analysts, anybody who who could help or who had access to these license plate reader databases. We basically conducted a very large and intense license plate reader search, having the input of the year, make, model, range to try to identify any vehicles that would fit coming from Jacksonville or coming to Tampa during this time frame.
And that's what I wanted to ask you, what kind of parameters that you put in. And so when you are putting in parameters to try to possibly locate the specific vehicles, you said that you were utilizing the location. Is that correct? A vehicle traveling from Jacksonville to Tampa, is that correct?
Location, date, and time, yes.
And based on doing that, were you able to narrow it down and find vehicles that fit that description?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to ask you a little bit about license plate reader recognition and that technology behind that.
Sure.
So can you tell the jury about license plate reader and recognition and the databases and the different companies that store that type of information?
Yes. So basically, jurisdictions all over the state of Florida, cities, counties, and the state of Florida itself, they maintain cameras throughout all the roadways, local roads, highways, and these cameras are constantly scanning license plate numbers. And law enforcement has access through several platforms, the companies that service the jurisdictions. Mainly in this case, we use three companies: Vigilant, Recor, and Flock. That gave us almost all of our hits. And as law enforcement, we have access to those databases, and we would search on those databases to see if a certain license plate hit and where, date and time, location that it hit.
And depending on where the vehicle may be, there are different companies that encompass different areas. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think you mentioned three companies that are utilizing license plate readers in Florida.
Correct.
In fact, there are license plate readers and companies all over the US that have this kind of technology and store this kind of data. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And specifically going to Florida, I want to ask you, these license plate readers, what kind of building structures or even cars and mobile capability, where are the placement of these license plate readers?
They're mainly on poles on the side of the road. However, the Vigilant has some of the cameras mounted on tow trucks. So as these tow trucks drive through parking lots, the camera is actually scanning vehicles that are in parking lots or on residential or in driveways, stuff like that.
And that's when it's on a mobile device, is that correct?
Correct.
When it is on a stationary, whether it's on a pole or a building or covering an interstate on something that is physically a structure, anytime that scanner recognizes a license plate, does it take a photograph of the license plate?
It does.
And what other information does that license plate reader, what does it record and document?
It's going to document the jurisdiction that maintains the camera, the date and time that the image was captured, the vehicle is passing by there, GPS coordinates, and sometimes it gives you an approximate make or model or color of the vehicle.
And when it's taking a photograph of the license, obviously depending on how quickly or how fast that vehicle is moving as it's going back and forth, or as it is traversing the scanner, the camera of the license plate reader, that can affect the image that is captured. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sometimes the image may be blurry.
Blurry or partial.
Or sometimes the image is very clear. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said all of this gets uploaded into a database.
Yes, ma'am.
And then are you, as law enforcement, are you able to search once you identify a tag? Are you able to search this system, this database for that tag?
Yeah, I myself have access to the accounts along with other detectives and analysts. Yes.
Okay. And it will bring up to you every hit where that car has gone by or that license tag has gone by. Is that correct?
Correct.
And actually been scanned.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that you were based on the make and the model and the year, you were able to significantly narrow it down, and also based on potential travel.
Correct.
And did you limit down and actually determine the tag of the black Chevy Impala?
I did.
And who does the black Chevy Impala that is depicted at the homicide location? Who's the registered owner for the black Chevy Impala?
Defendant Sean Gaithright's mother, Damali Lyle.
And what is the tag for that?
68DLWD.
And there were other members of the Tampa Police Department that actually made contact at some point during the investigation with Damali Lyle. Is that correct?
Yeah, Detective Dave Alverson spoke to Damali Lyle, yes.
And you said that she was the registered owner of the black Chevy Impala. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where does Damali Lyle, where does she reside?
13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
And then what about the silver Chevy Cruze? Were you able to determine who was the registered owner of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And who was the registered owner?
Jasmine and Glennon.
And did you yourself conduct an interview with Jasmine Glennon?
I did.
Again, without going into the substance of that interview, was there a relationship with Jasmine Glennon to any of the defendants in this case?
Yes, she was related to defendant Rashad Murphy.
Okay. And do you know the nature of that relationship?
She has a child in common with defendant Rashad Murphy's brother, Shaheem Murphy.
Okay. And do you also know whether or not Rashad Murphy is also related to Davion Murphy, another defendant in this case?
Yes.
And what is the nature of their relationship?
They're cousins.
Where does Jasmine Glennon reside?
In Jacksonville as well.
After you determined what the license plate was and the registered owner, then did you do a search of both of those license plate readers for that time period including June 23rd and the time span days before when those two vehicles may have traveled to Tampa from Jacksonville.
Correct.
And when did you determine that those two vehicles were traveling to Tampa based on that search of license plate readers?
The two vehicles came down from Jacksonville on Saturday, the 22nd, together approximately 4:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They left Jacksonville and then they arrived into Tampa approximately 7:50-ish.
And sir, did you, based on searching for both those vehicles, were there points in time where both of those vehicles appeared to be traveling in tandem?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we are going to introduce into evidence states 46A through C.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, can I just take a look briefly?
Sure. Let's do this. It's 3:38. Let's take a quick 10-minute afternoon break, okay? Then we'll come back.
All right.
All right, so we are having the jury file out for an afternoon break. Luckily, I was able to just go out real quick and walk my dog. Shout out to me. So she is all fed, doing what she needs to do. I believe we have 10 minutes of TiVo time. So I am going to be able to skip through this break, but let's just see what else happens after the jury files out.
These are the ones you have seen.
Okay, they took their break. Okay, no problem, no problem. We are going to skip ahead. She said 10 minutes, so they're due back in any minute now. So there she is. We got some head action. We see the judge's head. She's walking back in after this 10-minute break. So they are back any minute now. Lots going on with Detective Ramos. He is the most important witness in the state's case. He was the lead detective in this case, testified in the Alicia Andrews case. It was interesting because I don't know if y'all remember, if you watched it, we did have some interesting interrogation footage from the Alicia Andrews case. And they were almost like pressuring her to roll on Isaiah or some of the other people. You guys are asking some good questions. Can any of the four take the stand? Yes, it is highly unusual that you'll see a defendant take the stand in their trials. I mean, in Alicia's case, she did take the stand, but Karen Reed didn't take the stand when we watched it. The YSL defendants didn't take the stand. They didn't even have their portion of the case presented because they were like, this is what the state has to do. The state has to prove that these people are guilty. And you don't even need to bring your own witnesses or any of that. You don't have to do that. It's really what they can prove. Can they prove that all four of these boys did it? Let me see where you guys are on our poll. We are going to be doing a daily poll. We are now up to 1,800, looks like 1,800 votes. And that vote is going to, oh, I ended it. Damn it. The question was, who was the most cooked? 43% of you say Sean, 26% of you say Isaiah, 16% of you say Davion, 15% of you said Rashad. Now, here's the issue. Rashad is at the bottom now. Last Thursday, Davion was at the bottom. So, interesting poll there. But you guys, I just ended it about an hour early, my bad, accidentally. But the results are now in the chat. 1,800 votes for that poll. They're due back from their 10-minute break at any moment. We're now live with everybody else, 3:49 p.m. Let me see. Let me get us at 3:50. All right, we are now on live time. About an hour and 10 minutes left of court. Let me come over here to some supers. Shout out to Annette, who became a member. Welcome, Annette. She is not new here, but Annette has been in chat since day one of this trial, and she's been with me for a really long time. So she's hanging out and got a membership. Shout out to Heart on My Sleeve, 87, who became a member as well. Thank you so much, sis. Welcome to the Chatterhood. Membership has its advantages. Sometimes I do members only stuff.
State's present, and the Detective Ramos is back on the witness stand.
All right, it looks like they're coming back in from their 10-minute break. Shout out to TiVo time because we were able to skip right through that. An hour left of court time. Let's see what Detective Ramos tells us.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, your thing's. Probably, to be honest. I thought I could go faster, but. Did you guys give me back my maps?
Okay. Just want to make sure you have the right ones.
Y'all are saying that Sean looks like Al B. Shore. I've been saying that all day.
All rise.
All right, chat. One more hour. Let's do it.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat, and you may continue, Ms. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ramos, before going into the license plate readers, when did you obtain the corresponding information during the course of your investigation of the license plate readers?
June 25th, 2024.
So a couple of days after the case occurred, is that correct?
Yeah, we searched for a couple of days before we finally identified the two suspect vehicles.
Prior to that, I know that I had specifically asked you whether or not there was somebody assigned in Jacksonville to assist you in this investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you had said that that was the Christopher Drabeck with the gang unit with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And back on June 23rd of 2024, did you make contact with Detective Drabeck starting to investigate possible connections to Jacksonville and Jacksonville gangs?
Yes.
And without going into the content of that conversation, did you get information from him pertinent to this investigation?
I did.
And you had that information before finding the registered owners of the vehicles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Judge, I introduced states 46A through C. I think you were asking defense if they had any objections.
Yes, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sinardi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? It's admitted.
State also introduces State Exhibit, Composite Exhibit 80, States Exhibit 81, and States Exhibit 82.
Any objection to 80, 81, or 82, Mr. Gonzalez?
I said, yeah,
No
46.
objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sinardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? They're all admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, I am going to show you 46A, and I am going to enlarge it so that everybody can see it. And first of all, I want to ask you, I'm going to go to the right of the photograph. What is being depicted in this photograph?
This is the silver Chevy Cruze being depicted in the top right there.
Okay. And this 308 NRI, that is the tag owner belonging to Jasmine Glennon, is that correct?
Correct.
And the license plate that is on the silver Chevy Cruze.
Correct.
Were there any sort of uniqueness to the silver Chevy Cruze that you found when examining the video footage from Home to Suites?
Yes, we were able to observe visible damage on the rear passenger side of the silver Chevy Cruze.
And was that rear passenger damage when that silver Chevy Cruze was eventually located by law enforcement agencies, was that confirmed to be on the silver Chevy Cruze that was owned by Jasmine Glennon?
Yes, correct.
And we've talked about license plate readers. Is this example of, is this a photo taken and captured by a license plate reader?
Correct.
And I'm gonna enlarge it a little bit. And can you tell me if there's a heading called capture details, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that too blurry or do I need to?
No, I can see it.
Can you tell us what is the information reflected of when this particular photo of the silver Chevy Cruze was license plate 308 NRI on State's Exhibit 46A? What do we know about when this photograph was taken?
The information on the bottom there would have the plate numbers, the system name. This was at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms, and the capture time, June 22nd, 7:46 p.m. Eastern Standard, and then the name of the camera.
And this is just one of the examples to show one of the license plate readers that you had utilized. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's just one of the hits of the many we found.
Okay. And so then I'm going to go over to this map. And again, can you tell us what is being depicted on this map on State's Exhibit 46A? And again, if you need me to enlarge it, let me know.
Yeah, so this is a list of all of the hits that we found applicable, actually not all of them, most of them, that we found applicable from during our time frame of the murder.
Okay. And when you have, so you have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, are those all separate locations where that license plate for the tag to the silver Chevy Cruze was detected by a license plate reader?
Correct. The letters are chronological order, and what we're showing in this demonstrative is the travel from, starting with A from Jacksonville down to Tampa and back to Jacksonville.
Okay. And I know that there, and what I'm going to do is have you stand up. I know that there is a larger diagram behind you so that all the jury can see. Can you go down starting from A and point out the locations and give us the date and time and the address, the location of where this silver Chevy Cruze license plate is showing up in its pathway of travel from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Sure. So starting with A, this is Friday night, the 21st at 7:58 p.m. And we can see that it's in Jacksonville still on Friday night. Going into the early hour mornings of Saturday the 22nd at 6:01, CR 329 Highway 41. That's still in the general up north area.
And detective, so I could stop you.
Sure.
You designated the letter. Is there a corresponding letter that actually shows the location on the map?
Correct.
And so you just gave us A, and that is showing it's still in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Correct. And then as we get into the evening of Saturday 22nd, 1809, which is 6:09 p.m., and then 1947, we see C and D. So by Saturday.
And I want to stop you because I think
Sure.
B is, so we have blue coming down, and I know that one is covered up by C. Can you tell us what letter that is?
That one's B.
Okay, so we have B there that you can't really see, but it's covered up by C, but that's the path of travel for B. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then C is right there?
Yes.
Okay, and did you already give us the time and location for C?
Correct.
Okay, and then where's the next one, D, which is now down here in Tampa?
Correct. Yeah, D's right here, D and E, and by this point, the vehicle is in the Tampa area. We can see those hits here.
Yeah, can you, just for the record, so the record is clear, when it is D, what is the time, date, and location?
7:47 p.m. Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms Boulevard on Saturday the 22nd.
Okay, and then go to E.
Yeah, so this is the early morning hours of Sunday, the 23rd, 3:42 a.m. The vehicle is hitting off a license plate reader at Hillsborough and North 15th here in the Tampa Bay.
Okay. And after reviewing the home to suites video footage from the homicide scene and doing the calculation for the correct time, where are we now in relation to when the homicide occurs in Tampa?
This is approximately 1 hour before the homicide, hitting off Hillsborough 15th.
Okay. And then go to F.
This is Sunday, the 23rd at 6:02 p.m. We're now back north of Gainesville on the way back to Jacksonville.
And this is after, of course, the homicide occurred, correct?
Correct.
And then G, back here, what is the location and address and time of when the silver Chevy Cruze is hitting off a license plate reader reflected in G?
6:41 p.m. on Sunday, the 23rd, hitting at Lane Avenue and Manitowoc Avenue back in the Jacksonville area.
And did you do the same thing for the black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
And again, you gave us the license plate as 68DLWD, is that correct?
Correct.
And this is the one that came back to the registered owner of defendant Sean Gathright's mother?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 46B. And again, going over to the right of the exhibit 46B.
You gonna commit crimes in your mama name. You using her guns and you using her car. Like Sean. This is why y'all keep saying Sean is the most cooked.
What is being shown in 46B in the photograph?
So the top left there is a picture of the suspect black Chevy Impala.
Okay. And here, is that the capture of the license plate?
Correct.
And again, sometimes those images, depending on how quickly or how fast the vehicle is moving, they can be blurry.
Correct.
And what is reflected in the license plate detection details regarding time, date, and location? And let me enlarge it for you. Okay, go ahead.
So this is just one of the hits, and it has the license plate, and then you'll have the capture time and date. Specifically, this one's at 7:39 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at June 22nd, 2024. The agency that maintains the camera is Hillsborough County, and it has some GPS coordinates to it at the bottom right there.
And then we're going to go back to the left side of State's Exhibit 46B, the map and the corresponding locations of when the license plate readers are picking up the black Chevy Impala's license plate. Again, can we start with A? Where is that location at?
So A, the 6:22, 5:05 p.m., that's going to be up there, the dot closest to Jacksonville. So at 5:05 p.m. on the 22nd, it's in the Jacksonville area. And then B is going to be the next stop down, just south of Gainesville there, correct? At 6:09 p.m. And then C and D are the two dots right into the Tampa area there.
Okay. At some point, do you do a larger search and then try to locate and isolate when the two vehicles appear to be traveling in tandem, close in time to one another?
Correct.
And when we say that, we mean that they are hitting the same license plate reader in a relatively very short period of time. Is that correct?
Within a minute of each other, they're hitting at the same readers, yes.
I'm going to show you 46C. And then again, did you do a same mapping and diagram of when both vehicles are traveling, including when they're traveling in tandem for a longer period of time?
Correct.
Sorry, and I know it's kind of small. I think I'm going to enlarge it and then just go up and down. Okay, starting at the top, can you, again, what is we now have A through J. What are these locations? Are they for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yeah, so when we first capture them traveling in tandem is actually this E622 1809 Highway 326 Gainesville Road, and that's going to be south of Jacksonville, in between in this area right here. These dots just south of Gainesville.
when the vehicles appear to be traveling down from Jacksonville to Tampa. Is that correct?
Correct. We see the blue and red dot here. That's signifying that both of those vehicles hit within 1 minute apart from that same plate reader.
Okay. And what is the time? Let's start with E, and then I'm going to go down to where it corresponds on the black Chevy Impala.
So on the Cruise, it's 1809 hours just off of Gainesville. And on the Impala, it's also 1809 hours just off of Gainesville.
And then what is the next point in time where they appear to be traveling close in time together?
The very next time we see them close in time together is at 7:45 p.m. at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms Boulevard on Saturday the 22nd. And those are some dots here off near Tampa. But they hit the Chevy Impala hits at 7:45 and the Cruise hits at 7:47.
So within 2 minutes.
Correct.
And they are going off of the exact same license plate reader.
Correct.
Okay, and when is the third time when they appear to be, and again, I know in the first.
So this is slow and steady, but this shows that the cars are traveling together. They're only 2 minutes behind each other.
Map that we showed, we did not show the black Chevy Impala in Tampa. And this particular mapping, we do actually have it hitting off a license plate reader in Tampa at the same time, close in time, within 2 minutes as the silver Chevy Cruze. Is that correct?
Correct. That on June 23rd, so at approximately 3:41 a.m., the black Impala hits at Hillsborough and 15th, and at 3:42, that same plate reader, the silver Cruze, hits.
And
So
again, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to
1
interrupt.
hour before the murder, both cars hit in Tampa. Yes.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you, the time reference to the homicide. And then if you can, generally the location, that Hillsborough Ave location, how far is that from the home to suites located on McKinley?
Approximately a couple miles.
And then the ones highlighted in yellow are when they are hitting in tandem. Is that correct? Or
Correct.
close in time?
Correct.
The other locations just show different areas where they are hitting. Is that correct?
Correct. So for the black Impala, E through J, post murder, the black Impala went towards Polk County, not Jacksonville.
And that becomes relevant in your investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
You can go ahead and sit down. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about
Sure.
some of these license plate readers. I'm going to go to States Exhibit 82. And these are from Recor. Was that one of the companies that has license plate readers in Tampa?
Correct.
I'm going to show you first on page for State Exhibit 80.
80 or 82?
It's 80, Judge, I believe. Nope, you're right. It's 82. I apologize. States Exhibit 80, the first page. Can you tell us, is this the image?
Okay,
of-
so is it 80 or 82? Because you said States Exhibit 82, but then you
It's
called-
82.
Okay, it's 82. You keep saying 80. Okay,
I apologize.
82.
82, Judge.
Thank you.
Going to 82, Detective Ramos. Can you tell us, start?
Man, listen, some of y'all are criminals in the damn chat. Listen. So stupid. Every banger knows you steal a car before doing a drill. Well, I mean, the Murphy brothers kind of did that. They used the brother's baby mama's vehicle. I don't know if she gave them permission, but I don't know, chat. I don't know. This is interesting. Let's go.
Being at the top image, what is being reflected by plate, vehicle, and details?
Yes, so just a correction. This
I'm done with y'all. SB Dave says, and take the plates off.
silver Cruze plate is 30B, as in boy. In order to capture all of the captures, we had to play with B and 8 to make sure that we caught all of the hits on it. So as you can see here, even though the search just says 308, we can see from the photo it's 30B NRI. So these are hits for the suspect silver Cruze.
And the three, just so we're clear, 30B NRI, that is the registered owner, is that correct, that you have already described?
Jasmine Glennon's silver Chevy Cruze, correct.
Thank you for the clarification. And then can you tell us again, so there's a close-up of, Record does a close-up of the license plate if it's captured, as well as a further shot of the vehicle, and then it gives the details, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, then can we start at the top for, again, 30B, the license plate belonging to Jasmine Glennon and the silver Chevy Cruze, when that is captured on the first image on top?
So that one's captured at 3:41 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday, June 23rd at Hillsborough and 15th.
And we have the actual image of the vehicle as it's passing the license plate reader, is that correct?
Correct.
And then to the left is a close-up of, or an enlarged view of the actual license plate from the photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
And we've already done the top one that is hitting off Hillsborough and 15th. And then the second image.
That one's 2:38 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 23rd, also off of the same plate reader at Hillsborough and 15th.
And then the bottom.
This one is Saturday, June 22nd, 7:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms.
And in this case, you have a clearer picture of the vehicle itself, but the license plate is more blurry, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the second page of this exhibit, is that just an enlarged photograph provided by the company to show that, again, that Bruce B. Downs location, June 22nd, 7:46. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, States Exhibit 82, the June 22nd, it's not showing up, 7:45 p.m. Where is it at?
Also at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms. And this is the Black Impala.
And again, you can see the license plate over there.
68DLWD, yes, ma'am.
Again, showing it in Tampa, Florida during this time period, June 22nd, 7:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Correct.
And then what license plate is here? June 23rd, 2024.
This is the silver Cruze, again at Hillsborough 15th at 2:38 a.m.
Okay. This showing the photograph and then an enlargement of the license plate itself.
Correct.
And again, even though it says 308 NRI, it is 30B NRI. Is that correct?
Correct.
And going to State Exhibit 80, the flock cameras. Again, just to show an example of the flock cameras.
For anyone that's joining, we have just about 45 minutes of court time left. They should be ending at 5 o'clock. I'm working with my team right now. I'm actually IMing them. I think we need to give you guys daily recap videos. So for people that are coming in late, if you want like a day 3 recap, we're just trying to debate on what the best time to put it out is. So if y'all want to see it in the eve, actually, let me ask you right now, do you want daily recaps of this case? I think the answer is likely yes. But do you want it right after court ends? So if I drop it at like 6 o'clock, would y'all watch it? Or do you want it in the morning at like 8 a.m. before trial starts? So for example, I know Emily D. Baker does this. Brother counsel did it with the Karen Reed trial. I saw a lawyer, attempt to do it last week. I know I am not a lawyer, but does it as well. But y'all let me know when you want it. You want it same day or you want it the next morning? If you want it same day, type same day. If you want it the next morning, type next morning, because I already do that midday recap, right? That pretty much tells you what happened in the morning. And then what I can do is do what happened in the afternoon. We can smash those clips together and get it out for y'all. But I want to see what time y'all want it. Because I know some of y'all are working and you're doing stuff. But if you just want a 15-minute breakdown, okay, all of y'all are saying so, the majority of it is the same day. All right. Okay, we're going to do that. But I just have to think through things because I want him to do a diagram of the 3 cars and who was in it. But I also want him to make a diagram of where all the shooters were placed based off of what we see. And maybe we'll do that later this week since he'll need more time. But I'm just wondering with my team, y'all, it looks like same day and next day. I think next day is good. That's what Emily D. Baker does. She does it before court. So she'll drop it at 8 a.m. You watch that, you're caught up from the previous day and you go. But most of y'all, it looks like the majority wants next day. So we'll see. We'll play with it. We'll probably try both and see what y'all like better. Because we're messing with different time zones here on Earth. But yeah, thank you guys for giving me that intel. Let's go back on in. Again, a few minutes of court time left. Let's see what happens.
Again, this is the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And this is the way flock cameras or license plate detail records appear, is that correct?
Correct.
Gives a photograph tag and then a map location,
Correct.
and then provides the details underneath.
Correct.
And where is the black Chevy Impala's license plate hitting off of at this at June 22nd at 9:51 p.m. UTC time?
So this one's actually at 5:05 p.m. Is the local for Eastern. So 9:05 UTC, 5:05 p.m. And this one's hitting at CR 301 and CR 225 Lottie southbound. So it's just south of Jacksonville on its way down.
On its way down path of travel. And this one reflects both UTC as well as standard Eastern time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Correct.
just a little bit different, but same type of information that is being reflected. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, flock camera, black Chevy Impala license plate photograph of the car. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the location and time frame when this is hitting off this license plate reader?
So Eastern Standard Time is 7:39 p.m. and this one's just outside north of Tampa.
So by this time, the vehicle is already in Tampa. Is that correct?
Correct.
Different companies, but they reflect and record the similar detail information.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I believe you also said Vigilant Cameras provided some of the license plate readers.
Correct.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 81. And at some point during the course of your investigation, did a BMW with the license 53EDYN play a role in your investigation?
Yes.
Who did you identify the tag 53EDYN belonging to?
This vehicle is registered to defendant Isaiah Chance.
And during, while searching vehicle detection, license plate reader information, at some point, did Isaiah Chance become a suspect or a person of interest in your investigation?
Yes.
And early on in your investigation, did you try to—
Hold on, they talking about Carl Thomas over there. He's trying to cover up the neck tattoos. How does the BMW come into the fold?
to make connections between the different suspects that are involved in this particular case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you again, going to States 81. This is a license plate reader.
Oh my God, Pretty Joy. Does the back of his license end in YN? Oh my God, chat, you can't make this up. 53EDYN. 53 you going to jail YN.
For a vehicle BMW where the defendant Isaiah Chance is the registered owner. Is that correct?
Correct.
And sorry, I just want to make sure. Vigilant, the records provided by Vigilant, again, same information, just appears a little bit different, correct? And so what is being shown in the image, the photograph in the right-hand side of the picture of the document?
That's Isaiah Chance's BMW.
And it also provides mapping, is that correct? Corresponding mapping as well as date and time information.
Correct.
And what is the date and time where the BMW is being reflected on this license plate reader?
So this is May 28, 2024, approximately 1 month before the homicide.
Okay. And the significance to this investigation, what address is this license plate reader picking up the BMW at this time?
So what was significant to us in this hit was the Victoria Lakes Drive address. This is Sean Gaithright's address in Jacksonville. So Isaiah Chance's car photographed outside of Sean Gaithright's house.
So is this the beginning of the early on in the investigation where you're able to place one of the defendant's vehicles in another suspect's driveway?
Correct.
And again, is this another hit for that same BMW?
Yes.
And what is the time and location where it is again at the same address, Victoria Lakes Drive, the address of Sean Gathright?
3:39 a.m. on May 28th.
And did you check for and get all of the hits of when it was at that location?
Yes.
Okay, and when is it reflected here?
9:35 p.m. May 1st.
Same license plate BMW belonging to Isaiah Chance?
Correct.
And in this one?
9:28 p.m. on April 22nd, 2024.
Same address, same location, SeanGathright's residence?
Correct.
And here?
This one's February 29th, 2024 at 9:16 p.m.
Same address?
Yes.
And here?
Again, February 29th, 2024, 9:16 p.m.
Listen, that YN. Look at how. So this is what they're doing. They're showing they're setting it up to show how many times Isaiah's YN BMW is at Sean's house.
January 19th, 2024 at 12:43 p.m.
And this is a daylight image, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
In this image, can you clearly see the color and that it is a BMW?
Correct.
And there's a good clear picture of the tag?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, same address?
Yes, Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
And this part of the document?
December 13th, 2023 at 10:31 p.m. Same BMW at the same address.
That YN mobile.
And here?
This is the silver Chevy Cruze on Saturday the 22nd at 6:01 p.m.
Also provided by this particular company, is that correct?
Yes, this is was with the Vigilant match.
And where is it and what is the date and time reflected?
So this is on the way down from Jacksonville, Saturday the 22nd, 2024 at 6:01 p.m. And it's at Highway 329 and US Highway 441 in Citra, Florida.
And this was one of the addresses that you provided on that mapping, is that correct?
Correct.
And then again, of the silver Chevy Cruze, where is it, and the date and time?
Yeah, this is just a few minutes later, another camera further south from the last one, 6:09 p.m. Eastern Standard on Saturday, June 22nd.
Now we're going to the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Yeah, off that same camera, the black Impala also at 6:09 p.m. on Saturday, 22nd.
So depending on the area and the region of the Chevy, of the license plate reader, that is dependent on what company is capturing it. Is that correct?
Yeah, it just depends on what the agencies in that area are using.
And again, another Vigilant.
Yes, so this one's out of Polk, post-murder, June 25th at 4 p.m., the black Impala.
At some point, after you had determined the make, model, and the registered owner of each vehicle, what did you do with that information?
So since we identified them as our suspect vehicles that were present at our homicide scene, what I did was I put them into the state and national database as felony wanted vehicles, so that if any law enforcement officer ran that tag, they would be notified that those vehicles were wanted in relation to our murder.
And during the course of your investigation, did you get alerted as to when those vehicles were located?
Yes.
Let's first start talking about the black Chevy Impala. Now, we had just seen a license plate reader that showed it in Polk County. Is that correct?
Right.
At some point during the course of your investigation, are you notified by law enforcement authorities, the Polk County Sheriff's Office, that they have seen that vehicle?
Yes.
When did that occur?
That occurred in the morning of June 26, 2024.
And based on that, did you have other members of the Tampa Police Department respond to that location in Polk County?
Yes, Detectives David Alverson and Matthew Kirkpatrick went to Polk for the recovery of the suspect Impala.
And was that black Chevy Impala, was that located and impounded as part of the investigation in this case?
Yes, it was.
Where was it located at?
It was located at defendant Sean Gaithright's grandmother's house.
Is that Lorna Allen, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, did other members, detectives, Detective Alverson and Kirkpatrick, meet with Lorna Allen in relation to this investigation?
Yes, they did.
And based on that, was there video footage obtained of when that car arrived?
Yes, there was.
You also said that there was a BOLO, an alert put out for the silver Chevy Cruze. Is that correct?
Correct.
When did you do that?
That was done in the evening of June 25th, and then ultimately in the morning of June 26th was when it was captured.
You said June 26th?
Yes.
And where was that captured?
That was captured in Gwinnett County in Georgia.
And after you were notified by Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office, did you yourself respond out to Georgia to make contact with the person found in the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
And when did you arrive in Georgia?
Approximately the afternoon of the 26th, June 26, 2024. So between 2 and 5 p.m.
So we're now 3 days outside of the homicide occurring. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where specifically did you respond to?
The Gwinnett County Police Department headquarters.
They are the ones that located the silver Chevy Cruze. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they assist you in impounding the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, correct.
Were there photographs that were then taken of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And was that damage that you had noted from the video footage from the home to suites, did you yourself confirm that that damage did exist and was apparent on the silver Chevy Cruze belonging to Jasmine Glennon that was impounded and located in Gwinnett County, Georgia?
Correct.
Did you at some point also make contact with the person that was taken into custody who had been driving the silver Chevy Cruze 3 days after the homicide occurred?
Yes.
Is that person, is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point to him and describe for the judge what he's wearing?
Yes, he's the gentleman wearing the black suit with the black shirt and black tie that I'm pointing at right now.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
Okay, the record shall so reflect.
How long were you with Mr. Murphy in Georgia?
Approximately 10, 20 minutes.
As part of this investigation, it was very early on in the investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the silver Chevy Cruze that was utilized as part of the in this homicide, is that correct? That was captured on the Home to Suites video?
Yes.
At that point in time, on June 23rd of 2026, was Rashad Murphy arrested in this case pursuant to the homicide?
No, he was not.
Now, going back to the black Chevy Impala that was located in the Polk County Sheriff's Office, after members from your homicide unit responded to that location and found the black Chevy Impala, was there information that was provided to you pursuant to their investigation after the black Chevy Impala had been captured and video footage from that address reviewed concerning another vehicle?
Yeah, we learned that defendant Sean Gathright left his grandmother's house in a gold Toyota 4Runner after leaving the black Impala there.
So Sean Gathright was not located in Polk County where the black Chevy Impala was located.
No, he was not.
That had been left behind in a different city.
Correct.
And did you get the make, model, and information for the gold Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, I did.
Who was the registered owner of the gold Toyota 4Runner?
The registered owner was also Damali Lau, Sean Gaithright's mother.
And based on the information at that time, did you then put out an alert for the gold Toyota 4Runner?
I notified the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to go look for it, yes.
And why did you do that?
We had reason to believe that the defendant had transferred items from the black Impala into the gold 4Runner, and we might locate something pertinent to this investigation.
And why did you specifically mention Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Because the defendant lives in Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and the vehicle is registered to Jacksonville.
And did you make sure that the black Chevy Impala that was located at Sean Gathright's grandmother's house, that again, it was photographed and documented by crime scene?
Yes.
And was the gold Toyota 4Runner registered to Damali Lyle, Sean Gathright's mother? Was there, were you?
See, that's the thing. Sean supplied the guns and the vehicles, and Celtics man back there is straight up sleep. I wonder who he's related to. He's sitting on the defense side, closer to the defense table, but he is straight up sleep. He got a little thing next to him, and she about to be sleep too. But interesting stuff.
At some point in the course of the investigation notified that that had been located?
Yes, later that same day.
Yes?
Got a sidebar. They are objecting, but not giving the basis. The boys all have headphones at their table so they can listen to what the attorneys say when they go up there for a sidebar. This is very concerning to Sean, as you can see, because all this evidence is correlating to him. The mother's vehicle, things at the grandmother's house, the gold car that was connected to his grandma, all of that.
Okay, may proceed.
Detective, I believe you said that you were notified that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office had found that gold Toyota 4Runner that Sean Gathright had left from Polk County. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you say you were notified the same day?
Yes, correct.
And what day was that?
June 26, 2024.
And based on that, did you ask the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to look for that gold Toyota 4Runner?
Correct.
And they were able to locate it, is that correct?
Yes.
And did they at some point alert you that they had developed probable cause to search that vehicle?
Yes, they did.
And was information then relayed to you concerning some items of evidence that were recovered from the Toyota Gold 4Runner?
Yes.
And who was driving that vehicle at the time?
Defendant Sean Gaithright.
And what information was relevant to you that was located within that, the gold Toyota 4Runner that Sean Gathright had been found in?
They found firearms, paraphernalia, live ammunition, spent casings, furniture that could be used on rifles, and items that were pertinent to the investigation. The primary piece of evidence that they found in the vehicle were spent rifle casings that were later forensically matched to a prior attempt on our victim.
And that is an attempted homicide that occurred in Jacksonville on October 7th of
This is why Sean's cooked right here. He's in Granny's car when he's found. And when he's found with Granny's car, because he switched cars, he got out of the black car, went into the gold one, the 4Runner. And they found spent shell casings that match the time that Foolio got shot in October, a few months before. It's in Sean's car. Now, that's the biggest thing they have on Sean. I mean, there's so much more. But that's one of the biggest things they have on Sean. Now, the conspiracy with Gathright and the big, fingertips, because I don't know, y'all talk about his hands sometimes. I see that in the comments. I don't know why we're focusing on Isaiah's hands. But Gathright was threatening Foolio in that Twitter Spaces evidence. That's new evidence. We didn't see that in the Alicia trial. And in that argument, Gathright jumps on to Twitter Spaces and says, "Hey, Foolio, how your foot feel?" Foolio's like, "I ain't got time for this shit. I'm not even going to acknowledge that." He did not acknowledge it. Like, I think he got kicked off or booted or whatever. But now you got two of these defendants linked back to that October shooting on Foolio. And we did, during the lunch break, we briefly watched the Vlad interview. And, Vlad was asking him, because y'all know Vlad be doing the Vlad thing. Do you know who did this to you? I don't think that Vlad got that close, but he was talking about some of the other things Foolio has been involved in. But it was heating up. It's heating up. I told y'all Ramos is going to take long, but you're going to get a lot out of him.
Of 2023, is that correct?
Correct.
And based on that, again, I asked you determine what items to send to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement with regards to ballistics and matching shell casings. You make that decision to send to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And based on that information that was relayed to you, did you request from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that they send the shell casings related and recovered from the attempted murder of Charles Jones on October 7th of 2023 to FDLE to be compared to those spent shell casings found in the gold Toyota 4Runner belonging to Sean Gathright
Yes, I did.
that he was found in? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you did that in this case?
Yes, I did.
I know that I had previously asked you about the 9mm, not the casings from any of the AR rifles. There were no casings from AR rifles left behind at our homicide scene. Is that correct?
No, there weren't.
You said that you had sent 30 of the 31 shell casings to ATF for DNA testing. Is that correct?
The pistol 9mm, yes.
Were they able to get any DNA off of the 30 shell casings that you sent to ATF?
No, they weren't.
And you kept one to be ballistically compared if there were any items of evidence that may be recovered that were related to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point after the investigation and the search warrant of the gold Toyota 4Runner, was there then probable cause developed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to then do a search warrant at that Victoria Lakes Drive, the home of Sean Gathright?
Yes.
When did that search warrant occur?
That occurred in the evening of June 27th, 2024. So the day after the traffic stop.
And again, was there, you alerted after the search warrant that was executed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office as to items of evidence that were relevant to this homicide case here in Tampa that were found at Sean Gathwright's house?
Yes.
Okay. And what items of evidence was relevant to this case that you asked Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to maintain so that it could be used in this trial?
Yes, so in Sean Gathwright's house, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office found in a safe inside the house 2 rifles One of them was equipped with a brass catcher, or the bag that catches the rifle brass. That
Before you go on, are you familiar with a brass catcher?
Yes.
What is a brass catcher used for? How is it used?
So a brass catcher is basically a black nylon or mesh bag that gets attached to the ejection port side of a rifle. So as the rifle is firing and the casings are being expended, the bag is catching the casings so they won't be left on the ground.
And specifically, you said, again, you watched the Home to Suites video numerous times. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you specifically look for, and you said that there were no shell casings that were spent shell casings left at the scene that belonged to AR rifles. Is that correct?
Correct.
Could you see approximately how many times AR rifles were being fired all over that scene at Home to Suites?
Based off of the muzzle flashes, yes, we determined that the rifle was fired numerous amounts of times.
And all the locations where the two assailants with AR rifles are firing that rifles, was it thoroughly searched for shell casings to AR rifles?
Extremely.
And when AR rifles are being fired, do they automatically eject spent shell casings as those bullets are being fired out of the AR rifles?
Yes, they do.
No AR rifle shell casings left anywhere on that scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on that and reviewing the video footage, were you specifically looking for brass catchers?
Yes.
And in the Home to Suites video footage, can you see brass catchers attached to one of those AR rifles?
Yes.
And is that why you specifically are asking and having Jacksonville Sheriff's Office notify you in case any of those items are collected?
Correct.
Okay, I stopped you. I think that was one of the first items that you said were located. There were two AR rifles in the safe. Is that correct? One of which had a brass catcher. Is that correct?
Correct. And another big piece of evidence that we found in Sean Gathright's house was inside one of the brass catchers were two spent 9mm pistol casings. Those two 9mm casings were sent off and forensically matched to the 9mm casings that were left by the pistol at our scene.
So you asked and requested that they be sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for confirmation testing to ballistically match it to the 9mm firearm that was fired at the homicide scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were there other items that?
I didn't know that. Sean's done. So the brass catchers caught a lot of this stuff, but there were also 9mm spent shell casings that were found there. Ooh, this kid. Al B. Shore going down.
That were recovered in Jacksonville during the execution of that search warrant?
Yes, ammunition and firearms paraphernalia.
At some point on June 28th of 2024, did you make contact with Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
When did you make contact with him?
Approximately 1 a.m. on June 28th, 2024.
And why did you make contact with him?
To attempt an interview.
Where did you make contact with him?
At the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Police Department headquarters in their downtown area.
And where was Isaiah Chance living at the time when this homicide occurred?
In Jacksonville.
Another person living in Jacksonville, Florida, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you responded up to Jacksonville in order to do an interview with him?
Yes.
Where did the interview take place?
In an interview room at the police station.
Okay. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
Was the person known as Isaiah Chance, was he read his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And did that interview, was it recorded?
It was.
Approximately how long, how many times was he interviewed?
Twice.
Okay. And the first interview, how long did that interview last?
2 hours and 13 minutes approximately.
Okay. And did that span go into another day?
It started at 1 a.m. the 28th and went into maybe 3 a.m.
Okay. Oh, all on the 28th. Is that
Hold on now. We got interrogation footage. Ooh, I want to see this. Ooh.
Yeah, that's all in the early morning
You had
hours.
responded on the 27th, but the interview actually occurred in the early morning hours?
Correct. So it was, He was detained late 27th. We did the first interview
Yeah.
early 28th, and then the second interview was late 28th. So I left and then came back.
And let's start with the first interview. You said approximately how long was that interview?
2 hours and 13 minutes.
Who was present with you?
Detective Aaron Campbell.
When you are interviewing him, is there anyone else besides you and Aaron Campbell that are present in the interview room?
No.
Is it video recorded?
Yes.
I want to watch it. Bring it in. Bring it in. We didn't see this in Alicia's. We didn't see this in Alicia's case. We got 2 hours of footage. Carl Thomas. Two hours of Sean. ChatGPT is loading that shit. She is loading it.
But at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 128 through E. Mr. Petratus, can I show you this? You've seen it before, but I want to make sure.
Go to that. Go to. Okay. All
At
right.
this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 128 through E.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, okay, admitted.
What you got? What you got, State?
Detective, I'm going to show you States 128. What is this, a photograph of?
This is a photograph of defendant Isaiah Chance when they first brought him into the interview room.
Is this a still photo from the video that was recording in the interview room?
Correct.
And is it date time stamped when it occurs?
Correct.
And is this when it is beginning?
No, so this is when he was first detained or put into this room. It's 8 p.m. on the 27th. I don't get there to start the interview till like approximately 1 a.m. on the 28th.
Okay. And then let me show you. Let me go to here. So that is when this, and actually, this is not your Detective Campbell, is that correct?
No.
This is Jacksonville, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna go to this 120B. What is being shown in 120B?
So this actually, yeah, this would be when we're getting ready to start the interview.
I apologize.
Yeah.
And what is the date and time reflected in this photo?
3:44 a.m. on the 28th.
And again, is Isaiah Chance depicted in this still photo from the video footage?
Correct.
And who else is being depicted with the badge on his blue shirt?
My partner, Detective Aaron Campbell.
And again, now we have gone into June 28th of 2024, the early morning hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this is before you actually read him his Miranda rights. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then I also want to show you 120C. What is that of?
So this is at 4:13 in the beginning of the interview where I'm present in the room as well.
Okay. And again, Detective Campbell.
Correct.
With Isaiah Chance.
Correct.
And then 120D.
I'm sorry, this is the second interview.
Second interview
Yes,
we've
yes.
now gone into. And what's the date up here?
Oh, there's
This is
two.
the
Oh,
next day, early morning.
there's two. There's another one. Look at the date. Look at the timestamp. Look at it on the top. The 29th. Ooh wee.
Hours of the 29th.
Okay. And just going back to this first page. Again, second interview, correct?
Correct.
And all three of you are also in the next one.
There's
122.
two.
Correct.
Dog.
The second interview, you're showing him something.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that in a second.
Sure.
Not 2 hours, 2
And then
days.
120E.
Yeah, this is that interview was a lot shorter. This is towards the end of the second interview.
So there were 2 times, 2 dates that you made contact with Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is Isaiah Chance, is he present in the courtroom today?
He is.
Can you please describe and point him out and tell us what he's wearing?
Your Honor, he is dressed like Carl Thomas back there with the turtleneck, trying to hide the neck tattoos that we know are there.
Yes, he's the gentleman in the back row wearing a turtleneck and a gray jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that he's identified Isaiah Chance.
The record shall so reflect.
Now, you said the first interview that took place on June 28th lasted about 2 hours and 13 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct.
You read a Miranda.
I did.
Can you tell the jury what the Miranda rights are?
Yeah, so the Miranda rights are constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent. And so basically, we were required to inform a suspect of their rights before we try to obtain an interview from him.
Also, does it inform him of the right to an attorney?
Yes, a right to an attorney present during questioning, before or after, and a right to terminate the interview whenever they want.
And a right to an attorney if he cannot afford one. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you went over all of those rights with the defendant, Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
In detail, yes.
Did he acknowledge those rights and indicate to you that he understood them?
Yes, he did.
Any issues with him being able to understand or communicate to you?
No.
Did he appear to be confused in any manner?
Nope.
Did he agree to speak with you?
Yes, he did.
During his interview, did he confirm that he has a phone and confirm his phone number?
Yes.
And what was his phone number at the time?
He gave me a different number, 904-844.
They're
His phone number
on
was
crime.
904.
That's on crime.
Did you later obtain phone records indicating that he actually was utilizing a different phone than the one that he provided to you in your interview?
Correct.
Now, I want to ask you about, you said the interview was 2 hours and 13 minutes. Can you tell the jury what he said during that time when he was with you in the interview?
So basically, the defendant Isaiah Chance admitted that he was in Tampa during the weekend of the homicide. He claimed that he came to Tampa with his girlfriend and a person he referred to as his little brother, who he later identified as co-defendant Gathright. He said that he came down from Jacksonville to Tampa to have a weekend with his girlfriend. However, he couldn't give me any specific details on what locations he visited or what he did while he was in Tampa, other than they went to a McDonald's to eat. And
interview one has a lot of problems. So number one, oh my God, this is Isaiah. So you admitted that you use a different phone. Number two, you admitted that you were coming down there with your girlfriend, but also your little brother was with you and that y'all went to McDonald's. So Isaiah and Sean were in the back of that goddamn car. Oh my God, this is terrible self-snitching.
that's basically the gist of the entire interview, admitting to being in Tampa, denying any involvement, or unable to really give me an alibi.
Does he, you say that he says that he admits to being with his girlfriend, is that correct?
Correct.
Was Alicia Andrews, was she also brought to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office on that day?
Correct.
Did you also end up interviewing her on that day?
I did.
Was that also recorded?
Yes.
Okay. So she was at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office at the same time as the defendant Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
I can't recall if it was the exact same time, but it was in close proximity.
Your interviews, correct?
Yes.
Now, when he says he is admitting to being in Tampa with his girlfriend, is he referring to Alicia Andrews?
Yes, he is.
You said that he gave you a specific location where he ate, is that correct?
Yes.
Did he say that he was in Tampa with anyone else besides Alicia Andrews?
Yes, with Sean Gathright.
Is Sean Gathright, is that the name he gives you at the beginning of the interview?
No.
Who does he describe? How does he describe the other person that is with him?
He refers to him as his little brother.
And specifically when he's referring to his little brother, is that the person he gives you as the owner of the car that he comes to Tampa from Jacksonville from?
Yeah, I asked him how he got down to Jacksonville. He said in his little brother's car. I then asked him to describe that car, and he couldn't recall any details apparently about the car.
And later on in the interview, does he
Detective Ramos is like, this nigga was lying. He was lying.
personally identify who his little brother is?
Yes.
And who is that?
Defendant Sean Gathright.
Did you confront him and specifically tell him what you were investigating in regards to what happened in Tampa?
Yes, I did.
And when you did that, did you specifically ask him for any sort of alibi where he was, for details for where he was specifically in Tampa when the homicide occurred?
Correct. I asked him. He was unable to give me any specific details. He did say that he went to a club and spoke to a bouncer, however, decided not to go inside after the bouncer told him the price.
Okay. Did he continue to deny any involvement during that 2-hour and 13-minute interview that he had no involvement in this homicide? Is that correct?
That is correct.
You said that the only other place besides McDonald's that he mentioned while being in Tampa was one club. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what did you say specifically about him? What did he give details about talking to a bouncer? I'm sorry, I think you said it.
Yeah. No, I asked him if he went in the club. He said he did not go in the club, that he went to basically spoke to a bouncer or a security guard at the front of the club and ultimately decided not to go into the club.
At some point, did you then keep pressing him about providing you information as to where he was in Tampa?
Yes, we tried to lock down a timeline or something that would help us prove where he was at, and he was unable to give me any specific details.
Other than the McDonald's and some club where he approached a bouncer, any other location where he was while he was visiting in Tampa, Florida?
I asked him where he stayed at. He said at a house. I asked him if it was an Airbnb. He said he did not know if it was an Airbnb. He said that he didn't book an Airbnb and that Alicia Andrews didn't book an Airbnb, so he didn't know what the house was.
And when you specifically asked him about his little brother, Sean Gathright, did you ask him how he knows Sean Gathright?
Yes.
And what did he say?
That they're friends.
Okay. Did he mention of how long he knew them, how long he knew Sean Gathright?
A long time.
At some point in the investigation, had you been made aware of a search warrant that had occurred from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office at the home of Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
And were you notified of evidence that was found in the home of Isaiah Chance that was relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
In particular, were you notified that there was a poster of a bully down sign that was related to bully gang and kind of a dish to bully gang based on information from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yeah, specifically a poster with the bully down logo, the fist with the thumbs down inside of Isaiah Chance's bedroom was found. I confronted him during the interview about that poster.
And what did he say about the poster?
He kind of laughed it off and didn't give much detail. Like he avoided going into detail about it.
Did you specifically ask him about the victim in this case, Julio Foolio, and his knowledge of Julio Foolio?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say when you asked him about the victim, Charles Jones, and Julio Foolio?
He acknowledged that he knew who Mr. Jones was and claimed that they were cordial. They weren't friends, but they were cordial.
Tried to suggest that there were no ill feelings between him and the victim in this case?
Yeah, he specifically referenced Spaces conversations on Twitter that would prove that him and Mr. Jones are cordial.
So he admitted to you that he did have contact with the victim on social media. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And going back to your statement about the bouncers, was there video footage that was collected by yourself and others, other detectives from the Tampa Police Department of two clubs that the victim had gone to while here in Tampa on June 22nd, going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
That was, what two clubs were those?
That was Teaser's Gentleman Club on Nebraska and the after party at Truth 18 on Bush Boulevard.
And again, as part of your job as the main case detective in this case, did you end up reviewing all the video footage that was collected from the Teasers nightclub on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, I did.
Did you also review all the video footage from Truth 18, from that business plaza, from Habib's Hair Design that covered the exterior of Truth 18, as well as the stairwell and the parking lot of Truth 18?
Yes.
And was there any video footage of a silver Chevy Cruze and a black Chevy Impala that was located at both of those clubs, showing both of those vehicles at that club?
Yes.
And during the time frame, the silver Chevy Cruze, was that shown at both locations?
Yes.
And at both of those clubs, were there two individuals, a male and a female, that gets out at both of those clubs?
Yes.
And looking at the entirety of the video footage, let's start with Teasers and the front door. Is the front door of Teasers the entryway into Teasers where there is security? Is that depicted in the video footage that you collected?
Yes, it is.
And do you see when a silver Chevy Cruze gets there and parks and two people get out?
Yes, I do.
And during that same time, do you look at the corresponding camera of the front door?
Yes.
Does either the male or the female that gets out of the silver Chevy Cruze ever approach anyone at the front door security at that club?
No, they don't.
Going again to Truth 18, that is located on the second floor. Again, does the silver Chevy Cruze appear to go to Truth 18 shortly after the victim's party, his cars and his entourage arrive?
Oh, she's cooking. I see what she's doing. She's trying to take the statement where he told the detective that he talked to somebody, and Alicia said this in her trial too, a bouncer that wouldn't let them in or something like that. They're looking at the footage, and she's going to go through both locations to say, you ain't never talked to anybody. Did we see that at Truth 18? She's about to go to Teasers. Ooh!
At that location.
Yes.
Again, same question. Is there anyone that gets out of the silver Chevy Cruze, male and female?
Yes.
Appear to be the same male and female that get out of the silver Chevy Cruze at Teasers?
Yes, same couple.
Do they ever approach the front door or the second floor of Truth 18 where they are on scene at that location at the same time as the
Told y'all.
No conversations with anybody coming out of that club?
Shit.
At some point in your investigation, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44 and 24. There is a camera, a pole camera that is near USF. Is that correct?
Correct.
What's the exact address of the pole camera?
It's at the intersection of McKinley and Fowler.
And did I ask you, the State's Exhibit 44 is a composite of Truth 18 and a USF pole camera, as well as State's Exhibit 24 is just at the pole camera. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did I ask you to look at both of those discs and review the video footage of the USF pole camera to see if it was fair and accurate of the video footage that you obtained in this case?
Yes, you did.
And starting with State's Exhibit 44, the composite of Truth 18 and the pole camera, did you review it?
Yes, I did.
And after reviewing it, did I ask you to initial and date it so you could later recognize it?
Yes, you did.
Starting with State's Exhibit 44, the composite exhibit, did you look at that and did you recognize that as a fair and accurate video of the USF pole camera?
Yes, it was.
And then going to Exhibit 24, again showing you this.
She got more.
DVD. Did again ask
She
you to
got
do
more.
the same thing.
She got more. What else you got? She got more in that folder.
Review it and then initial and date it so you could recognize it at a later time.
Yes, you did.
And again, does this DVD, State's Exhibit 24, accurately and fairly show the video footage that was documented by that pole cam near USF?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, we've introduced into evidence State's Exhibit 24 and 44.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection to the video, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
What does she have?
So we're gonna start with, teasers. Hold on one second. That was one more. Oh, yep. Detective, did you also obtain video footage from teasers? Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And again, I'm gonna show you States Exhibit 41A through C. Did I ask you to review that before today and be able to sign and initial it?
Yes, you did.
So you could later recognize it? Is that your initials?
Yes.
And again, States Exhibit 41A through C, is that fair and accurate video footage that was obtained from the Teasers nightclub?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, we also introduced into evidence States Exhibit 41A through C.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Admitted.
Detective Ramos, you yourself viewed the video footage at Teasers, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And is there a date and timestamp on the Teasers video footage?
Yes, there is.
And did you review the Teasers video footage for accuracy?
Yes, I did.
And was that video, the date and timestamp, was that accurate?
The date was accurate. The timestamp was approximately 7 minutes and 23 seconds slow.
And how do you verify and confirm the accuracy of the timestamp?
So what I would do is go on to time.gov, which is the government's official website where you can see the correct time and compare it to the live view timestamp and calculate the difference that it's off by.
And again, how off was the timestamp from the Teasers video?
Approximately 7 minutes and 23 seconds slow.
Where are the cameras located at the Teasers nightclub?
They actually have cameras around the whole building, so we got several angles, a couple at the front that capture the south side of the building. There's one on the west side of the building that captures the west side of the parking lot, and then one that captures the north side of the parking lot.
Do they also have videos inside the club as well?
Yes, correct.
I'm going to go ahead and what is the address and location of Teasers nightclub?
9700 North Nebraska Avenue, Tampa, Florida.
And was this one of the nightclubs where the victim, Charles Jones, had advertised on his Instagram that he would be at on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And I know that we have compiled a composite. Did you put together, based on time chronology, the different cameras, including the back of the parking lot and the front door, to show the different times as it is happening based on chronologically?
Yeah, it's just so it's easier to follow. I did a chronological order of when the victim's entourage arriving and all of the relevant angles.
And at points in time during this video, did you speed up the video when there is nothing happening?
Yes.
Other than speeding up the video, did you alter or change or edit the video in any way?
No.
So this is the video, it is just sped up, is that correct?
Show us.
Sped up at times.
Show us.
Thank you.
Show us.
Can we go ahead and publish States Exhibit 41A through C? Or start with 41A? And Detective Ramos, can you tell us what camera is now being shown?
This is what's labeled as a front parking camera. This is at the southeast corner of the club. The front door to the club is that gray door to the right. And that's the parking right in front of the front door.
Okay, and we just saw a vehicle back in. Can you tell us the significance of that vehicle?
That's Mr. Jones' black Dodge Charger arriving at the club.
And I'm going to this timestamp. It says June 23rd of 2024, and the timestamp says 2:16. Can you do the time conversion for the jury?
So since it's approximately 7 minutes slow, so the real time is around 2:23 a.m.
Right, thank you. Detective Ramos, we're now at another camera. What is this camera view? Where is that in relation to teasers?
On the west side of the building, showing the back parking lot area, and this one is just roughly right after that.
And again, we're showing now there is a silver Chevy Cruze backing in. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you can see that you have increased the speed of the video.
Yes.
See, they didn't do this the first trial. What they're showing is that Foolio arrived at 2:16 a.m. and 1 minute later, Isaiah and Alicia arrived 1 minute later. Well, maybe not 1 minute. Starts at 2:17. Let's watch that time lapse on the top. Oh, no, no.
Ramos, are you
That's them. They just got out of the car. So it was 2:17. Now they're walking up. It's 2:20 at this point. So 4 minutes later, you're walking up.
noting the number of people getting out of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, 2 subjects came out of the silver Chevy Cruze.
And do you try to track those 2 individuals in both cameras?
Yes.
And the timestamp now is 2:20. Again, you have to do a calculation for real time.
Approximately 2:27, 2:28.
Can you pause it there? And sir, based on reviewing this video in relevance to your investigation, do you make notes about the 2 individuals coming out of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And what is of significance to you in order to determine to later determine their identities?
Specifically the female is wearing a light blue jean jacket that later she was wearing that same jacket during her interview. So the investigation, all the details were able to lead us to who they were.
Okay, and let's start with, you're able to tell at least one is a female, is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, can you see her hair in a ponytail?
Yes.
Okay. And the second individual, is he male or female?
Male.
And does he appear to be taller than the female?
Yes.
And what do you note about his size and body type?
Tall, skinny, kind of lanky, male subject.
Did you also make any note about their faces?
Yes, they're both wearing medical COVID type masks. She's wearing a black one and he's wearing one of the light blue ones.
And there are points where you can actually see the type of jacket when she's in the light, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point you came into contact with her on that same day that you came into contact with Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
I can't recall if it was the same day, but yes, I did come into contact with her and she was wearing that same jacket.
And now, again, we're back at the front door, and what is the time?
So correct time, approximately 2:20, 2:29.
And in this photo, can you still see the victim's vehicle that he backed in?
Yes, it's the Dodge Charger with the lights still on in the back there. The victim's leaning up against it.
That's what I was going to ask you. Did you also become familiar with Charles Jones and what he was wearing on that night and what he looks like?
Correct.
And are there other individuals that you can see that you later interviewed?
Yeah, Robert Howard and Gino Norris.
Y'all see it? So look at the timestamp from this lens. This is 2:22 a.m. So Foolio was outside. He's wearing the red hat. So like at the same time that Alicia and Gathright are outside, 1 minute before that, 2 minutes before that, they had to see Foolio. Look at that hat. You know what I mean? So like, look at how they're piecing this together for the jury.
Tafa McRae. And Xavier Edwards are all visible.
And I know that these are clips, but you obtained the full portion of this front camera for June 23rd of 2024 during this time period. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I asked you whether or not Isaiah Chance or Alicia Andrews ever approached that front door. Is that correct?
Correct.
And viewing that video, did you ever see them come close to that front door, enter that club, or talk to any bouncer or security member at that front door?
No, they did not.
And can you see the full path of where they went off screen from the back camera to the front door?
Yeah, so if you go off screen to the left there of this angle and you continue towards the front door, you would eventually pop up on that front parking camera. So they
She lied on the stand. She's right there. Look at them. They're right there. They're not at that front door. At 2:22, they're not there. Look at them. They're right there. They're in the parking lot. They're not at the front door.
never went near the front door.
Okay, go ahead.
In
So at
fact,
this time,
they're going back to the motherfucking car. At the same moment that Foolio just got searched, everybody that was with him just got patted down. They all went inside of the club. They're going, ooh.
frame again showing 2:22 on the timestamp. Can you then see those two same individuals going back to the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
And that is at the same time when the victim and his entourage are still at the front door. Is that correct?
As they're going inside, yes.
They lied. Like, this is lies in 4K. Car lights on. They about to peel off. Y'all never went to the door. This is crazy, chat.
During this portion of the video, have you ever seen the black Chevy Impala in this parking lot or near the scene yet?
Not yet.
And what time is reflective of the silver Chevy Cruze leaving the back parking lot?
Approximately 2:31 a.m. Eastern Standard, the Silver Cruze leaves the back parking lot area.
And then again, we now go back to the front camera. Is that correct?
Yeah, now we're fast forward to when the victim's leaving the club. The approximate time is 2:54 a.m.
So they weren't even in there for that long.
Then what camera are we looking at now?
This is what's labeled the side parking, but it's the north side of the building.
Again, of teasers, is that correct?
Correct.
And what time is reflected after you do the calculation?
Right around that same time, 2:54, as the victim's coming out of the club.
And then what are we seeing?
This is the suspect, black Chevy Impala, arriving into the parking lot.
And is that the first time that you detect the black Chevy Impala?
On camera here, yes, correct.
And is that after the silver Chevy Cruze has left this parking lot?
Correct.
And again, now are we seeing the back parking lot where the silver Chevy Cruze once was parked?
Correct.
The Cruze is gone.
And then are we, on what camera are we looking at again?
We're at the front parking. The suspect Cruze circles all the way around and gets on this. You can see it in the middle there at the top.
Okay. Is that what you're reflecting in the very top hand corner? I'm sorry, the top, not in the corner, but to the left of the video footage?
Yes.
And is the victim's vehicle, is it still parked reversed in front of the club?
Yes, it is. It's getting ready to leave.
That's crazy.
And can you tell us what is in 41C?
This is the back parking of teasers and zoomed in on the subjects coming out of the Silver Cruise.
And why did you zoom it in?
Just to get as much detail about their physical description and their clothing.
And at some portion of while they are in the back of that parking lot, is there anything in their hands?
Yes, from the video, it is apparent that there's a device in the male's hands, and the female takes it for a second and does something to it.
And does that become significant in your investigation later when you obtain cell phone records?
Yes, this is that specific device was identified as Alicia Andrews' device.
So she unlocks the phone. He makes a phone call at 2:21. The Impala pulls in at 2:47. Foolio is leaving around the time at 2:40. Chat.
And are you noting the time when there appears to be use of the cell phone based on the calculations that you do after you adjust for real time?
Yes.
So again, is this again just the zoomed up portion, focusing in on the two individuals that came from the Silver Chevy Cruise and then walking back?
Correct.
Is that the end of the teasers video?
It is, Judge.
Okay, so it's probably a good time for us to go on break. So it's a little after 5. So, okay, we're going to be in our evening recess. Just remember my previous
Recess?
instructions. You're not to discuss anything about this case with anyone or read.
Okay. Recess.
Media posts.
Thought she meant.
And then we will
Let's
resume
keep
at
going.
9 a.m. tomorrow morning. All right, see you then.
All right.
Ooh, we chat. Oh my God. This is not good. It's not good. Probably sweating under that turtleneck. Woo. They did stalk them. That shows stalking. Julio wasn't even there for that long.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, Detective Ramos, same situation since you've not yet been cross-examined while we're on the evening recess. You can't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. Okay? All right, very good. See you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Okay. That's okay. It's okay. So do we want to talk about some of the exhibits that I'm assuming they're not going to come in tomorrow through Detective Ramos, but do we want to get a jump on them? Or at least if someone could show them to me so I could look at them and I could be thinking about it in anticipation of argument. Yeah, anything that you want me to consider regarding Detective Ramos.
Judge, do you happen to have your motion and exhibits?
You mean your motion? You mean my copy of
Your
your
copy
motion?
of my motion.
I don't write motions. Thank God, not anymore. Okay, yes, I have defendant Rashad Murphy's 7th motion in limine, and I did have tabbed
And it would depend, Judge, if you're looking at exhibits, if you're looking at my exhibit page, that would more correctly correlate to the motion if we're talking about the state's actual trial exhibit, it'll be
Right.
the same thing. It's just going to, it's going to be labeled different.
Okay, so I have tabbed, I guess, from an earlier discussion, and tell me if this is what we're referring to. This would be the, some type of message dated June 23rd, 2024. Prosper and Junior, good day today, 187 babies.
Well, Judge, that's one of many.
Okay, it's one?
That is one of many. It's not in,
Okay.
it's not in the chronological order, but
Right. Okay, so tell me with your exhibits, and then when we come back tomorrow, I'll have the state identify what their proffered exhibit number is, but just so I can be looking at them.
so,
Are you objecting to everything?
No, Judge.
Okay, good. So tell me, and I do have tell me what exactly you're objecting
so
to.
if you're looking at the motion,
Yep.
it would be pages 17 through 19. 17 through 19, if you correspond that with the exhibit list, it is a picture of the defendant, the date, time, and data on the picture of the defendant, 17, 18, 19.
Okay, I have that. Hold on,
Okay.
let me mark it real quick. Okay, got it.
Next, Judge, would be a picture of the rifle on what looks like a carpet, pages 26, 27, and 28, as it states in the motion.
Okay,
And
hold on, let me just tab them.
have
This
them.
item has already been admitted over the defense's objection today, Your Honor.
Which one was?
Carter.
The rifle.
So that, I've already dealt with that.
That's true, Judge.
So 26, 27, and 28 have already come in, right?
Yes, Judge.
So we don't need to argue about that
Nope.
anymore. Okay,
Next is 29, 30, and 31. They would be a black vehicle backed into a driveway and the related data that goes with it, 29 to 31.
okay,
And then 32 to 35 is a post of the defendant, the victim and another gentleman and the data that goes with it.
okay. Okay,
Next is 35 through 38, which is a picture of a screenshot of a post and the data that goes with it, 35 through 38.
hold on.
Next is a,
1 second. 35 through 38, state's not intending to introduce, so agreed.
So we don't need to argue about that.
Nope.
Not coming in. Okay,
next, Judge, is 39 through 41, which is a screenshot from a social media post. RIP, son, Charles A. Jones II, Foolio, and its data.
okay, well, hold on. You're not gonna admit that?
No, Your Honor.
So we don't need to argue about that, okay?
Then, Judge, as it relates to
As he's glitching, huge shout out. I really want to thank you guys. I just looked over at the other monitor. We just hit 93,000 subscribers. All right, we just did it. We did it. We're almost at 107,000 people joining our family soon. We know it's going to happen. If you're new and you just got here today, thank you. You just helped us meet an amazing milestone. And every creator wants to get to 100K because that's when you get the plaque. So if you're new here today and you're enjoying yourself, you're enjoying the community, thank you sincerely. Let's go back to this last minute argument, and then I'll give you guys a recap for the evening.
state's exhibit, I'm going to call it correctly now. I think it's 101C.
But Is it an exhibit to your motion?
It's not an exhibit to my motion because at the time that the motion was drafted, I think that I told the court yesterday or day before that I wasn't aware of it.
Okay.
It's defense motion paragraph number 18. That's the subject of
That's
it.
correct.
The defense failed to include a header, but that would be pages 42 and 43 of his packet. But it is his paragraph number 18, to which the state does object.
So I'm sorry, I'm trying to, because I have these, when you.
Yes,
said-
Your Honor, in the defendant's motion,
Yep.
they kind of have titles, so if you look at page 5,
Mhm.
pages 39 through 41, the state has no objection. That's 15 and 16 and 17. 18, paragraph number 18 of the defendant's motion doesn't have a title, but that's another exhibit that he is seeking to exclude.
And is that attached?
Judge, I don't believe it's in the, I don't believe it's in the exhibit list. I can approach and give the court.
Yeah, let me just look at it. Is that your copy?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And the court can keep that for the time being.
Yeah, I'll make a copy
Yes,
in
Judge.
my office and bring it back. So this is not attached as an exhibit, but this would be what you're referencing in paragraph 18, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Of your motion.
That's correct.
Okay.
And it's exhibit for the state's purposes or the exhibit list.
In Mr. Gonzalez's motion, it's exhibit B, Your Honor, as well.
That's
Oh.
correct.
He did attach it.
You did attach it. Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Well, you attached.
Shout out to the person I just blocked saying that I'm achieving that on the coattails of murder and evil. Like what? You know how many trials we've covered on this channel? Do you know how much years I put in law school? Do you know how much years of education and legal studies and science that people be wildin', man?
A couple of pages of it. First of all, there's photos in here that have already come in, the damaged phone of Charmaine
The
Steiger.
defense attached the entirety of States Now Exhibit 101, but specifically only had objection to some, so they did let us know that all of the attachments, Your Honor, are not the subject of the defense's motion.
Okay.
I will tell the court this, that as it relates to those two that are already in, they are in through Detective Carter because they are the defendant's phone and they have certain characteristics and they provide context to the photo that I'm objecting to. So it'll be for the court's purview to.
Okay. And the photo that you're objecting to, is it this someone, a hooded figure with gloves on, holding up the damaged phone?
A damaged phone.
A damaged phone.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so of the packet you gave me, here you would be objecting to, it looks like pages 1 and 2, right? The first page is an extraction report, and of that same hooded individual holding a damaged phone, and then just the picture itself, right?
Yes, Judge.
The other 2 pages you gave me are what appear to be a damaged phone resembling the one that's already come in, belonging to Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger.
Yes, Judge. It has already come in as in fact the damaged phone that the extraction was taken from.
Okay. All right, got it. Okay, I'll make a copy just so I have it. And is that it from your 7th motion in limine?
Then, Judge, that would conclude the extraction photographs. There is obviously a second series as it relates to State's Exhibit 88B.
Are they attached to your motion?
They are, Judge, and they would be on my motion as Exhibit C. It's State's motion, State's Exhibit 88B. My exhibit in my motion is Exhibit C.
Okay.
It's a 3-page.
I see it.
Conversation between multiple individuals, including The Instagram account Ghost 187, and also begins with an individual or another account referencing the victim, Julio Foolio.
I'm not sure if Mr. Gonzalez just has something that's been incidentally stapled together, but in State's Exhibit C, does the court have that in front of?
I have the Exhibit C to his motion.
Perfect. The first part of the page that you're looking at that has Charles Jones depicted in some kind of an Instagram post is one item. The state is not seeking to introduce that.
Okay, so we don't need to argue about that.
The language that's included just below that is the message in which someone sent Mr. Murphy that post. The state does not intend to introduce that. I'm not sure if there's a page number, but this entire page, the state does not seek to introduce.
Okay, this would be the first page of Defense Exhibit C attached to their 7th motion limiting. Okay.
Then as it relates to the second page, that is one conversation between the defendant and an individual with the user account name John Wall 22. That is one item, one conversation on Instagram. The state does seek to introduce that from the early morning hours of the murder, about 3 hours before.
And then what about this third page of Defense Exhibit C to their motion? The text, love ya, brother Murph.
That's another message. The state does not seek to introduce that.
Okay, so of Defense Exhibit C, the only one you're seeking to introduce is this text message. Man, you know, I want it myself. If I could, I would have had it. So many hoes there. I know somebody can get it from them.
Yes, get the B&B for me
Right.
gang is from the defendant. The response from John Wall 22 is that he also wants the B&B and there's so many hoes there.
Okay, anyway, that's fine. I have it
Yes.
tagged as one that
Oh, just Cisco saying so many hoes there.
we need to discuss.
Just that page, yes,
Okay,
Your Honor.
and then Defense Exhibit D attached to the motion. State, are you seeking to admit all of these?
The state is not seeking to admit Defense Exhibit D from June 14th
The,
of 2024.
for the court's edification, the first page, the first image.
First page, okay, that's, okay, no argument over that, okay? What about the next one? Looks like a photo from June 17th of 24.
Yes, Your Honor, it is a video. The state is seeking to introduce it.
Okay. All right. And then there's like a close-up, correct?
Same image. It's actually a video, so the still is the second page of that exhibit.
Okay, you want to introduce both?
Just the still, but the first page, it has the data, the date and time stamp.
Okay.
So yes, Your Honor, both pages.
Okay. And then what about, next up would be a crying, laughing emoji dated June 23, 24.
Is that on this?
It's all 14 images.
Oh, okay. Yes, Your Honor, the state is seeking to introduce that.
Okay. And then the next is, looks like a photograph of Belichick and Tom Brady embracing.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're going to seek to introduce that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Next up would be a photo, June 23rd, 2024, someone shooting a bird.
Yes, Your
Two
Honor.
birds, excuse me. We're seeking to introduce that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Next up, June 23rd, 2024, looks like a video or something that says, if your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him, pretend to be weak. Is that Sun Tzu? That he may grow arrogant. Are you seeking to introduce that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Then we've got this one.
All right, so it sounds like these are images and posts that were made after Foolio had passed.
On June 23rd, 2024, Prosper and Junior, good day today, 187 babies. You seeking to introduce that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then we have June 23rd, 2024, Hate Me Kindly. Are you seeking to introduce that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Next up, June 24, 2024, it's on the floor, stay out the car with them, something about my rifle. I don't know what this purposes.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're not seeking to introduce that, okay? Then next up would be, it looks like a video or photo, June 24. Are you seeking to introduce that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that would be the photo, not a video.
Correct. Not the video. The video contains, yes, just the photo.
Okay, and then what about, next up would be June 24, 2024, 187 boys, 5L RIP members?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you can introduce that, okay? Next up, June 25, 2024, YouTube, I don't know what that is, J.Breezy.
Yes, Judge, it's actually still June 24th, but yes, we're seeking to introduce that.
Okay. And then finally, June 25, 2024, another YouTube, Wapa with the Chapa. You seeking to introduce that?
Also June 24th, but yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, it says the 25th, but I understand. Okay. All right. I got it. Okay. Okay. And then also, if you could, Mr. Gonzalez, bring tomorrow a copy of that text message or the screenshot of the message about someone taking something to an inmate in Florida State Prison, just so I can be looking at that.
Would you like it now, Judge?
Yeah, yeah. If you have a copy, that's fine. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, so that's everything we need to discuss, correct, for defendant Rashad Murphy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then Sean Gathright, we have your motion in limine, and
I know there are some of that's been addressed, and it looks like from the exhibit list, the state might be agreeing.
okay, can you guys do me a favor? And Mr. Wise and whoever's handling these exhibits, go through the motion and just tell me what we still need to discuss.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Right? Okay, got it. See everyone tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, chat, we made it. That concludes the trial, day 3. Pretty eventful day, if I'm going to be honest. I did not think it was going to be this eventful, but we had a nice midday check-in. I think altogether we just had 3 witnesses today, whereas the previous day we had a lot more. We started with, picked it up with witness 15, Detective Nieder, who is from JSO. We had him on the stand for a couple hours this morning. After we had him, we had the gentleman from Georgia, from Gwinnett County, that apprehended Rashad, and we heard all about his arrest, which was crazy. After that, we got Detective Carter, who was also from Georgia as well and participated from the Georgia side in Rashad's arrest. Witness 18 was Detective Kline from Tampa PD. Really, we were looking at, let me just close this up. We were looking at the search warrant that came with a lot of the surveillance and the cell phone data. So we were able to look at some of the McDonald's footage, things of the like. And then there was the Cellbrite, Cell Hawk thing. I already walked y'all through that, so don't worry about it. Detective Ramos is on the stand right now. He's witness number 19. This is arguably the most important witness to the state's case. I mean, and even with today, we got a lot of new things that we didn't see in Alicia's trial. For example, they did not break down the timeline like this last time because it was Alicia and her involvement. What about Alicia? What did she do? Did she unlock the phone? Did Isaiah make her? Did he force her? Did he put a gun to her head? No, she willingly put her passcode in her phone and let the man make a call. Also, now the masks make more sense because I wrote it all down here and I'm going to have my team kind of make a visual for y'all in these recap videos. But from 2:16 a.m. when Foolio first arrives, they arrive 4 or 5 minutes later They lied and said that they were talking to a bouncer at that club. And we found out that that's not true. We saw both entrances. Never once do you see Alicia and Isaiah go to that door for entry to that club. You don't see it. That is the bombshell of the day. Isaiah was wearing that turtleneck. He's probably sweating under there. Okay. Carl Thomas is looking a little different. So, and instead it shows their lie because they get out of the car at 2:17 a.m. and they walk back to it at 2:22 a.m. When did you go and approach that door? Because they showed us the footage in front of the door. You see Julio and his camp go in and out. And I think the most important thing, I think we're all realizing as older people, because this channel leans significantly older, is if you're an artist and you come in some money, even if you're young, get security, man. Like just have them with you at all times. You never know. I learned that, and this wasn't a security issue, but I became really good friends with Kevin Samuels before he passed. In fact, his mother just texted me yesterday. She said, "Hey, my daughter." I was like, "Hi." She hit me up yesterday. But I was helping Kevin with an event up here in Boston. And when he came, that's the first thing Kevin Samuels said to me. He said, "I'm not going, no, can you get me security? I always need to have somebody with me when I travel." So I think as you grow into fame, you understand the importance of having somebody with you at all times, because who knows, like maybe if you have two guys, and there are a lot of police officers and firefighters that will do security or white label or white glove security for celebrities and things like that on the side when they're not working. Number one, because it's good money, but number two, it's because they are skilled and trained in the aspect of providing security. So if they need to surveil a location or something like that, that's how you have to move when you come into fame. So that's the only thing, because you could see that although Foolio was with friends and things like that, and they were strapped, they had guns, but like those guns stayed in one of the other cars. So we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. I really want to break down this timeline, because it showed, and I mean, shit, we might have to pull the footage where Alicia was on the stand saying, "We went to the club, we went to the door, and they said that they wouldn't let us in," or something like that. Girl. I mean, I don't know how this is looking. So that was a big bombshell of the day today, right? Then we get to the end of the day, and the end of the day is really centered on looking at some of the evidence that's going to come through with Detective Ramos. Now, that's your afternoon recap. I already alerted my team. We're going to start to do this every day for you guys. Y'all want the same day? So we will do a recap video. If we end at like 6, 7 o'clock, we'll try to get something out at around 7. So it will get you guys prepped. So if you miss a day, you'll get a 15-minute recap from me on what happened throughout the day, things of the like. Detective Ramos is going to take some time. I foresee that he will be the only witness that we have tomorrow on the stand. I don't think we're going to go to anyone else, because with Alicia, he was up there for almost 2 days. I think it was a day and a half. So because we have 4 defendants and we're getting all this tea. Oh, here's the other thing. Let me turn my volume up now, since we don't have the courtroom feed. Here's the other thing. Isaiah talking to them for 2 days. We didn't see that footage, but we found out that he was talking to the detectives in 2 separate interviews on 2 separate days. The first day, I wrote down that it was 2 hours and 13 minutes after he was Mirandized. I don't know how long that second footage is yet, or that second interview is yet. But now we know, and this is something that we didn't find out in Alicia's trial. He was being interviewed. Here's the other thing. They were apprehended at the same time. You guys remember that rain footage? I think she didn't have shoes on or whatever, but they were both arrested at the same time from the same place. And when that took place, when they were both arrested, they were both apprehended, taken to the same police station. They were both being interviewed at the same time. We saw Alicia's interrogation footage, but this is the first time we get to see these boys' footage. Does Sean have footage? Does Davion have footage? Does Rashad have footage? We know that Sean does because there's attempts at escape apparently. So that's going to be fun. But like, you know, this is why I'm saying this detective is going to be up there for quite some time. So that was the other big bombshell, is that we have 2 opportunities of Detective Ramos taking a crack at things. And he, you know, he seems like a straight shooter. We're going to see what happens on Cross. Cross is going to be long too, because you have 4 lawyers that are going to want to represent each of their clients and ask cross-examination questions when he's done. So Detective Ramos, it might just be Ramos Day tomorrow. But this is going to be interesting to see what they have on all 4 of them, right? Father Time might have a hard time with all of this, but you know, to hear about these new things that we didn't see in the first trial with Alicia, and we're seeing it now, it's actually tighter. Just the timeline alone today, that timeline was tight. I wish they showed that the first time, because Foolio wasn't even there for a long time. One of y'all were saying in chat, like sometimes these artists get paid for a appearance or a performance, and they're really only there for like 20 or 30 minutes and then they leave. Because you have to think about it. It was still his birthday. And I think he did want to continue celebrating. So, you know, he arrived at 2:16 a.m. and he leaves at 2:54. So Foolio wasn't even at this place for a long time. So, you know, it's tough. You got to be careful with your movements on the internet. And I think that that's a big lesson for this one, especially with such a young life, you know, but it's interesting. But listen, guys, I'm going to get out of here and get ready for this recap video. Let me just grab all the super chats to make sure that I am current. Shout out to Wrench Turner, who has a wrench on this channel with a 10. He says AVZ to the 7th peasy. Good to see you, brother. Wrench Turner has a channel. He's been around for a long time. It's so funny. I was just talking about Kevin. You know, you kind of reminded me of him, Wrench Turner, because Wrench Turner was a mod on the Kevin Samuels channel, which ain't no wrenches going out now. Like, you know, it's been a while, but it's good to see you, brother. Thank you so much for popping in. And I was thinking about the Alex Murdaugh trial that we covered in South Carolina a few years ago. And like, you know, when I was working or co-hosting with Lead, we covered that one. And the attorneys in that case, they have deep South, like really Southern drawl, like Southern accents. And there was one time where, you know, it just kind of sounded a little racist. It was one of the white attorneys, and, you know, we made a joke and we were like, the South's gonna rise again, gentlemen. The South's gonna rise again. It was so crazy. But thank you, Wrench. Good to see you. Michael Love pops in with a 5, says, how can you supply the stick but keep the wood chips? That's a good question. Why did Sean keep these things? Everything in your mama name, you put it in your mama's, I don't know if it was in the mother's safe or in his room, because there was a safe in his room too. There were 2 safes. And that's really another question I have. If I'm a jury member, this go around is I want them to explain where these safes were, right? So we'll talk about that. And it came out in the mom's testimony last time. But yeah, why would you keep it? Shout out to Death the Reaper, who's been with me for a month, says, is it too late to ask for a plea deal? Well, here's the thing. The plea deals have to be offered. In the YSL trial, the big reason why a round of plea deals went out again was because there was a mistrial. I was just watching this like yesterday, looking at old footage and stuff. When we covered YSL, somewhere around day 160 or 170, it was Slime Life Shorty was on the stand and he caused a mistrial. And Judge Whitaker was like so done. She's just like, you know what? And I think it was Nicole Westmoreland. She ended up working for Diddy on Diddy's case with Brian Steele after. She stood up and said, Judge, we'd like to motion for a mistrial. The prosecutor gave, you know, was it Slime Life Short? It was one of the young kids. He was on the stand. They gave him an instruction to not say a certain thing on the stand, and he said it. So Nicole Westmoreland was like, hey, can we get a motion for a mistrial? And the judge was like, sure. She was so done. Like, she was done. She said, sure. So when, it was Wooney Lee. It was Wooney Lee, not Slime. Is that the same person? I don't know. There were so many characters to keep track of in that case. So she said yes. And, that wasn't uncommon, because in that case, we got a motion for mistrial almost every day. Every day. You get one from Brian. You get one from Doug. You get one from, like, all 6 of those defense tables. They were more spicier, I feel, in their criminal defense. Of course, a lot of those, all of them were paid attorneys. So, it's very interesting to come to a contrast where you see a big group of defendants again, and you're not seeing these plea deals. But that round of plea deals was because we had a motion for mistrial that the judge was likely going to grant. And she chose not to. Instead, she said, if y'all want to do some plea deals with all 6 defendants, prosecution office, are you going to be open to doing that with the defendants and the defense teams? And they said, yeah. So Thugger took one, 3 other defendants took them. And then all you had left was, I think it was Shannon and Yak. Was it Shannon and Yak that stayed? Yeah, because it was Max Shard and Doug Weinstein that stayed on as criminal defense attorneys. So Shannon, yeah, I think it was Shannon. So they all stayed on. But like, these plea deals are offered, but what needs to happen is that both sides have to agree. They don't just give it to you. The state has to decide to give it to you. I don't think that's going to happen in this case. And the reason why is because you have 3 death penalty situations involved. You don't do that unless you have hardcore evidence against the people that are going to go down for the death penalty. So some of the women in the chat are like, oh my God, Sean's cute. He looked like he's going down for murder. Like, I mean, the Murphy cousins look like they're going down for murder. It's crazy. But anyway, long story short, let's keep going and finish this off. Shout out to Lucretia, been with me for almost 2 years. Says congratulations, AV. Thank you so much. Like, I tell you guys about these trolls. Like, somebody's in here like, you got it on the backs of murder. Like, you know how many trials we do? I did a video last week on politics. It got 200,000 views. Like, get out of here. Like, anyway, thank you, Lucretia, for your time with me. Shout out to Death the Reefer with another 5. Says Alicia's lawyers need a round of applause because this trial is an old school barbecue. I wonder what's going to happen now. I mean, like I said, I think the public sentiment with Alicia's attorneys has been half and half. Some people are of the opinion that they didn't do the best job, where others are like, actually, they did, because she didn't get sentenced. Look at how much time she's gained, 5 months without an actual sentence. But the problem that has been uncovered today, and this is going to be a continuous problem throughout the entire trial, is if things come out in this trial before she has been sentenced, it could be used as a benefit, but it could also be used in the negative. If negative things come out in this trial, like what we saw today, it proves that she didn't tell the truth on the stand when she testified. Perjury, right? There's a reason why Jeremy was there during opening statements. He didn't stay for any of the defendants' opening statements. He only stayed for the state's opening statements. Had his earphones in, was taking notes. The reason for that. So we're going to see what unfolds. We're going to see what unfolds. Shout out to Michael Love, who is out there driving. We got a few people that are out there trucking, a lot of truckers that watch this channel. But Michael Love out there driving says, thank you, AV. I made the drive from Riverside, California to Richmond, California, then to Stockton, California, all within this stream. 10 and a half. Yep. Y'all Give it up for Michael Love. He done made it. He made it. He sponsored so many trials on this channel. And last week, I think he had given y'all something crazy like 50 memberships. Thank you so much, Michael Love. And then shout out to Made by Love, who drops no comment, no question, just pure love. Look at this. Just pure love. Drops me a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, sis. I appreciate you. I think I saw you earlier ask if memberships can be gifted. I don't know if that button is still glitching. It happens if you're watching the stream from your phone, but I'll keep you guys posted on that. So yeah, man, those are the headlines. They lied. When did you go to the door? Because then the other footage was like at the other club. Did you go to the door like you said that you did? You ain't on camera. Here's the second club. Did you go to the door like you said that you did? You ain't on camera. So, I mean, I don't know, chat. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. All right, let me tell you what is happening for the schedule this week. There's no court on Friday. Next Monday is a half day. Tomorrow, I have to probably cut the stream in half. So instead of going through lunch, I will do a morning session and an afternoon session. I think I told you guys I'm hosting a TV show up here in Boston on Wednesday. So I'm going to cut out at 4. That leaves us with an hour. I might try my best to get through all the way through 5 o'clock, but tomorrow I do need to grab the hotel room at noon. So I will start in their business center, check in around noon, get settled, and then we'll do an afternoon and a morning session tomorrow. All right. So that's what tomorrow holds for us. The rest of the week should be completely fine. Some of you guys asked me for a YNW Melly update. I'm going to film that tonight. A Tiffany Henyard update. I'm working on that. And then lastly, we will implement these 10 to 15 minute recaps of each day. So if you do miss some time throughout the day, I will get all the spicy moments in a shorter, condensed video for you. Day 3 was interesting. If you're watching from the future and you prefer the longer versions, I will timestamp this up shortly. Give it about an hour and they should all be loaded. But that's how you'll see them. Like Thursday's stream, I forgot to do it. Y'all were like, hey, where's my timestamps? Where's my chapters? Where are my chapters? I got them in for y'all the next morning. So just feel free to let us know in the comment section and we got you guys. Huge milestones this week, 93,000 subs today. I'm so honored and grateful that y'all are here. To all the new people, welcome. We're a super chill group and trial watching community. That's what we do here, right? So with that being said, let me get off of here, get recharged, work on some of this stuff for y'all. We'll be back tomorrow. I will schedule day 4 and we will see what will happen. But we're going to do day 4 in 2 parts just so I can get settled too. But love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Huge shout out to Miss Tracy, who gifted like 80 memberships today. Oh my goodness. And so many of you guys gifted memberships. Those memberships have its benefits because there'll be times where y'all be slipping on the likes. Like earlier today, I was thinking about putting it on members only chat, but I didn't do it. So I want to make sure that this is open to everybody. But all right, y'all, have a wonderful evening. We will see you tomorrow as the shenanigans continue for day 4. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.